Welcome, everybody, to another edition of Worcestery Council Theatre 3000. I'm Bryan O'Donnell. I'm here with Bill Shaner and Brendan Melican. We got new music. Get over it.
Nice. Oh, just play that the whole stream.
Yeah,
that was an option.
We could do Bikini Bottom.
Nice.
I didn't know we could do Bikini Bottom. Good Lord, Bill. All right.
That rules, Bill. Oh.
We could not even just hear what you just said. We only heard the guitar. We're nothing still.
Yep.
You've gone full guitar mode. Now that's really cool. Well, yeah, that's in. That's all the way in. We're here, and whatever. Who fucking cares? You know, that's we're gonna have to get real mean. We're gonna have to. I said this to you guys, but if not, I definitely said it on stage a couple times this week that the only possible recourse that we have at this point, especially now that the house has been called, for us personally, is the exact same thing that is the only thing that will make us feel good, and that's we have to bully the mayor even harder. We have to take it out on Joe Petty. We have to destroy his political life, his chances at re-election, and we don't really have another option at this point. There's not anything else we can do. No one is going to help us. We got to stick together. We got to fight it out. And honestly, the only way that personally we have any shot of not getting run over specifically in our city is if we take over city council in a way that is, more aligned with the politics of things that help human beings and not hurt them. So, I don't know, Brendan, you got thoughts about that? Election overall, even.
I have tons, but I'm going to guess that nobody wants to fucking hear them.
That's what we're here for.
No, I mean it's grim, but it's also probably the most predictable bit of grim that could have come along, right? I mean, it was up until Iowa. There was Bill, sign language. Up until Iowa, like there didn't really seem to be anything that was other than a coin toss. That sucks, but it's I like a lot of people, I think I bought into like the 11th hour hype that was like, yeah, this might actually happen. But for being honest, like there was no chance it was ever going to happen. We have an octogenarian turn up in the White House, and the party ran someone who covered for that turn up for 3.5 years and continues to, and that's kind of fucking gross.
Right, and and not only that, they didn't do anything to try and change the fortunes that were being kind of read for him before he dropped out. I mean, like it looked bad, it was bad, and that was the reason he left, was because of how bad it was.
Yeah. Just
changing the age of the candidate and not doing anything else different is like obviously it's not a surprise that she lost. Let's put it that way, because it's what people were saying all along, that this isn't going to work. You need to do more. You need to do something different. And the entire time, and it's not, and again, like it's not just one thing that did this. It's not
that the left doesn't have a fucking Joe Rogan.
Right. It's definitely is absolutely not that. So like it's true that it doesn't, but that's not why. There are a million things that play into it, and
there he is. All right. Fucking.
Does this mean we have to? Okay, we have to choose between guitar and Bill voice, or what are we thinking?
I guess we just have to choose between the two. That's a real shame. I was gonna play that lap steel for comedic effect all night. So
Trouble, the last two comments you made are the two things that I can't get out of my head. Like the final one with on the trans ads, which anyone who watches football, like I don't even watch football, and I feel like I've seen nothing but anti-trans ads from football games for the last 2 months. But the thing is that, like, maybe this is just age again, but I never saw them as trans ads. They're wasteful government spending ads that just happen to use a cultural hook as the hook, right? Like the language is identical to the Reagan era, welfare queen ads that ran from Reagan all the way through Clinton, and that's equally gross. But I mean, man, talk about red meat, right? Like you're during football, you're targeting the guy who's worried about being able to fill up his pickup truck on the way to go to work in Ohio the next day. Like, right. Fucking home run. And shame on the Harris campaign for not actually having a way to combat that. But from what I understand, they did test, run a bunch of ads in private, right? Like they tested ads. They couldn't find anything that beat down the 2.7% gain that the GOP was getting by running those ads.
Right, and that's, I mean, it's and I think a lot of it comes back to the economy, like, argument, and the fact that Trump's argument was it's bad for regular people, and I'm going to do something about it. That's a lie. Obviously, that's a lie. Even if he truly believed he was going to do something about it, the things he plans on doing are awful, obviously. Right. But the other side of the answer to that argument, the defense put up by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was, no, actually the economy is doing the best that any economy's ever done in the history of the world. And that is like, that's just asking people to like be like not only just skeptical, but like
I hate the
bald-faced lie that
I fucking hate the Pod Saves guys. Like, I find them so grating. But one of them on their post-mortem episode the day after, they made mention of that. And they're like, look, at some point in time, the fucking Democrats need to acknowledge that it's a party made up of all the front of the class kids, and everybody fucking hates the front of the class kids. Like, right. You might very well have the argument to make that, like, yes, on paper, we're doing better than any other developed nation in the world in terms of COVID recovery and dealing with inflation. But that doesn't fucking matter if you still have no money.
Because you let corporations jack up the prices on everything and never bring them back down. And then you said that, then you didn't say like, oh yeah, it sucks that they're if they just were said like, it's terrible that the corporations are doing this. It's not inflation's fault. It's the corporations that are doing it. At least that's a cogent argument that you could try and sell people. But trying to sell people on the idea that actually groceries are affordable is such fucking horseshit when it doesn't matter how someone's 401k is doing. Like, It doesn't matter how my 401k is doing. I don't have any money.
Right.
The economy's doing great. That's why I'll never buy a house in my lifetime.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. And it's like, in the other thing too, like, you can fucking make that argument all you want, but if Brendan has $1 billion and I have $0, then our average is $500 million.
Right.
It doesn't mean that I have shit to show for it. And that's what most people are looking at it as. And it doesn't matter that it's so clearly the case that Trump is not going to be the guy to address any of those things. The fact of the matter is he spoke to it.
Yep.
That was enough of an opening for stupid people to feel comfortable like voting for him. And I mean, that's kind of that's what it is right there. We can bring into the realm that, like, yes, we live in a racist and misogynist country, and that probably hurt her in the margins, and that's like sucks. Like, but I just don't know that that's enough. I don't know that racism is enough to say, oh, there was a 25-point swing amongst Latino men. I don't know that misogyny is enough to say that either. I don't know if together they're enough to say that. Obviously, they haven't even finished counting votes yet, so we have no idea how much the general, like, national vote swung.
So the Banana Republic of California that somehow needs 3 weeks to count fucking votes.
Yeah.
But Brian, I mean, again, this is like it made me laugh, but I think there's some truth to it. Like what you just said about racism and sexism. I mean, the one good response I've heard to that is, people keep saying that America won't vote for a black female president. All you're doing is sleepwalking into Candace Owens being your first black female president.
Right, exactly.
Like,
That's exactly what it is. Like, that's exactly what it is. We have not yet tested that, how far that theory goes, because the only two women that the Democrats have nominated ever have been neoliberal war hawks that are one of whom is a cop, the other whom is like was part of the Democratic establishment for the previous 30 years, and no one is willing to, and also that Hillary Clinton was part of kneecapping the only popular like Democrat that has run in the since Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
I mean, since Obama, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't see how there's any other way to read it, and I also don't see how there's any way to change it going forward unless people cut the fucking bullshit about trying to be the party of like norms and decorum and establishment, and when it's so clearly that even the people that are voting for you hate that part of you.
Yeah, I mean, to what Troubler was saying too about the framing of border policy and whatnot. I was listening to this week's This American Life. They couldn't get what's his name, the asshole that Trump is going to put in charge of ICE, but they were able to get Biden's chief of staff from ICE, who was there for 2 years.
Right.
And like, it was kind of mind blowing hearing somebody from the Biden administration say like, oh yeah, deporting 1 million people a year, that's easy. Like, we just need 12 more hardened commercial airlines, and like we can get that done in no time. Right. But I mean, while I was listening to it, I was thinking like that's been the talking point from the Democratic Party for this entire election cycle is, they're crazy. They're like, you can't deport that many people. And it's like ICE already has done like the blueprinting to make it possible. So now they are doubling back, saying, well, I guess we do have to do this, but only because of the cultural egg that's on their face, and not dealing with something that does poll really fucking popular across the board in terms of having some sort of upgraded immigration policy, and making sure that people who are coming into the country are coming here that aren't going to be a danger to society. Not saying I agree with that in its entirety, but the majority of the country does. So that's like, instead of just pretending that the Republican Party can't do the thing they're promising,
right? They're going to. Yeah, and it's going to be a fucking mess when they pull off the first million, and it crashes the economy. But again, like, they don't know or care about that necessarily, and by the time they do it, it'll be too late to.
And I'll be the first to acknowledge complete ignorance. I did not realize that it was the standing Biden policy that, like, when it comes, if somebody is intercepted at a crossing, or if somebody is picked up for some reason in the United States, that if they're flagged on a terrorism watch list, or they're in and out of our court system, that doesn't do anything to their immigration status. Which, like, call me naive, but I just, like, I don't know, if I go on vacation to another country and I commit a bunch of crimes, I don't expect to be staying in the country, right? Like, I'm going to be going home rather quickly. Just using that as like a comical but also kind of extreme example. Like, it's explicitly the policy of the Biden administration that, like, oh, you're on a terrorism watch list from Algeria? Like, okay, cool. Like, you can stay. Like, that kind of is a weird take.
What do Algerians know about any of this stuff? I mean, listen, I still don't know about it, so I can't speak to it at all.
And that's what the GOP is going to run with again too. Like, their plan out of the gate is just to go through the terrorism watch list, and to go through people who are in. This is relevant to Worcester, so I think this is something we should be discussing because it's something we should be planning for. The plan is to be targeting folks who are on terrorism watch lists or who are already in the U.S. court system for committing crimes while here, but are here undocumented. They're also going to stick to their not separating families policy. So that means if dad was jammed up for a violent crime, the kids are getting picked up at school at the same time dad's getting pulled out of his job, and they were all getting brought somewhere to get processed and sent somewhere. The guy from that I was listening to on This American Life was saying, they're going to be starting with, it was Guatemala, Venezuela, and I think El Salvador, because those are the countries that still take everybody back. They're like, we're not going to bother with countries that a lot of countries don't want their people who left to come back. They don't have room for them either. So like, we already have the working list. But my concern is that, like, so they're also specifically going to be targeting cities and states that are considered sanctuary cities in sanctuary states. That means that, like, we're going to start seeing that probably before Kansas does. And the way that we deal with it has short and long-term repercussions, because if our community, like, comes out and decides that, like, we're going to be most vocal, probably correctly so from a moral and ethical perspective, in protecting our perceived rights of people who are on terrorism watch lists and committed crimes while they're in the United States. Again, you're just shaving votes at that point in time. Like our next state cycle, our next local cycle, that's going to be the messaging for everybody in an opposition party is, hey, these do-gooders are out here spending more resources trying to protect criminals in your community than they are, funding your schools or your police departments or whatever the case may be. I hope people are being more strategic and tactical in how they're thinking about this stuff, specifically for Worcester and Massachusetts.
Well, I mean, I think I would like to think they would be too. I think that, that is one of those things where the frame always is obviously dictated to an extent by whatever the right-wing viewpoint is, because very often it's a case of the media like playing into that framing of it, and two, the Democratic Party never trying to reframe it or pushing back in any way, shape, or form.
I just love to see a Democratic Party in my lifetime, or actually the Democratic Party to get blown to smithereens, go the way of the Whigs, and there be a party that actually like has a non, I don't know how to put this. They like stand for something, right? Like they want to make positive changes instead of running against the worst guy, right? I mean, not to be like a Bernie would have won guy, but like Bernie would have won that because he had a positive and forward-thinking economic message that spoke to normal Americans. I mean, like the Democratic Party is just trapped in this like almost Stockholm syndrome of conceding like the overall terrain to the Republican Party and using that like evil to fundraise off of and like position themselves as the lesser of two evils. But They allow like Trump's GOP to just drag the entire thing rightward, and that's been going on basically since fucking Reagan.
Right. So and then the argument becomes like what you're talking about, Brendan, where like Biden's guy using that framing, like Camber brings up a good point of like there's no one in power to interrogate who's being put on a list being called terrorists, what crimes people are being like convicted of. I don't know what the numbers are, but my skepticism is always going to be at least in place of like, are we letting them like target people that don't necessarily deserve to be targeted, and then are we then on top of that letting them use the framing of saying, look at all these criminals that they're just letting like wander around, like again, like a type of a Bernie Sanders like person, not necessarily Bernie Sanders in the future, but speaking to people in a way, getting to the people in a way that they're not focused on that, having this side or that side argument about that, having the discussion about like who is actually causing you problems in your life, what is actually responsible for the hardships that are brought upon 80% of this country, and even worse upon everyone below 50%, and what can we do to take some of that power back from those people. And yeah, I don't really understand. I don't understand how I understand how, but I don't understand why for all the smart people that supposedly are, work in campaigns and work in politics, how they just allow themselves to be fucking rope-a-doped into like saying that the border is in a crisis when we're at the lowest, migration across the southern border that we've seen in a generation. Why we just continually let it be that argument? I mean, we can say, we can talk about, we can even have the conversation about wow, who should we let stay and all that stuff. But even if you take it at its worst interpretation of it, how few crimes are actually committed?
Not a ton.
Exactly. So
yeah, no, it's not even a meaningful amount.
So then why did we let it become the number one fucking issue after the economy?
Well, to everybody's point that has been chiming in there, and again, I mean, I say this as someone who supported Sanders twice, right? Because he got cut off at the knees, and that's where it's important. We can have these conversations. Attell is a great example, right? I mean, Attell can have these conversations locally, but the resources that Attell needs to take those ideas that I tend to agree with and put them into practice require support and funding from the state and the federal level. So that's what made Bernie such a powerful concept, right? It was changes could happen at the federal level that would then work their way down and actually be meaningful at the local level. Now it's where it's getting dangerous, and all the rant that I just gave, I'm not suggesting I agree with that.
No, of course.
But I totally understand why. Again, if at the end of the day you're worried about how expensive groceries are and being able to fill up your car with gas to go to work, those are the things that matter. Because where the Democrats fell apart, the Democratic Party fell apart this time, was not explaining why it doesn't fucking matter. Right. I never heard any Democrat come out and say, you know what, there's plenty to fucking go around for everybody. This right. isn't the issue that we have, is some dudes coming into the country who aren't supposed to be here. It's not relevant, but it's the focal point because no alternative is given.
It is crazy that the border was allowed to become the issue that it was, because who is actually what evidence is there that the border is out of control?
There isn't.
There's no evidence, but the Democratic Party just conceded.
Right.
The issue is being legitimate, and so no one needed to do anything to prove it. And I don't what. It's like the less extreme version of that, that caravan of border vigilantes that drove down to Texas and got to the border, and they were the only people there, and there was no one crossing.
Right.
They were just all bewildered and confused that the border wasn't out of control, like they're seeing on Fox News, right? So. It's crazy. And yeah, I mean, the Democratic Party just isn't equipped to. I
think Bill froze for a second there. But yeah, I mean, I think that again, there are huge structural things that need to be addressed. When we talk about the
fuck.
There you are.
You cut out for a second there. Okay. There are huge, gigantic structural things within the party that obviously lead to issues like this. But I mean, to me, what the basic version of it is that the Republicans as a national party have such a huge advantage because their core ethos and their stated goals align with the people that give them the most money. Mm-hmm. Both parties rely on billionaire donors to as their focus. They think that they need to have them to win elections, but every single billionaire, every corporation, every whatever is Republican, is right wing by definition. There's no such thing. Even if there's corporations that will fund social programs or initiatives or quote unquote left wing ideals and things like that. When it comes fucking down to it, they want as small a government as possible. They want as much of their own money back in their hands as possible. They want as little control over what they do as possible. So in order to court that money, the Democrats have to choose to go against what the people that vote for them want. And they made that choice. They have made that choice. And in 2020, it worked out because there were bigger things at play, in kind of a fluky, obviously a fluky time. But unless they somehow decide that they don't care about raising $1 billion anymore, then they're always going to be more happy with losing than winning poor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that-
everyone that lost got paid. Like,
Right. Right. Dude. That's why, I mean,
They
like,
still
look,
got-
like,
They're
still
eating
got
fine.
fucking paid.
you know, everyone that wanted to talk about how, like, well, Joe Biden's hands were tied with Palestine. What was he supposed to do? It was an electoral problem for him. What was he supposed to do? Watch him do fucking nothing about it now that it's not an electoral problem for him. Like, watch them do nothing about all the shit that's about to go down in the new year. They're not going to fucking do anything about it. Like, they're not.
They
they're
just
not
named
gonna,
Mike Huckabee the ambassador to Israel. like, no, nothing is going to happen. Mike Huckabee is a guy who made his bones running tours to Israel for evangelical Christians because their whole point is, well, we need to have the war to end all wars here. Like, they're not looking for this to stop.
They're going to not only on Israel and Palestine, but on every single thing that comes up between now and the inauguration. They're fucking rolling over. They are pre-rolling over now. They're congratulating people. They're setting themselves up to be hated during the midterms and hated during the next general election because they have no interest in doing what people actually want them to do.
Yeah.
People, like, you cannot find me half of the people that vote in the general election that care for Donald Trump's policies. What you can find is people that like that he fights, quote unquote. And if you did that, then you would see them regain their advantage, because that's what people feel screwed over. People feel like there's, they rightfully feel like there is inequality. They're just too dumb to understand what is causing that and what is going to change it. And they're willing to vote for they're willing to vote for chaos over status quo every single time.
Because they're front of the classroom kids. I mean, Elizabeth Warren's Twitter for the last 24 hours is her having a complete meltdown because the Trump transition team isn't signing off on all the memos that she put in place in 2010 to ensure smooth democratic transitions. And it's like, lady, like, they don't give a fuck about the rules. I saw a tweet that someone put out, it's like the Democratic Party for the last 10 years has been screaming about the rules in the context of dogs can't play basketball. And here's this golden retriever dunking on them time after time. It's they're hung up on all of the wrong things. And even to the end too, like, I mean, you were mentioning the money you spent, Bryan. I mean, there's good data that shows television advertisements do minimal in terms of changing people's minds. But the margin for success for the Trump folks in this election was males 18 to 29. And we know where they're getting their media from. And nobody's paying for it, right? Like, I mean, I'm not doing the left needs a Joe Rogan thing, right? But like, if a target demographic is listening to Aiden Ross and you're not on fucking Aiden Ross, then that your target demographic doesn't know you exist.
Even just like yeah, fine. You don't need to just follow the exact playbook. What you need to do is get that the regular playbook doesn't fucking like matter to people. It's not even that it doesn't work. It's not even that it doesn't convince them. It completely is running in parallel to people that are never gonna see it and never gonna give a shit about what you're trying to do, because it's not about. Nobody fucking cares about the West Wing. Nobody fucking cares about having like glorious moral principled disagreement or anything like that. They understand where the world is at. They understand that it's not like this isn't This ain't the fucking 90s. This isn't a good time anymore. It's a bad time.
Yep.
It's going to get worse. And you're not going to, you're not going to win by just being like, well, we stood up for what we believed in and we fought the good fight. And if we lose a moral victory, then we lose the correct way. And I'd rather lose the correct way than win the wrong way. And that is just, again, asking a golden retriever to fucking dunk on you because they don't give a shit.
Right. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And one thing I wanted to follow up on that's related to that, Brian, is someone in the comments when I mentioned the terrorism watch list thing. They made well, you can put anybody in that list. Well, yeah, that's the whole point. I mean, Kash Patel is the guy who's likely to be our next head of the CIA. Kash Patel is the person who started the whole idea of revenge on our political enemies. Like that, he's had Steve Bannon cut him off on his podcast because the shit that comes out of his mouth is too fucking wild, right? Like, and he's going to be the head of our entire intelligence apparatus. Here's where Democrats are going to say, he's not the right. It doesn't matter what they say.
Right. Well,
he's going to be the guy, and he's going to weaponize intelligence to a level that Edward Snowden never dreamed possible.
Right.
And yeah, that's when people are fucked. Just now you have people kept in order, not willing to open their mouth. And if they do, they go off to the camps or wherever we're putting people these days.
Yeah. They just deport people that are to, El Salvador that have never seen El Salvador on a map. Like, what's the fucking point of having like an argument about like the norms when they don't give a shit? They don't fucking give a shit. Like there's no point in giving, like DeJoy is still running the USPS. The guy that they said was a catastrophic, like apocalyptic a person to appoint as the head of the USPS, and he's 4 years later is fucking running it still. And guess what? They were right. The mail is awful. The mail is so much worse, and people that work there are so much worse off because of him. And what did Biden do about it? Nothing. Like nothing, because that's not what you do, or because they just don't fucking care. And everything they've done in the last 4 years has made everyone realize that they don't fucking care. Like it's
just want to point out that the Geo is right. It is. I didn't even realize that they already named John Ratcliffe while we were on the stream just now. But that means that Kash is likely to be up for FBI instead. And either way, it's bad. And the point is,
Biden will spend his last 6 months in jail of his life. It's just like it started. It started partially because you had in 2008 you had so many people. You had like people seeing it as like a rising up and this like phenomenal wave of support bringing the first black president into office, and this was going to be different, and things were going to change, and we're taking the power back and all that stuff. And then what we got was the pod safe guys running a neoliberal government that bombed and deported more people than anyone has ever done in this country ever before. And when you do something like that, when you start to break that trust, and then you run further and further to the right with every passing year, and I will say Joe Biden's 2020 run was he ran to the left of who he actually is. Sure. He ran a campaign that was to the left of who he has been as a legislator and governor, and to the left of what he ended up doing. But he ran to the left and it worked, because that's what happens. You run to the left of your record, you do better. But as soon as so again, 2020 people voted for him in record numbers. Turnout was at an all-time high. I'm assuming he got more votes than anyone's ever gotten in the history of this country. That's a guess, but at least in modern times, 81 million votes is more than anyone has gotten in a very long time. And everyone said we're not crazy about Joe Biden, but his campaign was far enough to the left that we're going to carry him into office and we're going to save this country from Donald Trump. And then what did Joe Biden do? Nothing. He did nominally good things for some like small, like, you know, he did some like loan forgiveness. He did some reaching out to unions, but every step of the way, everything that he did was undone by a moderate or straight up Republican policy, or just fucking dropping the ball when it comes to the people that needed help the most in this country. Almost 1 million more people died of COVID. They ended the COVID crisis. They ended the COVID declared emergency at a time when it was not done. It's not done now, but certainly at the time it wasn't close to done. People are still dying of COVID, and he decided that they needed electorally a better look for things. So he ended the pandemic. He did not really do student loan forgiveness in a way that will end up having the impact that it could have had for regular people, and fought kicking and screaming the entire way. And granted, he got cut off by the Supreme Court, but again, another area where he could have walked away from what is the norm to do, and at least taken some bold steps. And even if you fail at them, you're trying. You're showing people that you're trying. You're showing people that you care enough to fail at things in a bold way, in a way that is trying to take care of them. And instead, they just did boring, dumb, not helpful shit, and then declared that the economy was as good as it's ever been. Yeah, I'm not even going to hit him on the Afghanistan stuff, because it was going to be a mess no matter what. It wasn't his plan that it was signed on to, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But if people want to criticize him about that, I have no fucking problem with it, because he never defended it. He never said, they never really tried to defend it. It's just, when you don't fight for people, when you disappoint people, and then every 4 years say we need to be in this together, we need to fight for each other, we need to fight for this democracy, you've already proven that you're not going to do it. You're the one that can do something about it. I can't fucking do anything about what goes on in the government, at the upper levels of government. Joe Biden can, and he didn't. He chose not to. He made choices not to, and doomed his own campaign in this year. On top of that, when he was elected, he said he wasn't going to run for a second term, and then tried to pretend that he never said that, even though we all knew it and all didn't want him to run for a second term. They did everything they could to fuck it up, and then now they want to say, oh, it was Muslims and trans people's fault that we didn't win. And it's just you're just dooming the next fucking election too, because if you don't do something to change the game, then it's just going to be the same thing over and over again. And maybe they don't care. Maybe that's what they want. Maybe they're happy to rake in the money and sell us all out. But I don't think that any of us have the luxury of going along with that and hoping for the best. I think that we ultimately have to force them to change if they're not going to change. And also, too, again, like I said at the beginning, focus on what we can do, and that's local stuff. And I think that, was it 2012 when they did the Republicans did the postmortem, Brendan, after they got their asses kicked, when they decided we have to fundamentally change the way we run elections as a party, or else we're never going to compete again.
Yeah, I mean,
and then started focusing
2016 as well too.
Right, but they took the strategy of running in for every local spot they could, filling school boards, filling library boards, all the stuff that's coming to bear now, all the shit that we look at how bad it is for libraries and schools, and we can point to the strategy, a national strategy of running like in small elections and having every single person that possibly can fuck up as much stuff as they can. Now, it's easier to fuck things up than to build them. It's easier to fuck things up than to fix them. So it's a harder thing, but like if we don't stay completely focused on Worcester, then then there's that's the only thing that we can affect. That's the only possible chance that we have to like have some measure of control over what happens to us.
And yeah,
that's
and
truly
we
how
are
I've been saying it too.
we are officially in our election cycle now, so that's all anyone should be thinking about at this point. Is if you think you perceive where there are holes in local government, start finding people to fill them. If you've got people that you think are running and they're just getting rolling, then make sure you are out there helping them, because this shit doesn't happen on its own. And that's one thing even around here that I think people have seen is organizations on the team that we tend not to like tends to be really well done.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And again, we can't look at, for our purposes here within this group, and we can't look at Joe Petty as part of our group. Like, we can't look like that's the opposition at this point, because they've proven time and time again that they're not willing to do anything as a body in this city to help the people that need help, like to do anything about equitable housing or any of the issues that we talk about all the time on the show. So we have to think of them as opposition. We have to organize around the people that we can help and that are willing to do something about it. The Attels, the Twos. And I mean, I don't know, like maybe we can bring Christian back to the good side of things. I do think that he is solidly like been to the right of Joe Petty for the past year, which is awful.
But Bryan, to that point too, and I think it is important for people to be realistic about what's actually on the ballot, not what you wish is on the ballot. Because while I, for one, was not excited at any point in time about, I was excited about the Midwest Princess style campaign hat. I did buy one of those because it was fucking awesome. Aside from that, I was excited about nothing with the Harris Waltz campaign, but it's still better than the alternative. Right. So like you can come up with whatever fucking list you want
right.
that like about how, they did this wrong. They did this wrong. They did this wrong. But at the end of the day, it's still better. And you can only play that it's all the same game so long before you realize that now you're without a team. It's a lot easier to drag a team you have something in common with to the side that you want to be on than try and convince the people who would rather you not exist that right. You have a lot in common.
Right. 100% completely. Like, this isn't to say like, oh, anyone should like be celebrating that Kamala Harris lost just because she ran a shitty campaign. We're worse off today than we would be if she had won on Tuesday.
Yeah. And
that's a consideration that you have to be realistic about when it comes down to when it comes down to a binary choice between two outcomes. And it's all of this stuff is intersectional. All of this stuff is gradients of causes and effects, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree. You have to be realistic when it comes down to it. My point in this, and I know that you're not refuting it, I'm just saying to make it clear to everybody, mm-hmm. which is what you were trying to do, is fight the fight that's in front of you at any given point. Push as far to the left as possible at every given point. If it falls to further to the center or wherever then you would prefer it to, then you have to reassess every single time, and you have to be realistic about what that means and what that does. And the having the discussions and having the fights about it are different than just being this throwing up your hands at any given point. But and again, like in that's a perfect example. As pissed off as I am about how Christian King has seemingly evolved since he lost the mayor's race, I'd much rather have him than Candy Carlson.
Yeah.
On every given day.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah. So it's like we have to have these fights ahead of time. We have to push in a way that gives people that will share with us strategy and votes as much as advantage and chance as possible, so that we don't have to compromise as much as possible. You always have to compromise, but fight early to avoid it as much as possible. Yes, exactly. No, I that's what I mean. Like, that's what I mean. But also, it's much easier to persuade him if there's a path, if there are more people on this side that there's a path through for things.
Yeah, he literally tried that last time. It didn't work for him. So, like, from just a strictly political perspective, like, the smartest thing that he can do is try and frame himself as a centrist to do better, right? Like, I mean, I don't like it, but if he wants to stay in office and be successful and maybe take another swing at the mayor's seat, that's it, because he tried the other thing and it didn't work.
Yeah, we need to, on the progressive side or the left side, whatever you want to call it, like, we really need to identify like 1,000 new voters, if anything is going to change at all. So that's
right.
Really the only thing that we can really focus on now is like, how do we motivate that new group of people?
We weren't at a loss for good candidates in the last election. Like, we had plenty of great, fantastic candidates, and yeah, we came up short on voters, and that's our responsibility as a people now, is to figure out how to,
well, and
be the Joe Rogans of Worcester,
even just to, like, how do you inspire the apathetic? I think that was something that was telling about this election, is how many people didn't even know that Biden was, like, out of the race. All the Google search history and shit that came out afterwards, people asking if they can change their vote, like, all those upticks in searches. It's how are you not informed?
I do want to say about that changing the votes thing, we don't know how many people were trying to change their votes from Kamala to somebody else. So
it's not like changing it. It's the fact that people don't know that you can't.
No, I know.
And it's like, how are you so uninformed about how this shit works that you didn't know that?
Yeah.
It's also making sure, too, that I think any sort of progressive bloc can't get wrapped up in you can't also become the kids at the front of the class, right? And get so hung up in your data points and knowing that the world could be a better place if people just gave us a shot, without making that, turning that into red meat for the average voter in a transactional way. And it's all there too. Like, I mean, anyone who reads, like, Bill's pieces, like, focus on, like, the housing side of things, and you can get into the weeds on it, and you know that there's structure and a pathway to doing a better job of taking vulnerable members of society. But again, that does nothing for the people who just don't feel like they're getting a fair swing at things. And that's something that needs to be dealt with, right? Like, because almost everything in our country is framed as a zero-sum game. So, like, the downside is if Bill puts out something that says we're going to do more for this group of people without clarifying for the folks who are going to be inherently opposed to that, and we're going to do that without taking anything away from you, then it either gets lost in the wind or it risks losing votes. And I think that's something that progressives have a very, very hard time here, is explaining how their ideas are going to work out better for the people who don't need your help, or feel that they don't need your help, right? I mean, and that's in a place like Worcester, that's New Englanders, right? A lot your average middle class person views themselves as being the stable New Englander who doesn't need anybody's help unless they're stuck in a snowbank, right? But we need to be talking to those people as well too, even if it is just to reinforce this isn't going to make your life more challenging or take something away from you.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I mean that's the challenge. And honestly, like in the last week, I've been not as like depressed as I thought I would be by the the discourse about what the Democrats need to do. Like there has been less like coalescing around the idea of like we need to be more centrist and all that shit. Like there's been more pushback against that than I actually thought there would be. So there is like a small amount of hope. I don't have for the people, not for the party. I think the party is never going to do anything, like I said, that endangers their their invite to the the Koch brothers like new opening of a university science center. I like.
How are you supposed to get a job lobbying if you don't like lobby while you're in office?
I mean, that's what I like. That's the thing. That's the thing that's infuriating. You can talk about like, the fucking pod save guys. It's like they know better. Clear their episode that came out after the election clearly shows that they knew better the entire time. But if you actually paid attention to them the entire election cycle, they were carrying water for Biden the entire time. Like they weren't alerting people to the fact that things looked dire. They were doing everything they could to support the process that they decided that they were going to take this election down.
You can't be someone who's on the short list of people who gets to take private family photos in the White House Christmas tree or go hang out in the White House bowling alley and not know that there's a head of cabbage as head of state. And to pretend otherwise it's negligent on some level.
Exactly. It 100%.
Too, right? Like they had the polling that showed that he was gonna Trump was gonna get 400 electoral votes.
Yeah, yeah. They knew it. They knew it beforehand. Decided to wait until the postmortem to.
The one that really bothered me, Bryan, that's on the same level, because I think it is something, too, that just runs... I don't like to get wrapped up in the idea of mainstream media, conspiracies, or whatever the case may be, but in my little group of folks on election night who were just texting back and forth any data points that we were getting from weird sources, like all NBC, all the standard outlets, they were sitting on their hands waiting to call Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Decision Desk HQ was over an hour ahead of them. Decision Desk called both Georgia and North Carolina when NBC was reporting that, like, we don't have enough in to even look at this.
Well, we were talking about in our group text that night. Like, if you're watching MSNBC, fucking Kornacki at the big board is saying there aren't enough votes. There aren't enough numbers. There aren't enough votes. She lost Georgia. And she's going to lose Pennsylvania without actually saying it because they didn't want to, like you said, they didn't want to make the call. They wanted to
for the Pledge of Allegiance,
play the game.
Make sure the helicopters were fueled up. I don't know, that's something, but it wasn't be honest, and that's also helpful.
Right, Jack. I don't give a shit what you say. I got to tell you, man. I know you say this every week, but like, your only contributions are only ever self-serving. You are the Tommy Vitor of Worcester. Like, just fucking take a step back.
One of the best pre-election, I think it was one of the NPR politics podcasts. They actually had the young man who was the primary organizer. He's out of Michigan, I think Dearborn, but he is the one who was organizing the resistance vote within the Palestine movement and whatnot. He was the one that wasn't allowed to speak or find a speaker at the DNC. But they followed him back home to Michigan, where he was still working overtime to try and convince people that, like, no, you still have to vote for them. Like, right. The alternative is horrifying. It was chilling to hear the number of people in like small group meetings with audio recorders rolling, saying like, yeah, no, we're voting for Trump now. Like he's more, because at that point it became, well, the GOP is more culturally aligned with a lot of our beliefs in that capacity, at least in some of the areas that are majority Muslim throughout Michigan and whatnot, where they've had their own weird forms of like Moms for Liberty running through school districts and whatnot.
Right.
And it ended up being an easy sell, which bears out of the numbers. I mean, between Trump and what's her name, the Looney Tunes from the Green Party. I mean, the numbers that they pulled are horrific, and the outcome is going to be, again, for people who want to both sides things, right? Like that, it's like, it's all the same. It's just they're all the same. The outcome for Palestine right now is not going to be the same that it was going to be under a Harris administration.
Right. I mean, like that. It was going to be bad no matter what.
Yeah. No.
It'll
bad
be worse
is,
now. But
again,
there
are degrees of bad.
Exactly.
It was 8 hours before Qatar told what's his name from Hamas to pack his bags and get out of the country, because they know what is coming now.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, well, you don't have to know, Bill. I mean, that's just fine. We'll see what it looks like in a couple months then, or a year from now. Mike, with Mike Huckabee as the ambassador to Israel, the outcome for the West Bank or Gaza is not going to be exactly the same as it would be with two bifurcated administrations.
And it's degrees of horrible.
Here.
Yeah, I'm not downplaying that at all.
Here.
Onto Russell. Here. Onto Toomey.
Yeah, but like what?
Petty.
Name one thing they did to like curb what Israel's doing.
World Day of Remembrance.
That is not my point. My point is that the ultimate outcome is far worse.
Year across the world. Whereas each year 1.35 million people are killed around the world in traffic crashes, over 100 Americans are killed every single day, and over 4.4 million people are injured each year.
You guys hear that?
Whereas road traffic crashes claim the last 40,000 people
I thought it was
in the
coming
U.S.
through.
every year. And over 40,000 families will now have an empty seat at their Thanksgiving table this year. In Worcester, there have been 10 fatal crashes and 77 serious injuries so far.
Yeah, listen, Troubler. Like again, this is kind of what we're all talking about. None of this stuff is like. None of this stuff is black and white. None of this stuff is binary things. It's all degrees, and it's not this or that. It's not even this or this or this or that. There's a lot of things that come into play, a lot of factors that come into it. You're 100% right that again they lost because the Democrats lost because they did a bad job.
It is as simple as that.
I'm not talking about the genocide. I'm not saying there's degrees in a genocide. I'm not saying that, like, at all. Like, I don't. I'm saying they're like, as far as what we're talking about is more like causes and effects right now, as opposed to like reasons why or reasons it like is good or bad. It's all bad. It's all fucking bad.
Yeah, should introduce yourself.
And I'm much more angry at ultimately at the DNC than I am even at the RNC because they fucked up.
World Day of Remembrance is an annual international event when people gather together to reflect upon those we've lost or who have been injured in a traffic crash. And
we've been talking about it for the last year and 1 month about how fucked up it was going to be and how fucked up it was and how fucked up it is.
Because we know what changes in our infrastructure are known to prevent crashes.
I would never
because one death is too many. This has been a terrible year.
Criticize anybody for voting however they feel they need to. It is what it is. It's all too complicated to say like this is good and this is bad.
But I stand here now with hope because
they didn't do anything to try and prove that. Again, we can all have our opinions about
they mostly just
outcomes
didn't talk
and stuff
about
like
it.
that. They fucked up by not making a case. And that's ultimately like so fucked up.
Now more than ever, we see the importance of local action.
But they don't give a shit. They don't
In conjunction with
They-
and while the
it's all-
administration begins to implement
it's all the
infrastructure
game.
measures, we need
It's all-
public support and public
And
behavior
again, that's why like
Because of your positions
we
as
talk about,
counselors, what
as
you
much as
say and
possible,
how you
talk about
conduct
local
yourselves
things here,
as travelers especially matters. This includes
because
lowering your
they're
speed
slightly
limit
more,
or speed to the new 25-mile-an-hour limit,
accountable
stopping
to us
proactively
than-
pedestrians, giving people on bicycles
Yeah,
4
you
feet
can
of space,
like
allowing
you
them
have
to pass,
it's
not
still
passing on the left
a
or right across
democracy
solid lines, and watching
in
for
some
people
sense.
crossing multi-lane
Right.
You know,
roads.
like there's
Be aware that the blind spots of
everyone always
oversized
got so mad at
SUVs and
me
pickup trucks
when
while the
I
driver
said it
can't
doesn't
see
matter
everyone outside
who
the
you vote
vehicle.
for president if you live
And
in
lastly, on
Massachusetts.
social media, explaining
But, like,
to
straight up, it
constituents
just
how
doesn't.
infrastructure change is needed to achieve zero roadway deaths.
not
and
at this
serious
point. It doesn't.
fatalities,
I guess at some point it
and
could.
that is more important
Yeah, unless
than
we do the
convenience
mid-sized
or
dig.
opinion.
If we don't do the mid-sized dig,
So in closing, I
Worcester
invite you
County
to
is
join
going
us this
red
coming Sunday,
in our
November
lifetimes.
17th at 3
That's
So-
actually
p.m.
something
for the
that
Worcester
might be worth
Auditorium
looking at
for the
first
30th
down the line for a
Worcester
story,
observance
Bill,
of
as
the
we get into the
World
local
Trade
cycle.
Remembrance
Is if you look through
Thank you.
the data from Worcester state rep districts in terms of voting outcomes, it's really interesting how much of a slide there was citywide to the right. It's not huge, but we have pretty stable numbers in Worcester, and there was still across the city votes shifting.
Yes.
That's something that could rear its head on a local level in very unpredictable ways.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do it.
Yeah, I'm really interested to
And we can
see.
speak on
I
item
like
for
again.
2
We need
minutes,
to see
then
what the
after we do
final
the
like
public participation,
popular
we're gonna
vote
do the
count is.
petitions, even from the petitions
But
from
I
last
really do like.
At this
There's obviously
time, do
huge
all the
swings from
petitions together, so
2020,
don't- if you have a
but I
petition,
think
just wait
the
for your
more
name to be
indicative
called,
number there
and
is
then we'll go
like
recess to executive session.
the percentage change is going to be a lot
2 minutes.
because
Thank you.
Democrats
Your name?
lost
Nathan
so many
Worcester.
votes. And
So,
obviously, like the
18
votes, he actually did get
and
people for the
18
first
here.
few days. The talking point was that Trump lost
So
2 million votes
obviously, you know, we
and all
have
that,
our
but
big
he's up.
Yeah,
He's up to
business
he's 4 million up from 2020.
in Worcester.
Yeah, and the Democrats
We
lost like
have the
14
city of
million.
Worcester.
Not less than that now, but yeah, like
Yeah,
they lost a
you know what I
huge.
mean.
We
Yeah,
have
they lost it. Their
UMass.
swing
We have
was
the
so
other
bad off
hospital.
of what it
We
was in
have,
2020.
different
I want to. I would love to
pharmaceutical,
see
we
how
got
much
all
the
the
shift was
research.
from. If you just take out 2020 and what the
We
shift
have
was
to
from
take
20,
care of
2016
our small
Oh, yeah.
to
businesses.
now,
If we do not,
and kind of analyze
lose
that
that
as a
base,
more
you
as
might
just another data
put up
point
a
or another way of
sign
looking at
on
it, because I
290
think
that says closed.
that this is back to a more
News
slightly
flash
more
to
traditional
everyone.
election than 2020 was.
There are no
People had a lot more time to vote.
Republicans
They had a lot
from
more time to pay
Massachusetts
attention in
on the
2020.
United States Senate or in the Congress.
So
Okay, we're not talking politics.
if
Go ahead.
you
Wait for the item you're talking about.
come on the show
I'm
again,
trying to
Fred,
bring
if you want to talk politics.
So,
Oh my god, that was
I'll
awesome.
rip it
Wait,
back
can
to
you guys hear
Mr.
this
Mayor.
now?
so elections
Yeah, we can
have
hear in the background. It's not
consequences.
powered
The
though.
consequences are federal dollars are going to be drying up.
Damn,
And they're going to
I
be
can't
drying
figure
up
this out.
before we know it. I mean, did we ever spend all of the special APRA money? Is that
APRA.
money left? The small businesses will be closing, Mr. Mayor,
Oh my gosh, shut
Mr.
up.
City Manager, the council. What I predict is going to happen here is the governor is going to have to, by executive order, repeal the Prop 2.5. Then you really have issues.
Get your names, the address, and item number.
I don't think we've ever used Prop 2.5
my
in
name's
Worcester.
Oliver Chadwick. I'm a Worcester resident.
That's
I'm
funny.
here to support
But okay.
item 11A, requesting the
We-
city
we
manager
literally
to
haven't,
implement
huh?
restrict
No.
new gas stations.
We're so below
Just to be
what our
absolutely
tax levy
clear,
could be.
This is not a ban on
if we
existing gas stations. I hope
followed
I don't
state
hear
law.
any councilors arguing against this.
That's
straw
a
man.
perfect.
This is asking the city
I
manager
don't
to
know.
look at
Let me-
to look
let me
into the
take a
issue
minute
and
to
consider
form
a
that thought.
moratorium on new gas stations. We
That
already
should
have
be
60 gas
there should be
stations.
better
Do we
messaging around the
actually
fact
need
that
more
we
than
do
and
that.
is this a good use of land?
Like
I say no.
the amount
They're
of
ugly.
social needs,
They
the amount the
lock in
schools
gas
need,
car infrastructure.
you know?
They cause sprawl.
And
they need environmental remediation
how do you
when
get
they
that
close
away
down,
from
and
like
we
we're
already
raising
have
taxes on
about 60 of
homeowners
them.
and talk
already
about
have over
how
double
we're
the number of
literally
gas
not
stations per
investing
capita the
in our
province
services
does,
as much as we could.
And they just passed a moratorium on new ones themselves.
No, you're spot on, Bill.
I
It's
sometimes wonder if we
that
would
is-
be happy until we're able to proclaim.
that's it.
"Come to
And
Worcester,
again, I think it
Massachusetts, the
does in a
gas
weird
law
way come
between
back to what I was saying
Boston and
earlier
New
about
York."
how everything is framed in a zero
I already heard an
zero
ex-counselor on the
sum
radio
sort of
say we
game,
should,
right?
quote,
Like
let the market
it's hard to
decide.
convince
I
people
have to
that
ask, where
the
is this
small amount of money that
libertarian
you might
energy
pay
when it
extra in
comes to
taxes for public
multifamily
schools
housing?
means
Why
that
is
you
some
wouldn't be
rejoicing
paying,
restricting
whatever,
housing,
16
but
grand a
some
year to
desperate
send your
put
kid
in
to St.
paying
John's
gas
because you had
stations.
effective public
And I
schools.
just want to remind everyone that this council declared a climate emergency 5 years ago in 2019, and we've just had the hottest 2 years in recorded history. Large amounts of the state are currently on fire, and we're here still trying to build fossil fuel
Diablo mentioned
infrastructure.
before that
Continuing
about
to
Friday night.
prioritize
I do just
sprawl
want to mention
and fossil fuel
Hot Dog
infrastructure
on Friday.
over the walkable, mixed-use,
Doug Gerton was on the show,
multifamily
but he
neighborhoods
was
we
late to get
need
there.
is
So before he
climate
showed up, I
denial.
told everybody that he voted for Trump.
In
And then he walked in
summary,
and the
please
entire
allow
crowd booed him.
the market to build multifamily
And he didn't know
housing
why.
and not
That's
gas
awesome.
stations.
It was really fun.
Thank you.
Wow.
Idella Hazard, the city of Worcester.
This is a city council fit.
That's a
Any
great
other gas
hat.
stations that get permits should have to have hookups for the electric vehicles.
Wait, is this
And I
vocal
also
effect
think
working on the
that
stream? Do you guys hear a
Any
vocal
gas
effect?
stations
No.
that have had permits
What's it
over
supposed
a
to sound
certain
like?
amount of time should also
Tremolo
have
and
to get
reverb?
hookups for electric vehicles.
Sounds a little
If the
different, but
city's
not
gonna
definitely
go
not
green,
those.
Then
No.
we have to
Okay,
have
never mind.
laws to enforce that.
Nobody on
Because
Twitch
it's
can
not gonna
see what
happen
is
by
going on in the
itself.
YouTube comments,
We
but
have to
there's
make
some
it
really
happen.
stuff
good.
happening.
Thank you. Name, see, address. And,
Yes, this
item
is in
number.
regards to Order 11H. My name is Bob Asnet. I'm a resident of Grafton. Our request is in regards to creating a new monument or adding to an existing monument
Thanks for coming. We
World War
appreciate it.
II Worcester veterans who died
Had
while
some great shows
serving
this
their
weekend.
country, but are not recognized anywhere in the city because they died non-battle. This is now the third time I've appeared in front of the city council on this matter. The first time I spoke was 2 years ago, November 22nd, 2022, and it was referred to the Veterans Memorials, Parks, and Recreation Committee. I spoke to that committee on January 24, 2023. They requested that Alice Arriaga, the Director of Veterans at that time, provide the City Council with a report concerning the creation of this memorial. I called the Veterans Office many times over the course of the next several months to get an update on the progress of this report, but I did not receive any return calls. Finally, I was told that Alex was no longer the director and there would be a new director in the near future. We were finally able to meet with Dr. Robinson, and he referred everything back to the City Council. On February 13th, 2024, I spoke by Zoom to the City Council, which again referred the item back to the Veteran Services. Over the past 9 months, there have been many meetings of the Veterans, Memorials, Parks, and Recreation Committee. I was not called to speak to the committee, and according to the agendas of this subcommittee this year, I do not feel there was ever an item directed to the creation of this memorial. So here I am again speaking to the City Council after 2 years since this proposal was first introduced. We continue to go in circles without any progress. At all levels, this item has passed unanimously every time. The issue is that there are 265 soldiers who died non-battle in World War II and are not recognized anywhere in the city. As I've mentioned previously, there is a monument at the Memorial Grove at Green Hill Park that recognizes 379 deceased veterans from Worcester who died in World War I. This memorial does not distinguish how they died serving their country. It took my wife and I 7 years until we were finally able to have a monument for my uncle Bernard Basnet on Grafton Street in Worcester. He died non-battle in World War II, just like the other 264 brave soldiers. In honoring all veterans yesterday, we cannot forget these soldiers from Worcester who served and died for their country. My wife and I will continue to support this deserved memorial for these 265 soldiers. I urge the City Council and the Veterans Services to find a way to create a new monument or to add their names to an existing monument somewhere in Worcester. It's the least we can do to respect their memory.
Thank you.
And finally, I want to personally thank Councilman Bergman for his support on this proposal during the last 2 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Use your name, say your residence, and item number.
Mayor, Councilors, Phyllis Pollock, District 5, Worcester. I'm a 40-year resident of Worcester, and I am here to support the Urban Forestry Master Plan, which is under consideration. This plan is comprehensive and addresses the city's canopy, heat islands, environmental justice issues, and climate change, not to mention its benefits for mental and physical health. This document has been fine-tuned over the last year and a half with public input, and I urge you to offer it your serious consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just noticed Brendan's avatar.
Hi, good evening. My name is John Maslibiak.
That's so sick.
So I'm here to speak
Oh, I still
later
have
about
Brendan, I still have your
the
magnets.
parking ban on Dominion Road, but I've been
I should just
hearing
put
a lot
those on the
about
merch store.
environment tonight. I'm a little concerned about how much fertilizer is being used on golf courses.
That's
Okay,
not on the
here we
agenda.
go.
Other places,
That's not on the
because
agenda. That's not on the agenda. Speak of something
but
that's on
this
the
is the
agenda.
environment we're talking
No, no.
about, and already a
Stay- can you
third
stay
of the
with
bird
something on the agenda,
population has
please?
been wiped out. I think it's a major issue. I think all the fertilizer is going into our rivers, waters, and lakes. And
What item number are you
I think we
speaking?
got to do something about
Look
it.
like Bob
Thank you.
Balaban. Listen.
Is your name,
Yeah,
see your
love
residence
that,
and
but
item number?
I do
My
love the
name's
idea of a
Deborah
guy
Tao.
just
I'm
getting real
a
hot
Worcester
about
resident.
something and be
I'm
like,
here
I'm
to
going
talk
down there to
about
talk
item
tonight.
8S,
I'm going to
which
tell them
is
what's
a
up, that
request
the environment's
that
bad.
Evan Corrigan, who's over
Like-
there, made to get a flashing crosswalk indicator at Burncoat Street and Arbutus Road.
I mean, he's right, though.
My
is the
daughter
thing.
crosses
I
that street every day
completely,
with the bus.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
About
I don't,
3 out of
dude,
4
we
cars don't
don't,
stop
like, all natural,
at the
baby.
crosswalk. And I think if maybe they don't see, we give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe the button where it flashes will help. So I would like that to be installed.
Okay,
And I
thank-
think that with the paving of Burncoat Street, that all of the crosswalks should have those flashing indicators along Burncoat Street without the need to put a petition in front of the city council.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're going to make Danielle Primus a mod
What's your name,
on
see your residence and item
in the
number?
chat.
Andy Serrato, 1 Salisbury Hill Boulevard, Worcester.
It's
I'm
their
here to
constitutional
speak
right
in
to build a
favor of
kingdom that
18
does
and
not yet
18U.
have a king or queen.
You
know
I'm
what?
writing all this
I-
stuff down about to turn it into a book.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Start
I
notifying
agree.
businesses when there's going to be construction work being done in their area. Over the years, different businesses I spoke to would come to work, find some construction work going in front of their business and basically put them out of business for the day. There should be a better.
What do you think this guy's
notification for
favorite
that.
Italian sub
I
in
had
the
a
city is?
situation with my business where
You know what?
I think
Go
he's
ahead.
going.
vehicles
He's going to
parked across the
Napoli's.
street
You know,
from my
he's
shop.
making the extra
No
drive. for
parking on that
quality.
side of the
He's going
street.
outside the city.
To reach out to the
Yeah, he's definitely not a
company,
Palmas guy.
told that
No, he's
the
not a
city said
Palmas guy.
parking
He's not
would be
cool
kept.
enough to be a Palmas
Not
guy.
cool enough to be a Palmas guy. He doesn't like going down there. You know,
Yeah.
Rice Square.
The other
You gotta
part
stay
of it
away.
is the ombudsman.
I bet he likes Steve's Pizza. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, he could. He could have. He could have normie taste. It's fine.
Or just straight up Ciao Bella.
To relay any issues that might be had
Yeah.
for small businesses. Would
Ciao
like to see
Bella-
that position
I
replaced
don't
as
know.
well. Thank you.
I don't know. I'm not a Ciao Bella guy. I don't like it.
It used to be. I used to be a Ciao Bella guy.
Online.
Napoli's though. That's real. That's
We're
real
doing
food.
petitions at the end.
We're talking
so
real
If
subs.
you speak now, you can't speak on your petition.
Can I speak for 30 seconds now on someone else's petition?
No, you can speak at that time.
When should I make the public comment regarding someone else's petition?
You can speak.
No.
When you speak on your petitions,
Okay,
you
so
can.
then can I use all 3 minutes now?
No, you can do that at the petitions. We're gonna name you. Okay. I just announced that earlier. but- Okay.
So if I want to speak on someone else's petition, there is
You
not.
can speak. You're allowed to speak one time during the meeting, so you can speak on your at that time when your petitions come up.
Okay.
Okay.
I have no. I have no
Hello,
doubt in
good
my
evening.
mind
My name is
that Joe
Natalie
Petty
Turner.
does not know
I
whether or
am
not that's
a
actually
City of
what
Worcester
he's supposed to say.
resident, and I am.
It doesn't
speaking
matter.
on
If
item
you just say
8X,
it confidently.
which is lighting in the
As we
dog
saw
park and
at the
Beaver
last
Brook
city
Park.
council meeting.
It definitely is a dark place now, and it's not even 7 o'clock at night, and there is no lighting within the dog park. I'm also speaking on 11A in the land usage and limiting gas stations. I'd like to make this public comment known that the first gas station that was voted down by the ZBA was from my efforts, not from Councillor Tel Hajie's efforts. This is something that is near and dear to my heart. I live 100 feet from where they wanted to put in a gas station and keep a liquor store open. In the 60 gas stations that are here throughout the city, there is no gas station with a liquor store in it. There is also a nightclub across the street. The pieces of property that would have been used would have not taken care of both sets of brownfields that are over there that encompass that entire lot. That entire lot is 2 separate parcels. 11A would do justice to limit the amount of gas stations within the city of Worcester, because gas stations are limited to certain zoning districts, which are mostly along Park Avenue and out by the Greenwood Street area.
She's on the right side as far as I'm concerned. So if she wants to keep on believing that, good for her.
Lower to middle income people who are also BIPOC as well.
Okay, so
holy shit, they're actually watching.
Yeah, I really thought Danielle was AI for the entire time so far.
I do not think that this city should allow any more gas stations, as
Adela's
we do
hat
have 60
is so
already that take care of the
cool.
needs of
It's a great hat.
residents currently and our visitors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Mayor, the first speaker can
My audio is still too quiet.
Try
I
to
just
mute the
saw
resident now.
Oh, you sound all right.
All right. Yeah.
Even better now.
Chuck, and I'm a
Yeah.
resident of Worcester, and
Yeah.
I'm calling in about agenda item 9.7 DPW
I'm really upset I can't get
attachment D
my lab steel
of the
to
Urban Forest Master Plan.
Are you using? Is it going both going through your interface?
Yeah, so it should work.
City,
That's so weird. Is there a limit? No, that shouldn't affect it because it was working before.
Yeah, it's a key
strange.
tool for us to fight and mitigate the effects of climate change that are occurring in our world. And
Danielle, I
this
hope you look at the
plan
fanciest
has
things.
a map, a pathway to correct the inequities.
Brian, I was cracking up about
experienced
that.
by certain underserved neighborhoods
That meme you
in our
sent of the
community
guy in the
in
MAGA
terms of
hat and
getting
the have heart,
expanding
and the have heart shirt. So sick.
I thank
Your friends,
you all
they
for,
say
helping to make
Boston's
this-
beautiful, but
make
they
Worcester,
didn't
a-
live
a
here,
model
folks.
for,
And frankly, they didn't
environmental
die
responsibility.
here
Thank you.
in the Hyde Park.
Thank you.
My next speaker is Evelyn Hurwitz.
Such a huge bummer for those guys.
Good evening. My name is Evelyn Hurwitz. I'm a District 1 resident, and I'm speaking to agenda item 9.7D
Hell yeah.
regarding the new Urban Forest Master Plan. I want to thank and congratulate the Department of Public Works, Davie Resource Group, the Urban Forestry Tree Commission, and all the members of the public.
Yeah, there
who
was a
commented and
meme
contributed to this
going around
significant document, which is a
of
first
a
for the
guy
city of Worcester. Much thought
at a
and
Trump,
public
some sort of
discussion
Trump
has
event,
gone
wearing a
into
MAGA
the
hat
Urban
with a
Forest
have heart
Master Plan over
sweatshirt
the
on.
last couple of years,
It is
and the proactive
jarring.
goals and action steps for growing and stewarding our urban forest are essential for Worcester to meet the challenges of a warming climate. I want to express my wholehearted support for this important step forward, which also fulfills a significant goal of the Green Worcester Plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Natalie Gibson. I'm going to try to meet the resident now.
Hi, good evening. Natalie Gibson, District 5. I am speaking in favor of 11A, 11D, 11H, 18T, 18U, and 20A. And I do want to say that I wholeheartedly agree with the other members. We do not need any more gas stations, and I am quite glad we were able to prevent another one being built over on Hope Ave. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Ted Khanna. I'm going to try to meet the resident now.
Ted Connor was very active in the
Hello?
fight
Can you hear me?
to take care of the Notre
Yes,
Dame
we can.
Church.
Great. This is Ted Khanna.
And the Notre Dame Church
Worcester
is just a
resident,
hilarious
District
thing
4.
because
and I serve on the Green Worcester
Like they're not
Advisory
doing anything
Committee,
with that
although
parcel.
I'm
They're
speaking
just
for
sitting on it.
myself
They're literally trying
now
to flip
as
it. Like we
as an
demolished a
individual
church that
citizen.
was gorgeous
I
for
agree
no
with the
fucking reason.
speakers who've commended the city on the preparation
Thank
of
you,
the Urban
Chamber of
Forest
Commerce.
Master Plan. Item
Tim Murray was the
97D.
principal broker of that deal.
I just
He just wanted that thing gone.
It's progress, and we're very happy to see it. I also want to speak in favor of 11A regarding the gas stations. The city's stated goal is to wean ourselves off of fossil fuel over the next just over 20 years, which is, you know, not a lot of time to do that. And it really makes no sense to me that we would not adopt a
This
policy
dude has
to
a gnarly
prevent us
whistle.
from continuing to build what's going to be obsolete.
That's all I just keep hearing.
We have plenty of gas stations. We're going to be using them for quite a while, but there's no good reason to keep building them in a world where we're trying to get away from using fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, the last speaker can identify as Maurice Sweet. I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
Oh, thanks.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. What's your name and say your residence and item number?
Maurice Sweet, Worcester,
Oh,
Mass.
Chamber
Item
of Commerce.
11A.
You need to check your mailbox. Not that I know
As
who you
the
are.
previous
but-
people that have spoken, I totally agree. Worcester does not need any more gas stations, especially in my neighborhood or anybody else's. At the zoning board meeting.
Especially in my
one of the
neighborhood.
members
Or-
stated
But not anybody
the
else's.
Fumes that gas stations
That
cause,
rules that we got to see that, Brian.
percentage daily,
Isn't that fun?
especially with 8 pumps
As-
or 3
as,
pumps, whatever, and then
maybe
the brown
80% of the
matter
reason
that
I
is
wanted to get
caused
off
by
StreamYard.
EV pumps. We do not need any more of that going on in our city.
I don't know if we
And
saw
I've
it
been
earlier.
in
I
the
didn't
city
catch it
for
earlier, but Troubler
66 years
resubscribed. Thank you so
in
much,
the same
Troubler.
neighborhood for the same amount of time.
Resubscribing
So
through
thank you
your
for
Prime
listening, and I
account,
hope
which
we
you
can
should get
make
rid of
this
Amazon
happen.
Prime, but
Thank you.
keep it for subscribing to us.
We're going to go to
Yes.
petitions now. I prefer to go with petitions. We're going to hold item, Council Hotel Hydria is going to hold 9.32C, which is the TIF item. Council King's on 9.39A, which is the conveyance of properties. So, just let people know. Okay. We're going to do petitions. And if you're here, if I mention your name, just raise your hand. But 8A to 8B, we're going to refer to the planning board. Roll call. Council Russell?
Look at that. Thanks, Jess.
Chairman, this item 8A,
Fun. I'm
Holy Cross.
working on some
asking if
animation,
this
some
continue
custom
to
animations
roll.
for those too.
I would like to file that.
8A, he said?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we just hold it?
8A,
Okay.
8A. Thank you.
On 8A?
Oh, that's the Holy Cross order. That one's kind of
So
interesting.
we-
I don't
we
know
didn't
what
take
that
one,
parcel
right?
is.
We definitely didn't take that one.
8A? We're on 8A now.
Okay. All right. I support the motion to file.
Okay. Council Bergman, 8A?
I need to recuse myself on 8E and 8F, so, and 8G. So I'm going to step outside if that's okay.
Hey, get out.
8E, F, and what?
Stay out.
G? Okay, so motion to file 8A, roll call.
Do they always
Recuse
leave
himself,
when they
Council
recuse?
Florio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
No.
George
Council
recuses
King?
himself all the time.
Yes.
He doesn't
Councilor
leave.
Carlson?
Bergman
Council
left?
Yen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
That's really strange. I just
8B,
looked at
We're going to refer it to planning board.
the
call.
discontinuance of a use of a
Florio?
portion of Butler Street. Butler
Yes.
Street has
Council
like
Haji?
Yes.
a bunch of
King?
houses on it. It's right next to Holy
Yes.
Cross, but
Councilor Carlson? Yes. Council Nguyen?
they wanted to take
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, 8C to 8I, refer to Public Works. Roll call.
Joe, I'm not
Bergman
sure
recused
what
himself.
the
Council
there's a.
Florio?
I know there's like
Council Haji?
a short
King?
keyboard shortcut to do it,
Yes.
Councilor
but I also think you
Carlson?
can do it in the
Council Nguyen?
in the
Yes.
Council
in the
Ojeda?
text
Yes. Council Basillo.
box
Yes.
next to the emojis. There's a cheer
Toomey?
button.
Yes. And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 8J to 8W. Anybody here for those?
God, that'd be so
I'm sorry. 8J to 8.
funny and cool if
Hang on. 8W.
Elon Musk went all the way down a
Really?
K-hole and never came out.
You don't have one there.
Maybe while sitting in a hot
Hi,
tub.
good evening, Mr.
Excuse me,
Mayor.
Are you, which one are you doing?
Is this guy back?
I'm referring to
Did you have,
residential parking extension on 16.
guy's back.
22 Dominion.
Oh, so this guy
that's
can
fine.
speak
We
to
wanna
us.
move on for that. You have a petition on?
Yeah.
What number is it?
He don't fucking know. He's talking about
He
fertilizer.
doesn't have a
It's gonna be
petition
funny.
on.
He did.
He just
Hey,
said,
Dan?
yeah. Hey, what a liar.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, it's not Adon. It's I don't know what it is.
What's your name, anyways?
John Masliviak. But anyways,
Okay.
What a
John
name.
Masliviak,
What a
18
name.
Dominion Road. Major
Doxed.
passageway to UMass Medical, 3-minute walk. What we're
trying to
dealing with
rent out
here
his
is
apartment.
John Masloviak does not have a petition.
entitlement, the human condition, safety of human
This is what we were talking
beings
about
in their
earlier with like
houses.
people following the rules
UMass
and those who
medical
don't.
students
John's getting his point
are
heard
parking
tonight.
on
No
18
petition.
Dominion Road in front of the
Just fucking do your
walkways
thing.
that go right into our
John
house.
Manuglian getting a
And
lot farther than the first
down
speaker
the street,
of the
and they're walking
Palestine
right to
demonstration.
school so they can avoid
And there's no cop next to him.
paying
Right.
at the parking garage.
Just to
Now,
point that out.
If the
Yeah.
fire hydrant,
Why is
this
he
guy's not out of
letting him?
order.
I see it
Yeah.
blocked every day.
Why is he
and
letting him
there's a fire.
speak?
I mean, that could be.
Joe Petty's a fucking dud, dude.
There's no John
if someone
Manuglian
has
on
a
the
heart
fucking
attack
agenda.
At 18 Dominion Road, and it's in the wintertime, and they park in front of the walkways, how is a stretcher going to get
Am
into
I
the
fucking?
house?
Am I stupid?
What if they
Is anybody
fall
else looking at
and
the
break their
agenda?
leg?
Nah, I didn't look at the agenda.
What
Yeah,
the
we
fuck?
need an extension of residential parking. We have to stop this. It's not an issue of, yeah, I don't care if you park on the street or in front of my house. It's an issue of safety.
This guy.
And I
Hey,
think it
Gia,
has
look
to
at
be
you.
addressed. Because so many times I have walked out of my
This guy
apartment,
literally woke up today and was
gone
like,
to
"I'm
Dunkin'
making a
Donuts
difference."
in the
Thanks,
morning to
Bryan.
get a coffee, come back, and
He's
the
like,
only space
I got shit
open
to
on
talk
my
about.
street is
I've
the
never
fire
done this
hydrant.
before. I have no idea what the process is or if I'm allowed to.
I'm
I'm
making
walking
a
in
difference,
there
though.
and I'm talking about
Thank you.
fertilizer and I'm talking about entitlement. I'm talking about parking, and people will cheer me.
Look at
Yours
Oliver. He
is-
loves
yours
it.
isn't coming up the No,
No,
Which is
you
yours?
said 8, well, you went to 8W, correct? I have 3 things. I have
John
18P,
Manuglian.
I have 8S, and 8H. And I think you've already taken action on 8H, correct?
8P?
Yes, we did. Okay, go ahead then.
So, okay, and is it all right if I speak on all 3 right now?
Correct, yep.
So I guess we'll start with 8H. It's nice. Our action's already been taken. The reason why I put this forward is because, when you drive on West Mountain Street, you literally cannot see what color the lights are when it's viewed at an angle. The lights function, but not at that angle that you're approaching.
This
it.
guy, just a younger version of the guy who just
And really, I mean, it's like it could be put somewhere else if you want to
Same
save
guy on
money.
2 points of the
But at the
timeline.
end of the day, it's like if you can't see the light, you
Just
don't know if
kidding.
you're supposed to be stopping or going.
guy's like smart Jack Murray.
As for 18P, another short one, it's just asking for speed radar.
for
Fail Street is a
humor.
nice
It's for
conduit connecting
humor.
Burncoat Street to West
See,
Boylston
Jeff
Street. And the
gets it.
downhill section is easy to pick up speed. I admit to nothing, but I may or may not have a knowledge of this. And so, in the past, I've put things where speed radar
only
is still waiting for that.
I don't
but
I don't
think a
speak
simple flashing
unkindly
indicator
to
when you're
Jack
speeding would be perfect,
because
especially given
I think
that
it's
the
an
city
okay
now
thing
has
to
a
do.
lower statutory speed limit.
And I think
And
it should be.
lastly,
I don't-
8S,
I think I
this
only
is
speak
something
unkindly to
that I
Jack
put
because of
on
all the
behalf
times
of
that
my
I've had
mother,
to speak to him in person in the past.
because she
And
wanted
I
me to come
just
forward
feel
and
like
her
I have a
time's
little bit of
more valuable
entitlement to
than
pay
mine, I guess.
back.
And I was
because
willing
of
to try again for this.
everything he's put me
At
through.
Burncoat Street, it's been repaved. It's very nice that's been repaved.
It's,
but Burncoat
it's
Street
tough.
now with a nice
It's tough
asphalt
sometimes.
is,
It really is.
a great place.
It's
to
ruined some of
speed
my
for those who
shows,
like to do
and
that. And given my experience living in
appreciate that.
Germany, it was very, very different.
He doesn't realize that
People
I
actually stop
completely
for-
cut off
for
contact with
pedestrians
my
and
father
stop
over
for
that.
bikes.
So
They don't do that here. And,
I'm actually kind of being
as-
nicer to
as my
Jack
neighbor
than,
said,
than I am to
given
most
the
people that
benefit
do
of
the
the
same
doubt,
thing.
without the flashing indicator, okay, well, 4 cars passed, whatever. But with the flashing indicator, there's no excuse. There's no excuse. You're supposed to stop for the pedestrians in the crosswalk legally anyways. But by having a flashing indicator, it signals to the cars that they're supposed to be paying attention to something they're already supposed to be paying attention to. So that's really all there is I have to say on that.
Okay, thank you.
I know what lights he's talking about, and it is they're hard to like read, but Gio's right that you can tell that which one is lit up,
8J, 8W,
and
roll
also it
Council
gets
Bergman?
it's
Yes.
you
Council
should
Gloria?
slow down
Yes.
approaching
Council
it
GA?
if you don't know what
King?
light
Yes.
which
Councilmember
one is lit up.
Carlson?
So it's
Councilor Yan?
ultimately helpful in
Yes.
that you should be
Councilor
slowing
Heda?
down
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
until you can
Russell?
see it, but you can see it
Council
eventually.
Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, Brian Baker, request installation.
You guys
of
noticed
Beaverbrook Dark
that
Park
ended
on
kind
Main
of
Street
like
by
Forrest
way
Gump, though?
until the park
That he
closes.
just kind of, that's all I have to say about that, and
Yeah.
walked away.
To,
That
This
was
is-
awesome.
Memorial Parks and Rec Committee.
They were
Running to
friends.
Springfield.
Joe Petty's friends with that kid.
Council Bergman?
He like work. I don't know if
Gloria?
like
Yes.
they have like a
Councilor Gia?
family connection or
Councilor King?
something, but there's
Councilmember
like
Carlson?
they're like
Councilor
friends on
Yan?
Facebook and have
Yes.
pictures
Council
together. and
Heda?
stuff.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council
I
Russell?
think he might just be
Council
like
Toomey?
a
Yes.
young
Mayor Petty.
Democrat.
Yes.
Yes,
Kind
big
of.
time.
So we have set hearings. We have 8 wide, 8
Also,
double
speaking of
C.
Forrest Gump, I saw
Set
the movie
hearing for
here
November
today
19, 2024.
to kick off Thanksgiving.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council
And
Gia?
Yes.
I got a lot to say about this movie, and
Yes.
unfortunately, the only other people that will ever see it are the other elderly
Council
people that
Heda?
were in the screening with me.
Pasillo?
Yes.
So that's kind of a bummer. So
I
I
don't even
really
know
want
what
to.
that movie is.
It is
Brian
the new
Mahoney,
Robert
Worcestery
Zemeckis
Council
movie
recommends
starring Tom
Worcester
Hanks
City
and
Council
Robin
Termination
Wright,
Rules for City Council,
and it
Rule 11,
is
Vice Agenda
essentially
Number 2.
asking the question, what if a house was Forrest Gump? The entire
Hold
movie.
on, hold on, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Order, which came at the request of several District 5 residents, the following. What matters are no longer under the purview of the City Council? What is the appeal process for the public and city councilors relative to the city clerk and chair's ruling? And what discretion does the chair of the City Council have relative to Rule 2 and Rule 11? Thank you.
Send that to the city manager. Those in favor? I'm sorry. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Gia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Heda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
But anyway,
Council Russell?
so
Yes.
it's called
Council
Hank.
Toomey?
Yes.
And
It's
Mayor
called
Petty.
Here.
It's called Here.
Yeah, should be
Okay,
called
roll the
Hank.
petition.
Point of order.
The entire movie takes place in one shot.
Anything to do with rules,
The camera never moves for
that
the
does-
90%
I
of the
do not
movie.
believe that
Just
falls
one
under
shot,
the purview
starting in
of the
prehistoric
city
times
manager.
and
Is that not correct?
coming up through the
This is
present
either
day.
The Water Department or the Municipal Operations Committee.
Right, so it should go to municipal operations.
You can ask-
and it
Completely,
should
Gio.
go to the law department.
It's an interesting movie.
To both, though.
I'm not opposed to it going to both, but I am, just for clarification, rules of this council belong in municipal operation, not to the city manager. And the rules of
That's
this council
Kenny's got a good point.
also
Yeah.
falls under the rules.
One of the things
of the clerk.
that I think Tom Marino has brought up a couple times during recent public comments is the city council realistically should have its own.
I'm sorry, what are we
Like they shouldn't be relying on the city managers.
Right.
Correct. I would argue that they should probably have a rules committee as well too. That's something that at the start of each council session, not like each meeting, but like when you at an electoral cycle,
Council Bergman?
I mean, they should have a consensus as to what their rules for that session are going to actually be.
Council Member Carlson?
True.
For
Yeah,
strategic
that's-
reasons too, right? I mean, like there might be things from a budgetary perspective that are like one-time things that, you know, just bending the rules might actually make sense.
Mayor Petty?
Yes,
Yeah.
so send it to both. Yep. Okay, roll call.
Hi, Castle. You want to hear about a money pit?
Council Bergman?
Lawyers
to the right
we
place.
pay-
Oh, the
The
manager.
lawyers
so
we
they
pay
can
to
have a
settle
meeting.
police
Yep.
brutality lawsuits.
Okay, that was yours.
are often
I was
on like a hourly retainer. They're not
Yeah.
staffers. And we're paying them like a couple $100 an hour. They're making out great.
Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yeah, I'm working. I think I'm gonna start a new event.
Yes.
The night before Thanksgiving is gonna be Thanksgiving.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Toomey?
Yes.
And everyone will gather together and
Yes.
give thanks
Petitioner
for Tom
Marino
Hanks.
requests this is, I'm
And then
sorry,
we'll
we're
do
going to the
like
petitions
a
and
surprise
document
screening of
18C.
one Tom Hanks movie.
Petitioner Tom Marino requests the council request
Every
the
year.
manager order his administration to fully comply with the Massachusetts General Law.
Oh, Geo,
Speak of the devil.
Massachusetts
Yeah.
Public Records Law.
Geo, Cloud Atlas was gonna be the first one,
Tom Marino, City Worcester.
so I might have to
Bryan,
reshuffle
this
things.
administration
I think the only
first was appointed,
proper
this
surprise, Brian,
process
is that
of
the surprise is
delivering
it's
public
always
records
Joe
improved
versus the volcano.
1,000,000%. I don't think it's any surprise. That
I'll let you borrow
this
my
was not
copy.
the strong suit of
I think it's
the
the only
previous
DVD I still own.
This year, however, things have bogged down tremendously. I became aware of a situation.
Throw in Turner and
with a
Hooch in
city-run
there.
process. There's some privacy stuff involved, so I don't want to say too much.
Surprise,
Dragnet.
Joe versus the
Haven't
volcano.
talked to anybody individually about it. But
Every
somebody
year
had a
people
problem.
gamble and
rather
lose,
than,
and it's not gonna
League
be
of Their
Joe
Own.
versus the volcano.
Ask if
Listen, Tom Hanks has an unassailable
some data to determine if
career.
this is a-
In my
The
opinion.
career arc is one of the most insane things in the history of acting.
The balloons are
took an
great.
extremely long time, longer than
can do balloons?
it has been in the
Look,
last few
see,
years,
they
the
know
last couple
the balloons know.
So
Congratulations.
I'm not
Yep.
I know the people that I work with or deal with in the law
What?
department are absolutely
How'd you get
fantastic
balloons?
and knowledgeable and helpful. And
Oh,
years from the outside,
How did you
maybe
not
solves
get
problems.
balloons?
yeah.
Congratulations.
Whatever the problem
What
may
is
be,
happening?
I'm about to get Tim Robinson about this for real. Where's my balloons?
It's a state law.
Yay.
It's optional. So if we could fix that, that would be wonderful.
Yay.
Myself,
Oh,
guys are
speaking of
using
Tim
your
Robinson,
the public that want to get stuff about
just
their
started
government.
watching that show Detroiters.
Yeah,
Oh
dude. You
my
fucking,
God.
Yeah.
And ask
That
rather than
is the
come in and
funniest
say,
show. That's funnier than I think you should leave. That
It
show is unreal.
Thank you.
One of the great
Manager.
television shows of all time.
Sam Robinson
Bergman?
is his name, I think.
Council
Oh,
Calorio?
uh,
Council Agia?
Yes.
I'm saying
Sam-
that wrong, I think.
Sam
Councilor
Richardson.
Carlson?
Sam Richardson. Yeah,
Councilor
yeah.
Leon?
He's so
Yeah,
good
dude.
in that.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Basile?
Yep.
Council Russell?
How far into it are you?
And Mayor Petty?
I'm almost done.
Yes.
So you watched the whole first
So we are
season?
going to do
Oh, yeah.
motion. We have three
So-
items, 18D.
I don't want to give it away to anybody. Okay, there, that gives it away.
F and G.
The-
Item
that episode, the 9th episode of the first season, is legitimately the best episode of television
18E,
that's ever, in my opinion, that's ever been made.
So we'll take
Like,
open the hearings and also
just-
withdraw 18E.
Thanks. Oh, look at that. Thanks, Jess.
Roll call.
That's
Council
because
Bergman?
she loves Detroiters so much.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King? Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Yeah,
Councilor Leon?
a perfect
Yes.
show.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Just
Council
unbelievable.
Basile?
If you've
Yes.
never
Council
watched
Russell?
Detroiters,
Council Toomey?
turn
Yes.
after this, turn on Netflix and watch the
Yes, so
first few.
18
You will
and
fucking
B,
finish it.
F and G. Motions to approve. I'm saying anybody oppose those items, first of all? I'm seeing nobody opposed.
Well, I can add a
So
camp.
motions to approve. Roll call.
Oh
Council
yeah.
Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Yeah, we kind of got a new system going on.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Whoa.
Council
Oh yeah, we have a
Basile?
soundboard too now.
Council
Sorry.
Russell?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Council Toomey?
I need to. So I was gonna do goofs and spoofs on this lap seal all night.
18H to
I need to just go
18N.
get an
Is
amp
anybody
or
here for
something.
those? But if you
I was
want,
gonna go, like-
we'll approve those.
Economos here.
What's that?
Mr. Economos here, Alton.
Oh, we have somebody here?
Yeah, I think I would love that to be a running
No, I.
soundtrack to this
Oh,
show.
I'm sorry. Yes, you are. You have a couple on. I'm sorry. I
Yes.
missed that.
Just do the SpongeBob.
Farm,
Beep,
we have
beep, beep, beep.
18K.
What happened to H? Do we do H, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, right?
Okay.
Okay, hold on. I'll be right back.
T and U, yep.
Atypical, also very
Three of
good.
those.
No fart sounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ah,
Tony Economo,
bummer.
City of Worcester. 18K as it reads, I assume it would go to. the
We love it as it
department,
reads.
For the sidewalk
Not from
repair
this-
and
Not
driveway
from this
apron
too
repair.
good.
In regards to 18T and 18U, I'm going to kind of mesh it all together. As you know, it's difficult enough right now in this day and age to operate a small business.
I hate that they're fluffing this
Those
guy to
small
run again.
businesses Have everything to do with.
He's
the
got, he's
stability of our
he's running
neighborhoods,
against Jenny, right?
Stability of our Main Street corridors. They provide everything that you guys talk about on a regular
Fucking
basis on the city council. How
dressed
do we
as-
provide jobs? neighborhood stability.
Fucking Alec Baldwin from Beetlejuice.
I think the time has come to have an ombudsman, a buds person, who is a strong go-between between business and the city and the permitting process. It's hard enough. You can't come down to City Hall or to the code department, drop off a piece of paper that's been asked for, go back, and then find out that they wanted something else. Something has to take place where it's holistic. It's a one-stop. So
this is Tony
business
Economou.
can operate in this city.
Who's the guy in
regards
the
to
slick
road
hair
construction,
back? The slick back hair, because I don't think he cares
you
for
cannot
him.
afford.
That's
as a
Steve
small
Schimmel
business
from the
owner,
Jewish Federation.
You cannot afford 1 week, 1 month of road
Interesting.
work going on in front of your business. It's unrecoverable. You'll never recover those funds. And it's
Yeah,
important
pretty
for,
much got a karaoke
whether it's
machine
DPW
that has cool party lights. That's my aunt. Pretty much like I don't know, kind of like the coolest thing.
Yeah.
Better than balloons.
Yeah.
Tony Economou shows back up at city council meeting. Wonder why?
Weird.
I'd love to see that guy eat fucking shit.
Down today than just
So what's the deal? Jenny's not running for D1. He's running for D1.
These are things that are very important to the
I
small
don't know.
business community.
Is that what's
I
been
see it as an
pre-decided?
opportunity in today's marketplace.
I bet it is.
Mr.
I don't know if
Chairman,
he's going to
that
run
the city of
for one
Worcester,
or at large, but he's.
really
I
grasp
I
this
understand
and
that
run with it.
he is running.
We have way too
Yeah.
many vacant storefronts around the city, and there are way
I
too many businesses.
I heard at one point that he
who
was
just
running
want an easier
irrespective of whether or not
process
she
of
was.
doing
Like he was
business.
going to run against her if need be.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So we'll take.
I have no idea where it's
18
at.
H through N and T and U. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just had a-
We're not in public comment
I'm
anymore.
not
That was
overly familiar
petitions.
with 18.
And yeah, essentially.
Just wonder, is there a way to get this to committee or something?
We don't know,
so there could
Trebler.
be
I
a
don't
further
know.
hearing
I
on
don't
this?
know.
I'd hate to vote no. I don't
I
know.
haven't talked to her about it, so I don't know.
You know, outside of what's written
Oh,
here, I don't
yeah.
know sort of neighborhood concerns and the like. There hasn't been a public hearing on this, right? We'll go into planning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so take those collectively. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Clorio?
Yes.
Council Gia? Yes. Council King?
Yes.
Council
Damn, I gotta go get a pineapple frosty.
Yen?
Makes me want a
Council
tiki
Hader?
drink.
Yes. Council Pasillo? Council Russell?
Wow.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Brendan's got explosions going on in the sky. Wow.
He's got explosions in the sky. You got
Hump on Channing.
I got
you
my
got
party lights
SpongeBob
on.
music.
53 Channing Street.
I got the entertainment.
Mr. Chairman, a motion to file this item. This item was already put on council and sent to committee.
Has anybody heard any rumor milling about what the relationship on the council is like after their last meeting?
Council Bergman? Council
No, but I
Clorio?
bet it's bad.
Council Gia?
Yes.
Council King?
Ordering separate orders of mozzarella sticks these days?
Yeah, you just hate to see it.
Yes. Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell? Yes. Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. 18P. Roll call.
18P.
P. Installation of speed radar. This is Evan Corrigan's on Field Street.
Oh, I gotta learn the national anthem. And then convince Beck to pipe us over.
Traffic?
Traffic and parking.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Gia?
Yes.
Council King?
This is to send to traffic and parking, right? Yes.
Council Mark Carlson?
All right,
Council
I
Nguyen?
gotta look up some tablature for the national
You're on it,
anthem.
though.
Yes.
You're
Council
on it.
Russell? Yes. Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Petitioner Jennifer Yenny DeRogers requests information concerning the pickup
Yenny.
and drop-off added to the 311 website and app. We can send that this evening.
I'll get it just as in tune as the children's choir that sings at the city
Send to the
council.
manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Gia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson?
I'm not
Yeah.
looking forward to this at all.
Yes.
Nope, me
Hader?
neither.
Yes.
So
Council
story
Pasillo?
time.
Council
I
Russell?
went to Taco Bell today.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
got a disgusting amount of food. Then I came back and I watched YouTube videos on how to play the lap steel SpongeBob for about 2.5 hours while I was in the fugue state brought on by too much Taco Bell.
Hell yeah.
And
What'd you get?
Oh, the usual, dude. Crunchwrap Supreme, Nachos Belgrande, a couple crunchies. Too much. You know, just way too much. Oh my God, Dave has to
requiring any employee who does not have a basic comprehension and familiarity with the constitutional law, submit papers and other legal documents as proof. Failure to submit such authenticated documents shall make the candidate ineligible for employment of the law department.
We were at the grocery store the other day,
apologize for how wordy they are.
and we saw a new snack item. They're like essentially like those little cheese balls, but they're pickle flavored, and they call them pickle balls. And I thought about sending a case to Gary Rosen's house.
Okay, so
in
regarding
Ashland's most recent school committee preview story, there's an item on the school committee agenda that she pulled out from Fred Rushton to get the public schools to teach kids pickleball in gym class.
Respectfully,
I was like, what the fuck with this? These pickleball people are out of control.
Fucking
They've lost their minds.
I think it's over already, honestly.
Now that it's actually causing people to not be able to sell their homes because the annoying fucking sounds next door, yeah, it's pretty much done.
Regarding
You're the first person I've ever met to incorporate the Nachos Belgrande into their main order. Yeah, the Nachos Belgrande is a side.
Ensuring the
as
law
far as I'm
department is
concerned.
familiar with constitutional law. I'm obviously biased, as an assistant city solicitor is defending the Worcester Police Department for taking away my Second Amendment rights over exercising my First. But there's many other examples. Notably, at the last council where you actually allowed public comment, we heard a dozen people speak about concerns about the 14th
No, Yenny, they're doing petitions. They just read your item.
Yet the 14th Amendment was an initial concern cited to avoid doing anything about deceptive practices from crisis pregnancy centers. There's the additional problematic history with busking, panhandling, and police practices. Considering that this city has had the same attorney for longer than some sitting councilors have been alive, and the inconsistent
That's not true.
determinations-
We haven't had the same city attorney that long.
Inconsistent
honestly.
determinations over the past
Shouts
few
out
years,
to everyone who
I think it's
remembers
worth making
David
sure their
Moore.
framework
Any
on the
David
basis of
Moore
the
heads in the
Constitution.
room. That wasn't so long
14S,
ago. That was like
creating a review
2017,
process for the
2018.
law department
Mike
that
Traynor
considers
used to
lawsuits
be
against the city,
the
constituent complaints,
economic development
and many
officer
concerns
during the
raised by
time
the
of the Renaissance.
I see the Worcester Law Department as
the
True Renaissance man. You can tell by the
and given
mustache.
that there seems
Yes.
to be no oversight or enforcement to ensure that they're acting in the best interest of the constituents rather than functioning as a defense attorney for the administration, I'm petitioning to have a review process created. I believe I speak for many people when I say that we're tired of watching the city play accountability.
Bill, could you also learn to play Don't Fence Me In on that thing?
Manager and solicitor, almost never actually providing answers or accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, send that to, file this, send this to the manager. Motions to the file. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Hey, yes. David's yelling.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
No.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Moore Carlson? Yes.
David Moore,
No.
if you want
Councilor
a
Hader?
sleepy
Councilor
city
Pasillo?
official, he was like, if you think trainers back there taking naps, David Moore
Mayor Petty?
basically brought a pillow and a sleeping
Mr. Mayor,
bag.
that motion fails to file.
Mr. Chairman, send it to the manager. Send it to the manager.
Yes.
That's my motion.
Roll call.
Wait, they filed it.
No, they didn't.
It failed to file.
Point of clarification. What
George voted against filing it.
Excuse me?
What did Council Russell, as point of clarification, ask? Is
Oh,
that
he
what-
asked that we send R and S to the city manager.
He's so bummed.
We'll start the roll call over again, please.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, for clarification, the first one was 5-6, so that failed. So now we're going to move on to send it to the city manager.
Yep.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Moore Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hader?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Talk about a slide guitar, huh?
No.
Oh!
No.
So, Mr. Mayor, that passes. So both R and S go to the city manager.
Okay, we are going back to the agenda. We're going down to 7A.
Send it
that's
to the
city
city
council
manager,
meeting
where it
executive
will
session
sit on his
at the
desk
Tuesday, November 12,
until he
2014 meeting
leaves.
for the purpose of discussing deployment of security personnel devices or strategy. with
They're
respect
going
to
into
the
executive
two, as
session
the
already?
Last item of business at the regular council meeting,
Wow.
and the city council will reconvene in open session. So motions are going to executive
Oh,
session
no,
now.
no.
We'll reconvene in open session. Roll call.
What?
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
They will
Councilmember
reconvene in
Carlson?
open session.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. So meet my.
And Council Nguyen, I think I emailed you the link so you can join us on the virtual link. Thank you.
I don't remember what they said was yours.
I didn't realize.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Brian.
No,
I was going
go
to say, I
ahead.
didn't realize 2 was on remote. Have they been voting?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Bill's just gonna play guitar the whole time. Yenny, I don't know. I thought they passed it, but now I'm realizing that I'm not entirely positive.
Yep. Oh, I got it.
Wow.
Next time, I'll come prepared as soon as we mute it for when they do the Star Spangled Banner, and I'll have my effects pedals going. I'll do it all Jimi Hendrix style and shit. Be like, yeah. All right. So, not a whole lot to freaking say about that portion of the city council meeting.
No.
I thought that they already went into executive session to talk about this security stuff, but I guess I was wrong.
Yeah.
It's interesting to think about how the Palestine demonstration will impact this, because it seems like I bet a bunch of them are now going to be hooting and hollering for.
Yeah, they're all gonna get their own custom fucking riot gear under their desks.
Right. They're gonna build a mini Iron Dome in the city council chambers.
Is security stuff one of the 10 reasons they can go into executive session?
I mean, I assume so, but you don't see that invoked very often. And like all of this could probably be an email, you know.
Yeah.
Or they could just break open meeting law and just talk about it when they meet up with the city manager, like how they do, right?
Right.
Instead of wasting our time pretending like, you know, they actually abide by the rules.
Yenny, what do you mean when you say that? Just as far as abuse that they're taking? I'm not, obviously wouldn't be surprised.
The city council has been getting lit up by like national Zionist groups with like tons of like form emails that people are sending in.
Oh yeah.
And they're pretty much all directed at to Intel. So
cool. Sick.
Yeah.
I can't.
No, go ahead.
No. Please, I thought we were done. I didn't want to. I don't want to interrupt that thought because I didn't hear any of this, Bill.
Yeah, the city council staff person put out an email being like, please ignore all of this. They're getting absolutely bombarded with that kind of stuff. And I don't know if that's still going on right now, but yeah. And then there's the Red Metro stuff, which is crazy.
Sorry, Bill, can you turn your audio back on?
Oh, I'm in. What's
yeah?
there's
No,
two of me.
sorry. There's 2 instances of you coming up. So one has audio and one had video, but your video keeps freezing. So
My video keeps freezing? Oh my god.
yeah.
We got a lot of kinks to work out here.
You know, it's just, does it feel like technology is just working like way worse in the last like 8 months?
Yeah, I mean the internet has basically failed to live up to all of its promises.
Well, there's certainly, yeah. We should turn off the internet for sure.
Remember when it was gonna like lead to like a second Great Enlightenment?
Right.
And it did the exact opposite.
It didn't do that.
It is,
what is the opposite of enlightenment? Delightenment?
Devolution.
Yeah,
that's a very good word.
Devolution, baby.
Devolution is a very good word for America in general, but especially since probably 2016, we've been devolving. And we're doing an amazing job of it.
Yeah.
Matt Christman tweeted, "This is the dumbest day in American history," a record only beaten by the subsequent day. I think he tweeted that in 2020 or 2021, and it hasn't disappointed. Every day has just gotten dumber and dumber.
Yeah. It's an awful time.
Yep. So Jose Rivera is running again in B5, so that's great. I'm sure that'll be a little Trumpy. I'm sure that he'll be feeling like Trump frisky, you know. Now that Trump won, he'll probably be, because his Facebook post after the Puerto Rico joke, which feels like, I don't know, 3 months ago now, was very much like he wanted to say that he voted for Trump so bad, but just didn't. But I think he'll be copping to that now, because it's all been normalized.
Right.
You don't really hear people use that word much anymore, huh? Normalized.
Normalization. Well, normalization has been normalized. So
we've normalized normalization.
Yeah.
So.
Country of normies.
Normception.
Yeah. Well, not if you talk to Seth Moulton. Boy, is that guy having a week.
God, that guy, what a he shot his shot, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's trying to switch to GOP. I don't get it, but
failed miserably. Really probably helped the conversation shift back the other way.
Yeah,
being like, wait, no, that's not the fucking problem, you asshole. Like,
yeah.
It
was a moment when like everyone left of just wearing a MAGA hat was like looking for someone attainable to dunk on.
Right.
And Seth Moulton just stepped up and he was like, "Hey, I'm your local dipshit, and I just said something shitty, so you can dunk on me." And wow, what a week.
I mean, it's one of those. It's one of those mistakes of like calculation where when you're barely popular, you know, you're borderline unpopular, and you think like, oh, I will take a shot and become popular, and didn't realize that taking the shot when you're unpopular in that way is just going to tip people over. It's Kamala Harris essentially.
Yeah. Yep.
Very fucking dorky.
It's just crazy to see how hard, like, the Democrats didn't just eat shit. They ate shit on like a world historic, like, will go down as one of the biggest shit eatings in United States history. And they did it. They ate so much shit because they tried to be the diet version of the opposition party. And now every single, like, it's not just Seth Moulton, it's Ron Mariano in the House. It's like Democrats all over the country. It's seemingly, especially in Massachusetts, are like, you know what we need to do now? We need to track further to the right. We need to become the even more diet version.
Right, and they were looking for excuses to do that.
beforehand. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think not openly, but I think a guy like a Seth Moulton wishes he could run as a Republican.
Right.
But is like, obviously a striving and lives in Massachusetts, so figures that his best option is to run as a moderate Democrat, and was hoping for the chance to push further to the right on this one.
The reason why we lost is because I have to put my pronouns in my email signature. It's crazy. Yeah.
I mean, we have one net right now.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes. And when you are a Democrat and act like a Republican, you are not going to get Republicans, and you're not going to win back Democrat. Like, you're not, you can't you can't move right. You have to that's what there was a lot of consternation in 2009 and 2010, culminating obviously in 2010 about the Tea Party, which eventually morphed into the MAGA movement, and how they fit in with normal, quote unquote normal Republicans, and a lot of establishment Republicans having this concern, this is not my party and we're going to fight for our party back and blah, 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 all that stuff. But when it comes down to it, people are going to vote for the team before they switch sides based on a slight ideological difference. Even if they're even if in logical terms and in actual terms they're closer ideologically to a Democrat, the shift of jumping parties is so much more than the shift of voting further to the right edge of your own party.
Yeah.
And I think that it's just a massive miscalculation over and over and over again by state and federal level Democrats that think that if they appeal to normie Republicans, then they can take back the common sense middle ground. And I don't think that exists, because and again, I don't think Democrats are much better. I think that if you offered a slightly more the quote unquote insane version of a Democrat is, I think that you could make an argument that they could win over moderate Democrats easier than a moderate Republican could.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
We've never tested it. It's impossible. Yeah, I mean,
if they run Eric Adams for president and he wins, then we have our formula. We have our formula to make sure that politics is just completely divorced from
right.
Politics capital P is just completely divorced from politics lowercase, and it's just a spectacle that will go on for the rest of our lives. We'll just keep getting the most psychotic media personality possible to be the next leader of the free world, until the leader of the free world isn't free anymore. I think that's kind of where we're going. I mean, you can make the case it was never free, but won't be for very long. So it's great. It's all good. It's definitely all good. And I think that we're definitely going to have to contend with a rightward drift in city politics too. That we're going to have to organize pretty heavily against, because I just have a feeling that the townies are going to be whipped up. They're going to be hooting and hollering.
Yep.
And they're going to try to exact. And you know who's there to absorb all of that energy? Just perfect for this moment, Maureen Bonanda. And that sucks. So if she was thinking before the election of Trump that she would have a hard time beating Joe, I think she's probably thinking now that she'd have a very easy time beating Joe. So
Right, and she was wrong before. She thought she had a hard time beating Joe.
yeah, she got more votes than him running for school committee.
Right.
Like where you don't even need that much votes to win. So I don't know. I haven't heard any updates on the no, Marine Benenda. What? Read up on A16Z. Founders Fund, American Diners. Okay. I don't know what any of those things are, so
You just made
I
him
will
up.
read up on them.
Just sent you on a wild goose chase. Yeah, I would love it. I will love it. I'm hoping that there's a way to annoy and bully people out of the race as opposed to trying to beat them in a straight up electoral match, because yeah, so many people that they're like Maureen Benenda is going to obviously like catch all of the right wing votes. All of the people that would rather, public schools not exist at all will vote for her, irrespective of whether or not
Yeah, right.
what she really feels about, all that shit.
So what you're saying, Bryan, is Iran, if you're listening and have a dossier on Maureen Benenda, don't send it to Ken Klippenstein. Send it to us. We know what to do with it.
Anyone that's ever been to South High and wants to just talk about their experiences, please, by all means, send an email, send a message, send a DM. Let's hear it, because I think our job at least is going to be to muddy the waters. What we said before, we need to figure out a way as a side, we need to figure out a way to garner 1,000 more votes in the city of
It's
Worcester.
basically going to be 1,000 more votes.
So then it comes down to where do those come from? Where do you organize? Who do you get out? Who's not? Who isn't voting that could and would? And then how do you convince them?
my personal thinking is that 1,500 people signed the ceasefire resolution petition and saw the old guard of the city council tell them to go fuck themselves. And you have to imagine that not every person that signed that petition is like an active municipal voter, because most people aren't active municipal voters, because you kind of have to be like either a crank or a weirdo to pay attention to it in the first place, which is the big problem, is in messaging and like what is like presenting a cogent case for giving a shit that people who aren't already giving a shit like hear and then start giving a shit. I have been trying to do that for 4 years. I have not gotten there. You know what I mean? Like I'm doing all right, hard. But I have not found the thing that that like gets people to give a shit. But like Palestine could be that thing, because like if you're, I don't know how to say this, and that's the problem. Like it's outside of like a normal Democrat issue, and because like U.S. foreign policy is a bipartisan consensus that like, it's not really nice what we do, but we don't like to talk about it, and we don't really consider that politics. That's just like something that happens in the background. Like the Predator drones hum all around the world. We have military bases all around the world. That happens in the background. That's not politics. That's just, that's the reason why everything's terrible back home in the seat of the empire, but that's not politics. And the movement against what the U.S. is enabling in Gaza is breaking through that sort of like like that sort of like glass protective case around the actual imperial heart of America in a way that is like awakening a lot of people, and like just like young people seeing the way that their colleges are clamping down on their speech in unprecedented ways. If they dare to speak about anything going on in Palestine, like they'll literally get expelled, right? Because every university wants to avoid becoming the next Columbia, so they're just kicking these people out. So, I mean, like, there's a lot of people that care about that one issue that like haven't given a shit before about anything else.
Right. Or haven't seen an avenue for them to.
Exactly. That's what I mean. Not in a dismissive way. They haven't given a shit. It's like they haven't like seen a reason to become invested, because like that is legitimately a hard case to make as to why your participation in this thing matters, because it like, and it doesn't right now. It could, but it like really doesn't right now. So that's a tough pitch. Like it did at one point in history, and it could again, but like right now it doesn't really matter. Like we got to change a bunch of shit for this thing to be even a little bit participatory again. So I don't know. Maybe that's one avenue, but it would require it would need a leader. It would need like somebody running on it, I think. So
Right, and that's the only like obviously, everybody should go down to Rob Bellata's event tomorrow and support him. I think that Rob is obviously the exact type of person that we would want on city council for many different reasons. Even if he didn't even if I didn't find his politics so appealing, just him as a person and as like his his demeanor and everything, I think is the type of person, the type of thinker and actor that Worcester needs. He's a sincere person. He's cares enough to take action. He's like, activist is often a dirty word, but he does take action on things that he cares about. And, I wouldn't demand of anybody to be like out in front of anything, but at least as far as he's already declared for the race and he's already having a campaign event tomorrow, I think everyone should throw their support behind him wholeheartedly. Anything we can do to flip that seat from Candy Carlson to fucking Rob Bellata, I think is a gigantic win.
Yeah.
And look what they had to do to beat him last time. I think.
I was going to pull that up. I think that it would be a cool thing to look at right now is the 2023 election results.
To say nothing of now, like the fact that she is the entrenched Democratic establishment in, the city, maybe is an opening to talk about like she's the exact type of person that gets us in this position that we're in on a larger level, because she has say in the Democratic Party.
Right. Exactly.
Locally, and the failings of that are something to be spoken of.
Okay.
I don't think there's a chance that she would run for at large. Do you guys?
I don't know. I don't want to share my entire screen.
All right, 10th, not bad.
Bill, the only thing I would say with what you just put out there, I don't disagree with any of it, other than you have to figure out a way to tie it into the pothole at the end of an angry guy's driveway. Because ultimately, even when it comes to voting for president, that's what people are thinking about.
Yeah, that's
we
true.
We have the luxury of being selfish to an extreme in the United States, and that's how we vote.
Yeah, what's the appeal to somebody who's not going to be convinced to like give a shit about other people, but it still like fits? Because like I totally understand the appeal of like I'm gonna support the police. I want them to be as like fucking nasty and cruel as possible. That makes sense, because then you get to call the police and have them like take care of something.
Right.
What is the opposite of that? What's the selfish buy in? That's a good question, Brendan. I really can't think of it right now.
I don't know, because the wild one to me is because on a local level, on a national level, right? Like the thing that you see that always strikes me as odd is polling shows that even people that support Trump support him because he talks to them on middle class economic issues, and they're willing to ignore the idea that he's a billionaire and doesn't have anything in common with them at all.
Right.
But he speaks directly to them on their economic future. Whereas on a local level, when the chamber comes out and says this is going to hurt business, like we have our tax classification hearings or whatever, somehow we're able to convince local residents to not look out for their own best interests and instead support the best interests of businesses when it comes to taxation. Right. So there is a disconnect there between the local level and the federal level when it comes to how we view the actual bottom line of a spreadsheet. So yeah, I don't really know what the easy answer to that one is. I think at the end of the day, the average person, again, regardless of political persuasion, is concerned about what's in their pocket and how many people are currently have their hands in their pocket for non-horny reasons trying to take things out. And that's pretty fucking universal. I think it's just, going back to the start of the show, I think everyone did a pretty good list, both us and in the comments, of talking about like even successes from the Biden administration. But like even if you want to look at like the infrastructure bill as like a wild success, there's a good chance most like the three of us won't be alive when those dollars are finally done being spent in the terms of like bridge and road repair, just because of how long that process is. So it's not an easy thing to convince people of. But like that stipend that we got during COVID, which like, the grand scheme of things wasn't even real money, but to the average person was like the difference between eating this week and not, or being able to pay rent. Universally, like everybody loved that.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the thing that, we allow the cranks to say, like, even on a local or state level, things like, a small UBI stipend or something. It's so silly. Like, it's just wasteful, whatever. Wildly supportive. It's like the cranks are the only ones who don't like it. And I think weaving between that, between the differences in the way people view spending in the abstract on a federal level, because there's so many zeros involved, like nobody can really claim to understand it, to like the local level when you're looking at a budget and it's really just like what Mega Millions is worth right now. It's something that the average person can kind of wrap their head around, at least somewhat.
Yeah. 180.
No, Danielle.
No, 200,000. Hold on.
Danielle, we appreciate your comments. We didn't disappear them.
We would never disappear comments.
Yeah.
Child tax credit was incredibly popular, Gamer. And to their credit, I'm convinced that JD Vance is he's probably one of the most evil people alive. And I'm also fully convinced that Donald Trump is the useful idiot to the future JD Vance, Mike Johnson program. But the way that he framed reinstating the child tax credit, but in the form of a family care tax credit, but that isn't going to go to paying for early childhood ed or daycare. It's really going to reimburse in the form of tax credits, like stay-at-home moms, and reinforce the whole trad wife movement and whatnot. Yeah. It was really creatively done, because I think if you were just a casual viewer, you're like, oh, this guy is going to put more money in my pocket, or at least not take as much out, so I can have more money to take care of my kids. Time will tell what the actual hook is, and whether it is going to be just like a trad wife movement, or if it's going to be paying for out-of-home childcare. But it's they credit where due, respect the grift. Like, the messaging was fucking fantastic, and I think it did win them a lot of votes.
Yeah, and again, I think that comes down to, that plays into the idea that it's less about it's obviously more about messaging than about the actuality of the policy.
Yes.
And that's not a smart thing to say. That's very fucking obviously like on its face obvious. But I also think that a lot of times for either because they don't care or because they're just like blowing it, like Democrats get fucking dunked on when it comes to stuff like that. Like they don't care to they don't seem to care as much to nail the messaging part of it.
Right.
You know, they want to play games and argue about, you know, amongst themselves, not with us. We're never included as part of this, but you know, the pod safe guys, you know, those types.
I'm not a Democrat.
I just mean like their voters. It's more of like, you know, some argument that takes place on like between like a number of like pundits on news networks and gets decided completely out of our hands that they need to sell things in a certain way and not just
right
actually trying to appeal to people. I mean, again, like it always comes back to the way that the people that Bernie Sanders was attracting, the coalition that he was building, and the way that they politicked him out of a win.
Yeah.
Where it's like it's possible to do that in a primary. It is very possible to kneecap somebody like that and be like, well, Hillary won, so what are you going to do? More people wanted Hillary, but like it's so
obvious. Come on.
And it's so clear that like
they'd rather lose than hurt their donors.
You're making a choice to yes, exactly. So I don't
that one, Bill, I think is I don't know if you listened to the long form interview that they the New York Times did with Nancy Pelosi over the weekend. It's arguably the most grating interview I've ever heard with a politician, but that is basically what it comes down to is nothing changed in Nancy Pelosi's life. She just won her 20th consecutive term in Congress. It's and her husband's portfolio is not going to be impacted by this at all. If anything, it probably just skyrocketed.
Right.
So from a totally selfish perspective, Nancy's doing great, and
she's doing so good.
Voters be damned.
And you could do a lot worse than to just copy her stock portfolio because she's insider trading every goddamn day of her life.
Yeah.
And making bank off of it.
Yep.
So, I mean, in purely cynical sense, that's the person to follow on that stuff.
Oh, totally. I mean, her actual portfolio or her movements, like there's a delay because of the timeline when they have to be reported, but there's a Twitter account website called Unusual Whales that just tracks like notable people in their portfolios. Hers is one of the ones that like they sell for early access. It's incredible how many people do just mirror her trades based on when they're made public.
Yeah,
or her husband's. I'm sorry.
It's just an admission of like the complete corruption of the Washington establishment and the Democratic Party. They're like that's what they're in it for. That's why they're there. That's not like
right.
They don't have a positive message because they don't fucking give a shit about you.
This is where I will agree with anybody that wants to do both sides are the same. Like you do have to be a fucking psychopath to want to be there in the first place.
Totally.
And I think one of the things that highlights that is what Bryan said earlier about like likability and whatnot, which is a challenge. But like I was gonna say, like Bryan, you know that in particular, and probably in a more meaningful way, just from the entertainment side of things, right? Like being likable is fucking hard. Being likable to a large group of people for a long period of time is really fucking hard. The only people that are good at it are fucking psychopaths.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's not and again, like you know, like people need to understand that they need to change their relationship with like the idea of politicians in general to get to a more useful place with it, because they're not like even the people we love the most. Like I think that we would all agree that the person that we probably like have the most personal like affinity for is probably a Bernie Sanders. Like he's still just a fucking guy on TV that
wearing mittens.
Is like thinks about optics and thinks about takes political stances as opposed to moral stances in at least some of the time. Every single one of these people, AOC is another example of somebody that people love as compared to other politicians. It's like she's a politician, and by definition she is striving for something, and part of that includes being liked and being playing the game and doing all the fucking bullshit. But that's just the nature of it to an extent, but it's more on us than on them in the regard of you need to distance yourself from caring about them as people and caring about them as somebody that you follow their career, like they're fucking Drew Bledsoe on my shirt or something. They cannot matter to you, and I do think that that's an advantage that Trump has, where I can imagine a world in which the majority of his voters fucking hate his guts as a person. And I think a lot of them will either say that if they, maybe they don't mean it, but they'll say it at the very least.
Yeah.
And still will enthusiastically vote for him because, again, for whatever else he's bad at and all that, he gets the game. He gets that part of the game where it's how to sell yourself, how to attract the attention that you want. Doesn't have to be good attention, doesn't have to be bad attention, but the kind of attention that you want.
Right.
And they're all good at it to an extent. It's just that some of them are better, and some of them are and a lot of voters are not smart about it. A lot of voters want to anybody that has a fucking in the 60s people had pictures of John F. Kennedy in their living room. If I ever saw anybody with a picture of a fucking politician in their living room these days, I can understand in 2008 having an Obama picture for certain citizens of the United States for very good reasons, but after that, in these days, it's that's psycho behavior. They don't give a shit. They
I think it's fair to look at politicians as the original parasocial relationship for Americans. And I think that is an important thing to keep in mind too, especially when you're talking about someone like Donald Trump, who's point of origin, it's for most people, at least most I don't want to say most people because he's got plenty of young support, but for most middle-aged or older people, it's either going to be his first book, Art of the Deal, and just the way he was a New York socialite sort of character, and then obviously for the TV show. But it is a legit parasocial relationship, and that is something that I think everybody could be well served by really thinking about. I'm sure if I started making R. Kelly jokes now, there's at least one person in the comments who's going to get really fucking angry, right? They might not do it out loud, but somebody's getting angry at the R. Kelly jokes. Somebody's still waiting for the truth to come out on fucking Diddy, right? We are a really funny species when it comes to who we create imaginary relationships with in our heads and why. That's a tough thing to break.
Right. And for people saying talking about obviously when we're talking about local politics, it's slightly different because you actually know these people. I don't think this conversation is meant to be you need to cut your personal ties with Attell in two.
Oh no.
That's not what we're talking about. But again, even in that context, as much as we them personally and all that, you need to separate the politics part of it to some extent too, because there comes a point at which it's different. It's just important to keep all this stuff in your head as we're going through all this stuff. Even when you get to Jim McGovern is arguably accessible to most people here. You can speak to him. You've probably talked to him on having a personal conversation with him. The guy ain't running your circle. The guy has like different goals than you do, and you got to keep that in mind when you're talking about any of this stuff. And I think that it's a mistake to not take that into account. Like, fuck Joe Biden. Even if he was the guy that you like lovingly voted for, like,
yeah,
even
no.
if he's your fucking guy, you shouldn't have that. They should be.
You should be able to know when to put it to bed, which is just as important. I mean,
they should you should support them as far as they're useful to you, and you should be able to walk away from them when they either lose that usefulness or prove that they're not like moving the same direction as you.
And I think that's where it gets really important in the context of politics, is people's ability or inability to compartmentalize how complex individuals actually are, right? Like, I will have as much fun as anybody continuing to make fun of Elon Musk. The reality is that as somebody who actually used to go, like, beg my parents to take me on vacations to Cape Canaveral so I could watch fucking space shuttle launches, he's still the only guy that's going to let me die on Mars. And, like, I need him around for that, right? So, like, I agree with you on all the fucking nonsense, fucking efficiency of government bullshit. He's a moron and shouldn't be allowed anywhere near Washington, D.C. I need him to build fucking rockets. There is nobody else that's building fucking giant tweezers that can grab a fucking rocket out of the air. And, like, I'll be happy to argue with anybody here that, like, that's the future of humanity. So, yeah, I need somebody focused on that right now.
But, I mean, you can also have the argument that, like, him and people like him are the reason why that's no longer a government program building those rockets. Like, that they're
no, it wasn't. This is actually, as a NASA nerd, like, no, I mean, probably the most poorly run government agency in the history of government agencies. It's, large cities have a bigger budget than NASA does too. And it was also partly because it was, especially during times of war and economic strife, it was like the federal government's public school program. Like, it just was the first thing to get cut. But it's neither here nor there. It's like NASA wasn't charting this. That was. But my point was just going to be compartmentalization, Brian, I think is important. Like, when you guys earlier were talking about Seth Moulton, don't disagree. Stupid shit to stay out loud. Also important, if you're interested in Democratic politics, to take note of his voting record, which is on the exact right side of every vote that has come up in front of the House during his time in Congress for GLTB issues, specifically around trans issues. So it's like, can somebody have a complex issue and still do the right thing? Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think that's something people need to take in mind. Like, we have Stephen, what's his name? Lynch out in Boston, right? Like, not anti-abortion dude, votes party line when necessary, but he's allowed to go back to Dorchester and say the things that are necessary to keep the handful of old Catholic ladies that keep him in office and keep that seat from going to a Republican. And I think that is something that I will be critical of folks on the far left. I think the compartmentalization and purity tests get more extreme the more to the left you go. Our grandparents' generation of the Democratic Party was all about being a big tent. It is now a exclusive nightclub with a bouncer at the door, and Republicans don't care how big of a fucking lunatic you are. You voting with a fucking big R in front of the party? Come on in. We will fucking have you. And elections are numbers, and at the end of the day, you have to find your comfort zone and balance between the numbers, the mathematics, and what you actually believe in and are trying to accomplish.
Democratic Party is just like a filter feeder system for like a wider nonprofit industrial complex. It's like totally just a product of a professional managerial class, and it really has no connection at all to working people. And there's a lot more working people than there are professional managers.
Yes.
That went to college in America. So they have a huge problem on their hands, and they're not going to fix it. They're not going to fix it, because you're right, Brendan. They purity test, and like number one way is like college degree, non-college degree.
Yeah.
So that has to change big time. But I wrote about this the other week. Not another dollar to the Democratic Party is how I feel. I think the Democratic Party needs to die.
I stopped this cycle. Like in past years, like obviously I've never been in a position to be like a huge donor from a monetary standpoint, and also just being pretty like suspect of politicians in general, and the close relationship that they have with much bigger money than we're bringing to bear, and where their priorities land. So why does my money matter to them? And it doesn't. And so I'm not gonna I'm not gonna waste my money on that. But this cycle, not a dollar. And it won't, and then none going forward either. I mean, in local elections, sure. In anything above that, I don't think so. And they play it's hard because they obviously, their whole goal is to sell you on the idea of this is part of it. This is what you have to do to help. And I understand why people do it, but
yeah, I mean, it is an industry too, though. I mean, it's
fear mongering in a way.
It is. It 100% is. I mean, what?
Especially when you exist to lose, like when you want to come in second place,
right?
Because if the party was serious about not coming in second place, they would have run Bernie. Like, they're not idiots,
right?
Like they wanted to come in second place because that was a better calculation, coming in second place and not aggravating their base of donors.
Right. They'd rather lose with Hillary than win with Bernie.
They're not good people. They're not good guys. It's not like good guys versus bad guys. They're like just
And again, like we personally have the disadvantage of that the party that more closely aligns with us, their goals more closely align with Republicans than they do with us. And as
Republican
a body,
Party is strong. Democratic Party is weak.
Well, the Republican Party has the advantage of
Democratic Party needs to die.
Their publicly stated goals. Again, I said this earlier, line up with the donor class.
Mm-hmm.
The publicly stated goals of the Democratic Party don't line up with the donor class, but they both want the money from the donor class, and so
one gets to be honest, one has to lie.
Right. And one is fine losing, and the other one gets to try as hard as they want, do anything. I mean, like if it would have hurt their donations with billionaires, do you think that they would have let Trump get through his first nomination?
I still hold on to the idea that Trump was as surprised by him winning that election as fucking anybody.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, I don't think it's I really do think that he was a running joke for both parties all the way through until election night, and people realized, holy fuck, this is actually happening.
But again, but they were willing to take a swing with him because it didn't hurt it didn't go against what their donors were going to. Like, they were making the calculation that, well, we're going to get money from the billionaires anyways because he's saying that he'll do the things that they want. And even if he's probably going to lose, he's definitely going to lose, but it won't hurt our donations because he was the guy that, would do it. On the other hand, the Democrats were saying, if we let Bernie get through, then we're hurting our donations.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the difference. Like, they both don't care ultimately as a party about winning and losing. It's more about the money, but one team has the advantage of going in the same direction as the money.
And a lot of that isn't as it's not as abstract as like a shadowy leather chair, smoke-filled room of deciders, right? I mean, a lot of it is just like Congress, right? In the absence of publicly funded elections, your donations that during a presidential cycle that come into the party are what pay for the down ballot races and whatnot. So you could have somebody who's a committee chair in energy or something going to bring in massive amounts of fossil fuel industry dollars. They're going to go to the party at the top, but all that trickles back down to the seats that you actually care about. Bernie wouldn't have been able to do that. I mean, I think that's actually the most compelling argument for publicly funded elections, isn't to get necessarily corporations out of the conversation. It's to level the playing field across the board, so you don't get to backdoor candidates to the top who end up being helpful to on the national level, of what are essentially local officials, like your congresspeople and whatnot.
I was just reading what Bernie did when he was mayor.
It's wild.
There's a good article in The Nation. I don't know. Can I post in the chat? I don't think I can.
You can post it in
where's-
the private chat.
Yeah. His first act as mayor was to block a developer from building luxury housing. And kind of has me thinking, like, there is a viable, like, statement piece that could get some new people motivated to participate in local politics, right?
Right.
Either we're going to block a developer from building, like, an obscene luxury housing development, which will piss off the YIMBYs to no end, which I fucking love. Or, like, we're going to do municipal bonding the same way we did Polar Park to build worker housing, right? Like actually, like a proposal to actually do something about housing without going through like the means tested like state, federal, we have to talk to HUD, get a grant, build affordable housing, like with all these like blah 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 things that you hear like a Peter Dunn explain that actually does generate some affordable housing, but it's entirely inscrutable to like someone outside of politics. If you're just like, the city's gonna build worker housing like we built Polar Park, I think that might that might win some people over, a mayor in Worcester could completely do that. What are you talking about? Like, yes, you can do that. I mean, you've never seen a mayor try to do that ever because of the problems with the Democratic Party that we were just talking about. But like,
they'll have to buy their own airfare to Iraq and travel on their own dime to the Iranian border, but then they can fly their DJI or into any building they want to in Iran once they're there. FAA has no oversight whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, you could take out municipal bond to build housing. There's nothing wrong. Nothing against that. In fact, there's a couple models of cities across the country that have been approaching the affordable housing crisis, and it's so hard to talk about this shit without sounding like a fucking wonk, but they started their own like development corporation that basically acts as a developer and just built housing that way. But like, I don't know, you just think about like the Democratic Party that we have now is like a symptom of like a post-Reagan era where like everything about New Deal Democrats has been forgotten about.
Right.
And what did New Deal Democrats do that made them so popular? It was public works programs. They built things. They built housing. I'm fucking gonna start talking like that guy in season 2 of The Wire,
Yep.
In America, we used to build things. Now we just have our hands in the next guy's pocket. Like
Frank Sabatka.
Right, exactly. Like a city political project that was like, we're going to take over City Hall and spend as much money as we did in Polar Park on housing. Like, literally is something that could galvanize people, because it's like the first instance a lot of people are going to like be confronted with of like a government actually trying to do something like new and build something that like directly addresses a problem. Not, we're going to pass a watered down inclusionary zoning ordinance that will create blah, 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 XYZ. You lose people right there. You lose people right there.
Right.
And Bill, I mean, that's just because you mentioned Frank. I mean, like, that should be the story of this political cycle, is the dock workers strike that came and went so fast that it seems like most people don't even realize it happened. Where those motherfuckers doubled their fucking salary just in the course of saying, hey, yeah, you know what? We're going to shut down not only a presidential cycle, but fucking Christmas. Fuck you, pay us. And it fucking worked to the tune of like, just gone. I have a lot of like older friends in labor and whatnot that are still scratching their heads as to how quickly that came and went. Someone just haloed fucking Pete Buttigieg into a meeting. It's like, what do you fucking need? But I mean, it's the same thing. It's like you're accomplishing something that actually benefits people and then benefits the government at the same time. And you're right, we lost sight of that. One of the only healthy takes I saw of postmortems was people begrudgingly acknowledging that what you just mentioned, the way we've done things through the Reagan era, that was a political era in and of its own, and that we are entering a new political era. And unfortunately, political eras define themselves. And it's going to be really, really hard to figure out what this one means. But again, just looking in the chat and saying we're still doing the Democrats and Republicans are different thing. Well, this is where it gets fucky, right? Like, and you could find yourself in a situation where, the parties are wildly different, and Republicans could end up carving out territory to be more supportive of things you care about. Because that's not the first time that happened in this country. Right. Look at the last 100 years of political maps. They shift around quite a bit based on who's talking to the people who need the most and also vote.
That Republican governor, that video that we watched a couple of months ago, the Republican governor talking about like the need to up housing density and invest in public transportation.
Yeah.
This is like fucking crazy, because that's literally all I want. Because all I want from my local Democratic Party is just like give a shit about those things, do those things, get my rent cheaper, make the city a better city, a bigger city, like create an economy that supports people. Like that's all I want.
Yep.
And I'll vote for anybody who's like down for that.
And right now, your opposition to that is Mo, who on paper is a Democrat.
Right. Yeah. That's Mo being. I mean, like that's the majority of like the motivated electorate, especially in the municipal level, that are Democrats in a city like Worcester are like entirely against Worcester being a city. Like their self-interest dictates that they have a stranglehold on their little plot of land that has like been in the family for generations, and they just want to see the property value go up, and they don't even care that they can't get a job that pays good enough that they can get a mortgage somewhere else and leave like they desperately fucking want to. Mm-hmm. Right? Like they just man. So something needs to be introduced that is not currently getting talked about.
Right.
That is otherwise I think that it's going to be a pretty punishing election cycle for anybody on the left in this city.
Yeah, totally. And when we talk about all of the wants or the things that people want out of elections and politicians and things like that, and we hear this knock on Bernie all the time, and I think it's a kind of a bad faith one in a lot of ways, or at least it's bad faith from who it's coming from. You hear a lot of centrists always like talking about like, well, he talks about these economic issues, like these populist economic issues, and like speaks to that, but he doesn't ever account for like the racism side of it or the classicism side of it in like having like and how they intersect or prioritizing one or over the other. And I don't know the answer to that. I think that it's always important to like keep that stuff in mind, where it's like, sure, somebody that is like Republican could speak to populist ideas that would make you be cooler with voting for them or anything, or just like flip the script as far as like which side people are on or they're on or anything like that. But then you take the quote unquote social issues into account, and that's where it usually fucks people up, or where it goes back onto like tribal lines and stuff like that. And I don't really know how to account for that. I just know that at the very least, like at least like a Bernie Sanders type who is
the people making those arguments about Bernie are getting paid well to do so.
Of course, that's what I mean. But like,
Yeah.
but when if you're like, if somebody was making the exact same economic argument, like talking about that, like that governor, Republican governor, calling for housing stock and public transit and stuff like that, and those are all like huge, like wants and needs, and if that's the only person talking about that, then there's like this desire to be like, okay, then fucking vote for him. But if they're a Republican governor, then they're probably on the wrong side of every other issue that you care about in a lot of ways. But when you talk about somebody like Bernie Sanders, who is, while maybe not explicitly and like enough for some people speaking to those issues, is very likely on the right side of those issues. But when they're on your side of the aisle or your side of the spectrum, and you take them down for not speaking to that stuff and listen to the well-paid analysts or consultants that put those bad faith takes out there, then that's where we lose out on, those ideas that could have cross the board change. And we talk about purity tests and all that stuff, and like, again, I don't know the right answer. I don't know that there is like a good answer for like 100% good answer for everybody. There's people who care about different things, and people have different priorities, and they're all valid for the most part. But like, there's gonna have to be some strategic support in some way. And if somebody is able to, like he was able to speak to working class people of many stripes, and
They wouldn't be allowed to run on the Democratic ticket.
Exactly. And so that's why we need to expand our view of what's possible. And again, like Brendan said, these things shift. Like, nothing is set in stone. Just because things we talk about like every election now is like an unprecedented election and stuff like that, or like this one's back to the norm, or blah blah blah. Nothing's normal. Nothing is has to be the way it is. It can all things can change very quickly, very rapidly. The ground can shift, and who knows what's going to happen, obviously. But like, I really do think that. Go ahead.
It'd be a funny thing to do in a municipal election. Is to be like, I'm running as a Republican, right? Like, I'm running as a Republican for city council. Wink. But like, you just talk about. You just do like populist things.
Did we talk about this before, of just like how far you could get by just saying to everybody that like, oh, actually I'm a reactionary Republican now, but then only running in Worcester for like on good things, just seeing how little people pay actual attention.
You run on like a pure socialist platform,
right?
And you say, I'm a Republican, and you see how far that gets you. I mean, it's a better experiment than trying to go through the Democratic Party ranks right now, I think.
Right.
If you have to go through one of the two parties, right?
Right.
It'd be a funny experiment, at least, because you will get people who will just vote for you because of the R next to your name.
Because they never get to vote.
But even though there's no
explicit, but nobody ever is explicitly saying they're a Republican. And how untapped is that market,
Right.
Like, and again, like I think that
I'm a Republican, and we're going to build municipal worker housing.
And I do think that like
to
on
get
this,
the bums off the street, say something nasty after that,
on the, even just like we'll say one fucked up thing, and then the rest of your stuff is like all like super left wing talking points. But just be like, nobody wants to work anymore, and that's why I want to make the buses free forever and have robust public transportation to force them to give them no excuse to get to work.
Wow, we're getting somewhere with that. No one wants to work anymore. If you elect me, I'm going to open up 6 new lines of the WRT.
Yeah, and force them to get to work.
yeah.
But
no one wants to work anymore. That's why we need to abolish single-family zoning.
Because I don't think that party politics on the local level matter in that way. Like, we just need to do like community organizing. We need to do like mutual aid, like continue with mutual aid, and like make that more of a center of our, of all of our efforts, and worry more about that stuff, because in the here and now, obviously, like the city council as a body, the city as a body doesn't give a shit about taking care of the people that we care about taking care of. So all that stuff needs to just be amongst ourselves. But in the medium term, like there might be some avenues to like switch things up. And I think like what you said about like taking bigger swings.
I'm about family values. That's why I think we need to put $5 million more into the Department of Health and Human Services and open up a free clinic outside of City Hall. We need to open up hey, don't tell these guys, a Black Panther style free health clinic outside of City Hall. But I'm a Republican. I'm about family values, right? There's more to that than like trying to think that even the local Democratic City Committee would like ever let you like run to the left of them.
No,
right?
and I think that like I think trying to engage them in a lot of ways is a mistake, because again, their priorities are not our priorities. What they want is not what we want. A lot of those people just want to keep their spot on like something, like some fucking committee that doesn't even matter in the grand scheme of things. Like they don't fucking do anything. They just they just hold their spots.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, what is the point? Like, what is the point of falling in line?
You're Mike Moore and you're Candy Merrill Carlson.
It's like again, I can't like if you just walked in and what's up?
A communist got elected in VT and the guy is actually from Worcester. That's crazy.
Wow.
What?
Okay.
What's the name? Throw the name in the chat. I need to look that guy up.
Yeah. Shouldn't be hard to find.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I just remembered. Not to totally derail the conversation, but this story, I'm going to totally derail the conversation, actually. Two Worcester people were arrested somewhere like across the country because they were doing like Animal Liberation Front activism at a mink farm. I just remembered this right now.
I'm sending you his name here, Bill.
In Sunbury, where is this? Sunbury. Here, I'll put this link in the private chat so it can be shared. There are two people. There are two kids from the firehouse, and they got arrested on eco-terrorism charges and like
party.
Where is the for freeing the minks? FBI, two people arrested for mink release connected to anarchist communes in Mass. Pair charged with eco-terrorism. I'm not going to read their names, but they're connected to the firehouse in Collective-Macogo. And they were... What were they doing? Took pictures of the suspect's vehicle as the members of the fur farm attempted to block the road so the suspects couldn't leave. They grabbed... this article is the most poorly written thing I've ever read. They had a hand-drawn map, gloves, a lockpicking kit, a map with directions with an X on Airport Road where the mink farm was. And it didn't say if they grabbed any minks or not. That stinks. It didn't say how many minks they grabbed. Did they free any minks? That's awesome. So there you go. That's Worcester's legacy, far and wide. You know, we got the communist.
Oh, yeah.
In Vermont. We have mink eco-terrorists.
We should be leaning into that. We need to be capturing the
absurdist vote.
Yeah,
Abby Hoffman. Hoffman.
Right. We need to.
That's actually. Oh, go ahead, Brian.
I was gonna say there's not 1,000 people. There's not 1,000 people that go to like a dumbass show at Ralph's over the course of a week. We can't somehow get one of those like 1,000 people in a month, like sign them up to vote that go to Rouse for some stupid ass thing that, like, if we sell them on the idea that we're going to we're just going to ruin the city. And then like they're like, who wouldn't vote? Who wouldn't vote for that? Like, who would not want to get Worcester back to its roots of being an obstinate fuck up, like town full of fuck ups, who purposely do bad things because it's funny. And then
we need to run Evan Faiths.
Yeah,
we need to run Evan Faiths.
I honestly think that Eric Yankees Franco could be mayor if we just
if
we just put out like 5 videos that we've taken of him. I think that he could win mayor.
Dude, a stunt candidacy, and then he wins. Are you kidding me?
I think there's something to be said for accidentally winning with a stunt candidate.
I think that's a great idea.
No, because if he actually won, then he would immediately join the establishment that is his family, and we would have just given them another weapon to.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should organize as part of all of the dumb things that we do.
Wherever there's 2 followers of Eric political party. No. But that's also like a decent thing to be talking about now, is like the infrastructure of the Democratic City Committee does like make or break candidates that are running for school committee or city council in a certain way. Like they kind of like decide who among them runs and like who gets funding and support and like the endorsements, and like any sort of challenge to that political class behind that would require an analogous city committee infrastructure, and building that seems like a fucking nightmare. I don't know who would be down to do that. I don't know if we could ever get buy-in from enough people to like actually make that effective, but that's definitely a practical concern if we're going to get the next 1,000 voters that we need to get rid of the old guard of the city council. Be like, what is the thing? What is the party, the local apparatus that contests the Democratic City? We just don't have anything even close to looking like that at all.
Well, so do we do a slow takeover of the you were using their apathy against them? Do we first infiltrate them with a hostile insertion of one candidate, where we say we take a race that is winnable for them, and say we're gonna run this person no matter what, and it could either throw it to the other side, or by splitting the vote, or you could take on our candidate and give us a certain number of spots in this committee, and then we start our takeover of the entire city committee, and then just ruin it.
Yeah, I like that. I think that it'd be easier to do that to the Republican City Committee.
That is true.
That'd be so much more satisfying.
Yeah.
So that's a fun thing to game out. I don't even care that we're doing it in public, but Robert's Rules of Order, there's 4 people on the Republican City Committee. How do you get on? And then how do you get a controlling position? Because if you get 5 people on and there's 4 of them, it's Fred Nathan, Colleen West, Ted Costas, and whatever that fucking Tammy that showed up to do the birtherism thing.
Right.
It's so if you get 5 people on there, you can just vote them out, or not vote them out, but like you can like vote for a party platform, and it's a 5-4 vote. I need to look into that stuff. I don't know much about that kind of process stuff.
So is there something to the idea of just circumventing them? There's so little attention paid to, like, there has to be a link in the chain where no one above this link is paying attention to the people that are below that link. And can we just insert ourselves right in that spot,
right,
and say like, okay, we want all these people want to join right here, and either they install us in place next to them, or do we just like a, you know, like one of those, you know, those the parasites that eat the fish's tongue and then just like replace the tongue? Do we just replace the city committee? Because
I think
someone
that's
above
it.
them isn't paying attention. We just say, hey, we're the Republican city committee. We're the new delegates.
That's it. Because I mean,
That's
the difference,
what I mean. Yeah.
having been in both those rooms for like events, the difference is you go to a big event with like the Democratic City Committee. By the time you get in line for coffee, it's cold by the time you get to the front of the line. You go to a group meeting for like the Republican City Committee, you're lucky if all 5 members have shown up. So it's like, we're talking about getting 1,000 people to like register to vote and stay active over the course of the next year. How about just everybody in the chat right now commit to coming to the next Republican City Committee meeting, and we stage a hostile takeover using Robert's Rules of Order. We literally just vote them out.
And like
we can go to
JD
Nico
Vance
tomorrow
guys.
and all register as Republicans, just take over the party. Now we are the Republican Party for the city of Worcester, and there's nothing the state party can do about it.
No,
I guess
and
they could
they're-
decertify our charter, but then they're just decertifying Worcester.
Right. Is that not kind of what happened with like
Wow,
a lot
this
of
is a
the
good
Tea
idea.
Party takeovers of like school committees and stuff?
Yes. That's
This
exactly
is
what happened.
This is legitimately a good idea.
Yeah, this is a
and
really good
hilarious,
idea.
which is like arguable, which is more important.
No, I mean, it being funny is the most important thing as far as I'm concerned. So
Can you imagine we start running successful progressive candidates as Republicans?
And how long can we get Republican funding for?
at least the calendar year, you have to imagine.
Right.
I don't think they're getting much funding in anyway, though.
No, probably not, but it would be funny to get any.
It would be like that story would get legs. We would get a lot of attention for doing that.
And we do it with a straight face under the guise of, look, the Democratic Party just failed us. We need a home.
Right.
We're coming here. You left the door open. Sorry.
Wow.
We're moving in.
Okay. All right. I'm putting together a document on how to actually step by step do this, because that would be just, oh my God, imagine like we're just in the same room as Fred Nathan, Donna Colorio, and whatever her name is. And they're the only people that are the actual city Republicans that show up. And there's like 15 of us. And oh my God, we just have to register. Okay. So we just have to register as Republicans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
There's probably a blood oath or something like that. But I mean, I think it should, other than that, just showing up.
Yeah. You can have my soul. I'm not using it.
You know what's funny? Their website is mainly in Spanish.
I know that was like their way of owning the libs. Is like they were like, we're gonna put this this birtherism thing in Spanish. Yeah, I think I like this idea, because then like we could just like use it as a base for all manner of operations. I mean, we could make that the new home of the wherever there's 2 followers of Christ Church.
Right.
And if we kept it quiet enough, do you think that like like the Colleen West or whatever, Ted Costas would be too embarrassed to tell the state committee, and we don't tell the state committee what we're doing? We kind of like present ourselves as like JD Vance fans to the state committee and be like, we did a hostile takeover because we're venture capitalists, and that's we're JD Vance is our hero. And if you give us, like $100,000 a year, like we will change municipal politics in Worcester. We don't say how we're going to change it.
Right.
We're going to change.
You won't even recognize.
You won't
it
even
by the time we're done.
recognize municipal politics in Worcester.
Mary Castle,
I don't know Mary Castle.
the chair of the Worcester City Committee, GOP City Committee.
I don't know. Oh my
Yeah.
god, I love this idea. How often do they meet? You think?
That's a great question. I'm trying to get more info. They have like no posts, no nothing. Their page on the Mass GOP website is gone.
They meet
broken.
at Honeydew Donuts every morning. Are they still in executive session? What the fuck is going on?
Looks like
According
it.
to Marco, yes.
Wow. That's fucked. All right. Sound off in the chat. Who's with us? We're taking over the Worcester Republican City Committee. We need 6 people for a 6-5 vote on all matters.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And then...
Oh, they actually called it Doge.
What?
They put out the press release for the Department of Government Efficiency.
How high is Dogecoin right now?
Oh, dude, it was already fucking going crazy since the election. Everything has.
Yeah, my pointedly evil stock portfolio is doing very well.
I should have got a pointedly evil stock portfolio.
Yeah, Elbit Systems doing great.
It's only up to 1.5% today, but over the week it's up 91%.
Yeah, Bitcoin went up like it's all time high today.
Yeah.
Camber, why are you passing? Also, you didn't have to say that. Ruining the vibe.
Yeah,
for no
come
reason.
on.
We're just spitballing here.
Kimber, we can also we can have operatives go like try and infiltrate the Democratic City Committee as well. I mean, there's no reason why we couldn't. That's not like it. I mean, there's way more people involved in there, but it's not like it's like, and especially like they're lax, they're lazy, they're, you know, there's room there, I think, to make some, not the same moves, but some moves.
Just going to take over the Republican City Committee and then Google Chicago Black Panther Party platform 1968 and just copy and paste it onto their website.
Yeah. If we just do exactly what Fred Hampton did, do you think that would like
as Republicans
also get the FBI to kill us?
Nah, because we're not going to be as good at it.
That's true. So their last published city committee meeting was on August 26th of 2020. And they have no posts that I can see on Facebook.
All right.
Someone's going to have to reach out, I think.
Yeah, okay, so that presents a problem. We're going to need a couple less known figures that
We're
are
going
really
to
good at
we're going to need a
acting.
face.
We're going to need a face. The good actors. All right, this is getting more elaborate than we initially.
Yeah, they did a bingo fundraiser on June 9th. That's the latest.
We're at the senior center?
Where was it? The Tacnic Legion post.
Nice. That's it.
Oh, is that Gab, Gio?
Yeah.
There's a couple people in the city that after 2020, January 6th, like they all vanished they scrubbed all of their social media and disappeared over to Gab and other weird spots like that. And it kind of sucks because like the cranks that we have left over of like the local Republican City Committee, they're not nearly as entertaining as the people that we used to have from like 2010 to 2020. The cartoon characters, I mean, like legitimate cartoon villains that we had in this city were off the walls.
Who was what was the guy's name that called me Dirty Beard Bill Shaner? You accused me of that, which you yourself is guilty. It's something that he replied to me one time. I can't
What the fuck was that guy's name?
I can't remember. He was the best.
Was it Chris Pinto?
No, it was. It might have been it was on Twitter. It might have been a burner account.
Okay.
Odyssey. Odyssey is the streaming app that the neo-Nazis that I tracked down that we're calling in the city council, they are on Odyssey. City council death squad. Yeah, really, 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 really stupid stream. Yeah, you're right. The cranks that we have left just aren't like any fun to engage with anymore. Like,
no,
they're just not fun.
No, they're the people that couldn't figure out how to log into like all the newer social services that were at least superficially based on being more private and whatnot.
Who is that tool Republican counselor for music? Mike Gaffney. Man, Mike Gaffney used to be so much fun.
He was the best.
Him
really
and Turtle Boy. Him and Turtle Boy, like,
dude.
Oh my, dream team, dude.
What a saga.
What an absolute it's a rise and fall story, their relationship, really,
right.
Because they went to such great heights together, getting 2 seats on the Worcester City Council, between Mike Gaffney and just a cranky old Albanian lady, and how far that they fell. That whole lawsuit, that was.
Right. And
I remember going to court to read those court documents. That was a really, really
huge
good
falling out.
Really good lawsuit.
Gaffney got banished to Florida. Now they both have embarrassing videos on the internet.
Yeah. Remember when Gaffney was doing the cocktail videos?
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. As
just
embarrassing
make drinks and shit talk every.
As embarrassing as Aiden's jerk off video.
Yeah,
that was the best.
Arguably worse, because he put it out on purpose. The cocktail videos, and then remember, this is when he really started going off the deep end. Was when he did videos lifting weights.
That's
in the home gym.
Yeah,
that was so sick. Yeah,
just really unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, it's insane.
We lost some good ones.
Yeah, we'll never have another Mike Gaffney again, because that was the perfect synthesis of like Facebook mattering, Turtle Boy, like Aiden Kearney caring about Worcester still, Facebook still mattering, and just Mike Gaffney, it being a singular figure. Like no one could be Mike Gaffney besides Mike Gaffney.
No, and the thing that was kind of funny about him is he was kind of fearless, right? So like, I mean, he would show up anywhere and he would shit talk anyone, and like no one really figured out a way to get him to shy away from things and what have you. He was actually entertaining at a weird time where like couldn't do that much damage. Like if he was here now, I'd be worried that he'd be putting together a list of like who's going to be housed at the ballpark, at least temporarily. But at that time, couldn't do anything. There's no damage to be done. Just be annoying, and have this sick collection of '80s sports cars that was totally underreported. That might have been the best thing about him as a character in the city.
He had little convertibles and stuff.
He had like the cheap version of every car that was in Miami Vice. So like he didn't have a Ferrari, he had a Fiero. It was like he had an 80s the Geo Tracker. Like he had all the discount versions of like totally sick fucking 80s cars. It's so absurd.
Oh, and he had frosted tips for a minute there.
Yep.
Like his tips were frosted. He's God, what a singular guy. What an amazing figure. Like a post Tea Party, like cranky libertarian, like self-styled troublemaker, but he drives around in a convertible and he's got frosted tips. Like, how do you You cannot. He was living that Miata lifestyle. He was like literally living La Vida Loca, and he was also like a Tea Party guy. That's crazy. Man, I miss those days of city council so much.
So
The good old days.
And like there was no pressure at all on that council from the left. So it was just like the establishment Dems who all agreed and were under the same understanding that the city council is like a bullshit like parade where you're not supposed to actually do or say anything. And then it was just Mike Gaffney just throwing hand grenades every week. Just hand grenade after hand grenade. And Connie Luke's trying to vote to literally defund the police. Like she every year would vote to cut something like from the police budget that was like should be cut. Like she tried to cut the mounted police unit one year,
right.
And it caused like a 3-hour shit show, and it failed obviously. But like, why does Worcester have a mounted police unit? She tried to cut the funding for the municipal golf course one year. And Connie Luke's kind of a hero. Like she, like I know that she was pretty racist and stuff, and not like she said. Can't remember exactly. She said something pretty bad about Puerto Rican people. Your original Kill Tony.
Kill Connie.
Kill Connie ahead of her time. But she did try to make some budget cuts every once in a while that were like, we should really cut that. Like, why does Worcester have a municipal golf course? Why do we pay for that in the budget like every year? And it doesn't get brought up.
That's ridiculous.
A municipal golf course. You're saying we have a municipal golf course, we can't build housing out of the city's operating budget?
We didn't know where to put it, Bill. Where would we ever put all that housing that you're talking about?
The fucking golf course.
No, that won't.
There we go. Okay, yeah. We're taking over city council, and we are getting rid of the golf course, and we're building housing on the golf course.
Well, actually, and you know what would be amazing? Like, we should do it in the most corrupt way possible. We just sell the golf course at a discount to a housing developer. And then, like, we all go to prison for corruption. But then, while we're in prison, just laugh our asses off that the houses got built. There's no more municipal golf course.
Yeah, and
taxes went through the roof.
We're Buddy Cianci type figures. We saved the city, and people will be saying, "Don't talk shit about those guys," even though that we're in jail. And the Republican Party would be in favor of all of that. I have to imagine.
I think, I just don't think they'll really like. Their heads will be spinning so much they'll never see us coming.
No, I don't. I think we could really blindside them. All right, that's really the coalescing platform for like a slate of candidates. Take over the city council, revoke funding for the golf course, and pass a zoning ordinance that makes that buildable land.
Hi, Crazy Fist. Welcome to the chat. Do you have any connection to the Worcester Republican City Committee, or are you currently in the City Council's executive session and can give us any idea of when they're going to come back?
Oh, cool. In that case, do you happen to know any corrupt housing developers who might be interested in a discount municipal golf course?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? We know the guy. Brennan, you probably have talked to him before. That has Mike O'Brien written
all over it.
You think that Mike O'Brien wouldn't use this as an opportunity to advance one rung up the VP ladder at Wind Development? Are you kidding me? Can you imagine the inter-office politics that this would give him the leg up on if he was to get all the arable land of an entire municipal golf course to do development on? I mean,
we'll have to sell the whole golf course except for one small obscure parcel that will turn into a mini golf course that will be the Abby Hoffman Memorial miniature golf course. In the middle of this luxury development complex will be this. There'll be one right of way, like British style right of way through the land that you have to give everybody access to so they can play free municipal miniature golf.
It's
in
open
Abby
24
Hoffman's
hours.
24/7.
24/7.
George,
free beer.
We can't sell it to a developer this corrupt. We have to pull it back a little bit.
Yeah,
we
come
can
on.
Sell the housing authority.
We're not Satanists.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
We have an ethos. Right?
Yeah, we're not trying to line Candy's pockets.
Yeah. Mike O'Brien, though, Win Companies, we can do that. We can do that. Emma Goldman Memorial Ice Cream Shop is a sick thing.
That is,
yeah. But the Abbey, getting rid of an entire municipal golf course via a municipal coup, and then setting aside like a half acre for the mini golf course, and naming it after Abbey Hoffman.
Yeah, and because we made a sweetheart deal with the developer, they get us like through connections, like set up at like the prison camp instead of like an actual like prison. You know, we got a like white collar prison camp.
Yeah.
It could be really great.
If you ran the city on the city providing rations of cigarettes and nibs, you'd sweep the election. That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't be above that kind of retail policy, you know? I mean, that's what the New Deal Democratic Party was built on, you know, just go vote and I'll buy you lunch.
That'd be amazing to go door-to-door canvassing, but with like the party buckets of Fireball nips. just
yeah. Honestly,
little hanger with a nip on people's doors. Sorry, missed you.
All right, Brian. Here's what I'm saying. Next year, you got to move the hot dog safari to the first Tuesday of November. And we buy a bunch of party buses.
Yep.
And one of the stops just happens to be a polling location.
All of the stops are polling locations.
Yeah.
Actually, I wonder if you could figure out a way to do that, Brian, where like rent a bus and like when the city does its early voting, like have a show that's on a bus that like you're just driving people to the polling place and like, but they're getting a free stand-up show in the process on the bus while the bus is moving. And you just drive around, get people. Do we do same day registration?
No,
we don't.
We have automatic registration though, right? Well, you can. Well, there are ways you can file a provisional ballot. You can register with an ID on the day, and then you have to file a provisional ballot. And
I was thinking like the hook would be like to find the people that like the only way you can get the free comedy show is if you're not registered to vote.
Right.
But you have to be willing to vote in the process.
They let Elon do his lottery, so.
Yeah, the people who found out that it wasn't actually a lottery are all suing him as of today.
Good, yeah.
That's crazy. It wasn't actually a lottery.
No, they had their argument in court was that it wasn't a lottery. We just picked who we wanted to pick, so it's not illegal. And then which is like such a classic fucking like, fuck.
That's so sick.
Yeah.
All right. We get, honestly, tear down the golf course, build housing. Who do we get in that coalition? We get environmentalists. We get housing people. We get Republicans, honestly, who are like, why is the city paying for a golf course?
Can probably get the pickleball folks involved just because it's a competing activity.
We can lie to them and say that we're going to build pickleball courts.
We'll say we'll build some pickleball courts.
It's a luxury housing development. Of course you're going to get a pickleball court.
Listen, you're not getting pickleball courts right now. If you vote for us, there's a chance you can get pickleball courts. And isn't that a better gamble than no pickleball courts? The opportunity of pickleball courts.
Think about how many pickleball courts you
however
can fit
unrealized.
in a municipal golf course.
Right.
I mean, tear down the municipal golf course. Rob, is there an executive session for putting metal detectors or some shit in City Hall?
For setting up sniper nests on the roof.
Rob, if you're just joining us, we have a new political plan.
Yeah.
We're going to take over the City Republican Committee. We're going to run a slate of candidates on the single platform issue as Republicans of tearing down the municipal golf course.
We're going to sell it to a corrupt developer first.
And, and privatize it, sell it to a housing developer. And then we set aside 1/2 acre for the Abbey Hoffman municipal mini golf course. Municipal putt-putt course. And then we all go to jail.
But for no more than like 8 years, and I mean,
No.
our pockets will be lined. We'll invest in Dogecoin before we go in. We'll certainly be loaded when we come out. It'll be great.
Yeah. And we'll go to one of those developer jails where they got like PlayStation and shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like minimum security. It's up near. Where is that camp? I know a guy that went to it.
It's probably like Schenectady or someplace like that.
There's one. Is Devon? No, Devon's is not. There is a camp. So there's a prison camp in Massachusetts. Maybe it is like literally like a farm. They don't have like real fences. Like they don't have walls. Like you live in a fucking like you live on a farm.
See, that just sounds nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Norway prisons are. I mean, that's like my retirement plan is to go commit like a pretty serious crime.
Yeah, go burn an ancient church.
Yeah. I don't know if they jail non-citizens.
That's right.
I might get expatriated, I think is the word.
Well, maybe you could. Well, okay. How about this? As you're getting arrested, like right before you get arrested, like tear up and eat your documents, so that you're a stateless individual, and then you can just live in the airport like Tom Hanks in The Terminal.
Okay, all right.
So
we're back to Hank. It
Yeah.
all comes back to Hank.
It always comes back to Thanksgiving.
The Fred Salvucci, we'll call it. God, I just had a good idea. Fuck. I'm really into this getting rid of the golf course thing. I think there's some legs there, and I just want to see it happen.
Yeah.
I don't imagine we get too many people like super motivated though, because it's kind of an illegal and like a lot of things need to happen correctly for this to work. So we should let's start at taking over the Republican city committee.
Right.
And then we'll go from there.
We'll worry about that stuff later.
Yeah.
You know what? We'll incept them with the idea that it was that they wanted to do it.
Right.
And then
Connie Lukes.
Yeah.
Connie Lukes is the figure of the anti-golf course movement.
Yeah.
And she was the first woman mayor. So you do have to hand it to her. Traffic would be terrible at Green Hill Corruption Acres too. We would need a streetcar. We need a bobcat too, because there's a lot of trees. There's a lot of woods up there.
Right. Northeast Correctional Center.
This is framed as though it's a positive, but paragraph 2 of the Dogecoin announcement statement, or the Doge office, whatever the fuck it is, it starts with, "It will become, potentially, the Manhattan Project of our time." And I can't imagine actually framing that as a positive as an incoming president.
Yeah. Japan's like, come on.
What the fuck?
Elon Musk wrote that personally. That's fucking.
Not just Elon though; it's Vivek's in this one too.
Good. All right.
Co-chairs of the.
So I'll put 2 redacted in the mail.
All right. I really think that Northeastern Correctional Facility is where we're going to want to be. It's a minimum and pre-release facility housing criminally sentenced males. It sounds really nice. It's in West Concord. There is the Fife and Drum restaurant located on site. That sounds lovely. I think this is where we're going to want to angle to go.
Already picking our jail. Wait, who looks like Dewey from Scary Movie?
Yeah. Hold on a second.
Okay, I gotta Google this up.
Yeah, I think we go for Northeastern.
I mean, Dewey's got a mustache, so I guess I'm owning it, but I'm not happy about it at all, pal.
But it also, wait, did they call? Because Dewey is from Scream, but Scary Movie was the working title of Scream. Did they call Scream Scary Movie in Holland? And also, what did you guys call Scary Movie then?
Wow, that's okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
Which people forget that Scary Movie was released by Miramax. It was made by the same people that made Scream. They just parodied their own movie. It's kind of a genius plan.
How the fuck do you think of the Manhattan Project and say to yourself, yeah, this to me represents the greatest measure of cost savings in the history of the American government. Like, we need to replicate that.
It's not even like they watched the first half of Oppenheimer. They watched like 10 minutes at a time at random intervals throughout the movie to perfectly catch the I guess the positives of it, if you could say that without the. No, don't, Crazy Fist, don't shut the fuck up.
That's fine. You can insult me.
I'd love to hear like Elon Musk's like analysis of Watchmen. Like who he thought was the good guy in Watchmen.
First of all, he calls it The Watchmen.
Right.
We know he calls it The Watchmen.
But
I guarantee.
My favorite guy in The Watchmen is Ozymandias because I think he would have solved a lot of problems.
You know, overall, more people had it better.
It's okay to blow up a couple of cities. Yeah. Shit.
Let's see.
Right. I'm about to start texting city councilors.
Yeah. Pondville Correctional Center is in Norfolk. Minimum security.
Thanks, Crazy Fist. That's kind of you.
Because this is a minimum security facility, there are no walls or fences to keep prisoners in.
No bars in the cage because there's nowhere out. Elon absolutely does prefer the movie to the comic. Not the show, though. That got too woke.
Yeah. There's two. Yeah, he's like, who's the? I can't tell who's the bad guys.
My favorite part of the movie, which is better than the comic, is the sex scene in the owl thing. Yeah.
Oh, I liked that cover of Hallelujah from Shrek. It's good that it's good that Watchmen took that song from Shrek.
Yeah. Who sings it though? He stinks. Oh God. I love it when we get some.
You have a nice day too, Crazy Fist. Don't do anything stupid.
Keep on being crazy.
Yeah, good luck, Crazy Fist. Call your country's much more robust health and mental health services. And we want you around. And I'm sure many other people in your life do too. So keep telling us what kind of movie characters we look like. Yeah, it's Pondville's pre-release, right? I don't know. We can make a deal. We can figure it out. Did you catch this one, Brendan?
What's that? Oh. A snooty. Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Mr. Froman.
I think it's just the lighting in here. I have the hardest time actually looking at my One, because I feel like every week half my hair falls out. I don't know where the hell this stream has killed my hairline. But the angle too.
It's Joe Petty.
I feel like my nose isn't actually as angular as it is on this stream.
You got the camera kind of like the perfect nose position. Like if you want, like the.
Well, they say that the camera adds one half nose.
45-degree angle on the nose.
Yeah. My problem is if I put the camera in front of me, I can't not keep looking at it, and then I just feel like a complete crazy person, and I'm constantly like eyeballing the camera itself, and that's.
I like to look into the camera. I think it's
Oliver. Whoa, you can zoom. I need to get for when I sit in city council, which this would have been.
Oh, thanks, Kit. That made up for it.
This would have been the funniest one to sit in for city council because I've just been by myself.
Just sitting in the chamber.
Yeah.
Could you imagine listening to like Mo's thoughts on hardening a building right now?
Yeah. I can't. I couldn't. No. There's Oliver. So there's still an executive session. I did just get between you and everyone who's watching this public program, a 5-minute warning. I think that it might be back in 5 minutes.
Here we go, folks. Spread the word. Tell your parents. Get back downstairs.
So
5 minutes to watch.
5 minutes till we're back in hell. 5 minutes till.
Oliver, how Oliver, how funny was that fertilizer guy?
I forgot about the fertilizer guy. Do you have a petition on the agenda? Yep. The slide? Yep, sure do.
My name's John Petitionman. And I want to speak for the trees.
That's awesome. All right, I'll be back in 1 second.
Yeah, that guy ruled. I love that guy.
Oh, so good.
Did anybody? Oh, go ahead.
We need more of that too. Just people who show up, do their own thing, couldn't care less about the rules.
I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start.
That's the way it should be.
I want to just show up at the beginning, do one character bit for public comment, and then come back onto the stream. And once a month, I'm just gonna be the Lorax. I think. Paint myself all red. Here we go. Oh yeah, that's a great idea, Gio.
Okay, welcome back to the Worcester City Council meeting. We're going to go back to 9.1 appointments.
I predict this will take
A, B, C, and D. I want to thank
4
you for
minutes.
your service, and the motion is to place these on file.
They didn't take a roll call to bring back in
And
session.
also, we'll take attendance back when we come back from executive session. Just do a roll call in the executive session. Coming back.
Okay, we'll do a roll call first. Do a roll call first.
Council Bergman.
Here.
Council Calorio.
Here.
First time, Joe.
Here.
Council King.
Here.
Council Merrill Carlson. Here. Council Nguyen.
Here.
Council Ojeda.
Here.
Council Pasillo.
Here.
Council Russell.
Here.
Council Toomey.
Here.
Mayor Petty.
Here. Okay, 9.1A through D. Motion is to file.
9 point what?
9.1A through D in appointments. Motion is to file.
Okay.
Roll call.
Joe just got some product placement in there.
Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Agia.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, we have two recommends on confirmations that the council needs to vote on. Reappointment of Ted Kona to the Worcester Advisory Committee, Green Worcester Advisory Committee, and Warren Morocco to the Advisory Committee on the Status of Women. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Agia.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson. Yes. Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next up is recommended authorization to file a proposed legislation to increase the maximum age of eligibility to be certified for original appointment as a police officer in the city of Worcester at age 39 years of age. Any questions? So motion to adopt.
What was that?
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
You can't be a cop until you're 39.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Minimum age now.
Yes.
I'm by me.
Ada?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We're on Public Works and Parks. First item is transferring information communication of update on Elm Park. That's going to be referred to Veterans and Parks Committee. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
Yes. B, transmitting information communication relative to the status of municipalities' bridge infrastructure.
Bless you.
Send that to Public Works. Thank you, Mr. Moore, for the report. And that one never goes away. Okay.
I love that show.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Gio, you're in my
Councilor
head.
Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Recommend approval of the increase of rates of privately owned equipment for snow and ice operations. Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I move that this item goes through Public Works. We have it already on the agenda for tomorrow night as an anticipated item, so we'll be able to get it right back here next week for approval because we know we're running tight on time. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Commissioner, if I may. Mr. Commissioner, just wondering how we're doing for equipment when it comes to snow.
Who fucking cares? We're not getting any. You got until damn January 18th before we're getting a plowable snowstorm.
It's not like it used to be.
No, you can have a seat though now.
Through the chair, we never have enough. But with these new rates, we are attracting more equipment. We've got, just because we were able to let folks know what the new rates are going to be, with your approval, we've gained at least 7 new important pieces of equipment, big trucks that are needed when we have a significant snowfall
What's the rate now?
event.
I remember they
Trucks
talked about
that
it
are
last
needed to
year,
plow our
earlier
main
this year.
streets, so it has been helpful.
And how about our own in-house team? We okay there too, Mr. Martin? Through you, Mr. Chairman?
We're, through the chair, we're working on our own in-house team. Our own in-house equipment is in fair condition. Most of the divisions are holding up well, except for the streets division. And I will be sending a communication through to the manager concerning our streets division and things that I think we can do to kind of shore that up. So again, I would call it fair at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner.
Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on this particular item, I know that I have fielded some questions, have some questions of my own pertaining to snow equipment that will be used for bike lanes. I know that there's supposed to be a minimum 4-foot clearance. I know there's recommendations pertaining to
Shit, I could. You know what? If they want to strap a shovel to the front of the Bronco, we could do that.
Is there a procurement plan in place for
$8 an hour? I'm not even pushing a shovel.
Snow equipment?
No, up by 8 to 22.
Oh, up by 8.
Still not great, but fuck.
Mr. Commissioner?
Through the chair,
22 seems low for plowing, honestly.
when we get into a snow plowing event, our dictate is to plow curb to curb. So we, generally speaking, that's what we do. So we open up drain lines, If there is a bike lane there, we clear that out. That's what the mandate is. That's what our mandate calls for.
They drew the lines
and
for
that's what
bike
we will
lanes
be
on
doing this winter season.
on Burncoat
Mr. Chairman,
Street.
just get a
Out they
report
repaved
back,
it, and
some
I'm
clarity
just getting
on,
ready for all the
the
fucked up
necessity of
arguments.
additional
I'm really excited.
In order to maintain 4-foot clearance for bike lanes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll take those
Who's
collectively.
whispering about 9/11?
We'll take the item, send it to Public Works, take Council King's item, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Argier?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, a reconsideration?
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor Argier?
Which item?
9C? Councilor King?
9C. Can you repeat that, Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, 9.7C, which was going to Public
It's
Works.
the item that we're on right
Yes.
now. No. You
I
vote
love how
yes,
much
vote
they
no.
hate each other.
I don't know. Which one is it?
This is on the reconsideration, the item we just sent to Public Works.
What
So
we
George
just
can have
sent?
them.
Reconsideration?
Someone's whispering
Yeah,
about
this is
9/11.
No.
Somebody was
Councilor
there.
Carlson?
I think it's
Councilor
Candy
Nguyen?
and Kate are whispering or
Councilor
just
Ojeda?
openly talking about
Councilor Basillo?
No.
Councilor Russell?
trying to figure out how to vote on
Councilor
things,
Toomey?
colluding.
No.
And Mayor Petty?
No. Transmitting information relative to the update on urban forest master plan. Send that to Vets and Memorials and Park. Council Casol.
Why would that go to Vets Memorial
Chairman?
Park?
Council King.
I would ask that that go to my committee. That's where.
Council, no, I'm not recognizing you. I
Oh,
recognize
I thought.
Council
Oh, I
Casol.
thought you said. Oh.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank the administration, Assistant Commissioner Antonelli and his staff for this really great master plan. I love master plans, and this is an awesome one if you guys want to read it. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Why is Jenny
in
dressed like an
committee.
old lady
A
detective?
couple things, the right tree, right place guidelines, and just, all the work the Urban Forestry Commission.
She's dressed like
Really put in on this. These people are experts in their field. They're volunteering their time
What's her name?
and expertise for free, and they work
Jessica
super
Fletcher?
hard. I also just want to thank a few other
The
members
detective
of the
from Long
community,
Legs.
everyone who called in,
Oh,
including
yeah.
Paul Poppenshock and Evelyn
It's
Horowitz.
kind of
Thank
spot
you.
on, actually, right now.
Thank you. Council King. So the motion is to send it to right now Parks.
Mommy.
Oh God.
I would ask this be sent to urban
Oh,
technology.
hey, speaking of movies, I saw
and
Anora.
environment. That's where.
Oh my God. That
well,
is
is
a
appropriate for,
fantastic.
We have
I'm going tomorrow.
Committee
It's
there.
so
and
good.
we're already
It
in
is
the
so
process of
good.
reviewing,
It's
much of
hilarious.
this,
It's
Mr.
one of the funniest movies I've seen in a long time.
It's got like 98% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh my God, it's absolutely unreal. I mean, I love the Florida Project. That was that guy's
I'm
most recent
happy to
movie.
share it, but I
Don't you have a-
absolutely
don't
want
you have
Anora's a
combined
step
meeting
up
like
for
that?
sure.
Well,
Yeah, I'm
why don't
excited
you
to
just
see it.
revise my committee, then just take environment out.
I'm just reading the rules. People want to follow the rules. It says right here.
Take environment out then. I mean, that's what we're dealing with in that committee. And read that
Roll
as
Biz,
well.
have you heard me play the SpongeBob theme yet?
Mr. Chair, motion to send to both.
Yeah. Okay. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
I'm sorry, what are we voting on?
Pretty much the best part of the show. Not gonna
Is it in
lie.
your committee right now, this item? No, is this item in his committee?
Oh, Gio, I am like almost done with the Penguin.
This is Bourne
It's
and Park,
really
because
good.
that's what the
It's
rule
really,
says.
really good. The writing is
I'm
really good
fine
on
with
that show.
sharing it, but I
No,
would
we're
like
not-
it in
we're
part.
not
I
doing
can
this.
go on the
We
tree
don't send it to
commission
two
meetings.
committees. Council Russell?
Chairman, I don't know if you want to do two votes, if one doesn't work or whatever, but I want to send it someplace.
Yeah.
So if we vote against it.
Yeah, now that
Okay,
the
first
finale
motion
happened,
is
I
to send
want
it to
to
Parks. If
I
that
want to burn
fails,
through
we'll send it to
Penguin.
Right.
Urban
Okay.
Forest. Okay.
Thank you.
First item is to send it to Parks. Roll call.
Councilor
Really,
Bergman?
really, really good.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor
like,
Argier?
Class politics
King?
underwriting
No.
the show. Like
Councilor Carlson?
it's
Councilor Nguyen?
it's really sick.
Oh yeah.
Councilor Nguyen?
Look at Marco. He's fucking had it.
Okay, Councilor Ojeda?
We should try and get a
Councilor
flex from
Basillo?
Marco
Yes.
tonight.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm on it.
Yes.
You know me, I love messaging Marco to flex.
Tell him we got a juicy scoop for him about the Worcester Republican City Committee if he's willing to flex.
Point of order, I did make a motion to send it to both.
We just separate, yeah, but we just.
But I don't want
to.
Yeah, but I want to ignore you.
So it's automatically.
Do we have any idea what happened in executive session that has Joe and Christian even more hating each other?
I don't know.
So the motion is to send, we already took a motion, the real motion is to send it to urban.
I messaged Marco.
A real.
Give us a flex. We need it. We need it. The country needs it, Marco.
Now we're taking another vote
Yes,
to send it to 2, which we don't usually do.
correct.
Yes, we do. We have sent, through the chair, we have sent items to the city manager's office. to
We already
committees.
voted, yeah, we're going to take a vote.
I understand. I'd just like a vote on my motion, please.
Sure.
Okay,
To send it
thank
to
you.
2 committees, that's the vote.
Okay, all right.
Joe.
No, now the vote is to send it to King's Committee.
Council Bergman.
Like,
Council Calorio.
No.
Council Hajier.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson. No. Council Bien.
Yes.
Council Ada.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
No.
Council Toomey.
No.
And Mayor Petty. Motion fails.
Next up is Shrewsbury Street. Addressing traffic safety on Shrewsbury Street. We're going to send that to.
What a
Traffic
silly
and
instrument. It's awesome.
Council Ada.
Thank you. Just quick question. On here it says, and this is great work. I really appreciate it. On here it says enforcement. WPD has stepped up.
Wait, we got a flex? Oh, wait, I missed the flex?
This fall with an emphasis on.
oh shit! I switched
No!
my screen to send a text message. Somebody clip that. Clip that. Clip that.
Clip it. We got the flex? Fuck.
What
Fuck.
does that look like? You know, just to get a better understanding.
I missed the flex just to play some stupid SpongeBob? Fuck.
I thought for sure he wasn't gonna do it.
There's someone literally helping people across the street, or just to get a better idea, not just for me, but for the public as well.
Fuck.
Chief.
Through the chair of the council, can you just repeat that one more time, please? What you're asking?
I'm sorry, you asked me to repeat it?
Repeat what
Oh, sure, no problem.
He hit it as a
through the
head
chair. So,
scratch. Fuck, I missed it.
Just to get a better understanding, when it
What
says
am I even
emphasis on
doing
pedestrian
here?
Crossing, enforcement has stepped up. Sorry.
How do you
emphasis on
fuck it up so
pedestrian
bad that
crossing
you
and reducing speeding
initiate
on
the
the
flex
corridor?
via
Just get a better idea
message,
what it look like. Is
and then you don't even see it?
Vehicle stationed.
God, I'm
people
a
helping
fucking
people
loser. I'm a
cross,
fucking
you know,
failure.
Helped across the street or whatever it may be. There are multiple crosswalks, so just.
Yeah,
get a
clip
better
that.
understanding of
We gotta
what
clip
it looks
that.
Through the chair of the council, we would do sting operations. We would have officers in plain clothes, and they would go to cross within a crosswalk. We'd have other officers stationed down the street, and when people
Can you play the clip?
did not
Is that a
stop,
thing you can do?
they would be pulled over and ticketed. So we
Uh,
did that. We did speed enforcement.
that wasn't a
I
flex.
think it was more towards the latter end of July through October.
Oh, you're going back?
I won't. I don't accept that as a flex.
We don't accept it? Okay, I'll message him that we don't accept that as a flex.
And just visible.
I'm just doing the playback right now.
Basically there every day. And if you're visible, sometimes you can slow down.
A more
Other times
proper
you do
flex
have to-
is in order.
Okay, through the chair, is it, two questions, I guess. Do you feel as though this was very successful, and what times of day was it, and did this also include the weekends?
It does not include the weekends during the day and first half shifts, so between 8 in the morning.
Have we
and
explained Bryan and the
11
Balloons?
o'clock
You
at
can't
night.
explain Bryan and the
We'll be
Balloons.
out
No one
there.
knows why it's
Traffic
happening.
division does not work on the weekends. Sometimes we would bring them in.
It's
on
also
weekends.
Brendan, but the explosions,
When
the
need
fireworks.
arises, and we would have them enforce the
I'm using my
traffic law.
phone as a camera,
Besides that, our
and
regular boot officers
continuity
are also
camera
out there.
on
You know,
Macs have a
obviously, if they see somebody,
reactions feature.
I'm
that-
using my phone as a camera. Why doesn't mine work?
Do you have your react? So go. So when you're the top corner of your screen, the green camera.
Not all cruisers have.
If you click on that, you have to have FaceTime open also.
Okay, and then through the chair, do you?
And then you can turn on
Is this still going
reactions.
on? Are we
But the thing is, there are gestures that are associated with each reaction. And supposedly this is getting the balloons or this, but it does. I've watched dozens of podcasts where people accidentally get balloons. There's no way of knowing like how to cause them to actually happen. What you're supposed to do doesn't actually work, and nothing that I. And I'm not willing to turn it off because it's funny. That's why it's happening so much.
I got it.
Nice.
Just really want to say.
Yeah, did it work?
I know
It's like
that,
really hard to.
we haven't been able to do everything.
It was doing it. It was just
want to
doing
do,
my eyebrows
but I
before.
can
Was
tell
causing
you
the
that,
balloons to go off.
On
All right,
Shrewsbury
ready? Catch
Street,
this.
Not my-
Investigate 311.
different things that have been done, and
It's not my
especially
birthday. It is my birthday
with,
month, though.
The police presence there, and I think the chief spoke about over 200 stops on Shrewsbury Street.
All right, I'm sharing the
People are
clip
still
into the
driving
chat
crazy there. I know that
and private chat
through the chair to the
as
chief.
well.
I know that the men and women are doing a heck of a job out there.
I don't think that's a flex. To me, it's not a flex.
Believe it or not, there is a ton of people who have asked me what these advanced yield lines are. So, Mr. Chairman, if I could ask through you to Commissioner Raleigh.
Yeah, well,
in
no,
terms
I'm
of
kind
the
of saying
advanced
that we got to count it as a flex. I think we got to count
All
it.
right.
Is it that we
All right.
could educate people on those as well as
I'll defer.
Well, no, actually, second watch.
people also
We got to keep this
Little-
up to New York. You know,
Send it up to the booth.
we need a real review on the play.
is we have a particular place that we
need
have
replay assist.
done this crosswalk daylighting that
Now I did call it not a flex, so
to
we need
park on top of
incontrovertible proof to overturn it.
daylighting piece.
Robiz, that would be
even though that
seahorses
means no
and
parking.
conch shells, I
So
believe.
one of the questions that I have is, how is it that we can maybe do? a
Oliver,
little
I would be on
better
Blue Sky, but I
education
just don't want to post in
with
two
some
places.
of these things that we are doing, and I totally understand and get it that
Like
people
what?
should know.
Like,
but
do you
people
just
do
copy
not
and paste
know,
your tweets over to Blue Sky, or like,
you know, about the
do you have to
advanced yield
do twice as
lines
much
and
posting? Because I'm not doing twice.
daylighting, and
I think at some point I'm gonna. I'm on both. I don't really use Blue Sky very much. I scroll on it. I don't post on anything, but
because
um,
it certainly helps out.
I think at some point this switch will happen because
To Mr. Raleigh,
the
we've talked
ads are getting more annoying to me on Twitter, and no one is on there really anymore.
We can do the crosswalk. We can do the.
I mean, I don't think enough people will to make it like Twitter was, but there'll be a schism where it's
should not
you're gonna
be
have to just
taking
choose.
a left onto Shrewsbury Street. And we've struggled with several items being put on the agenda.
There's a thing to
that,
port your old
no
tweets.
left turn there, and we've always
I mean,
been told that
I don't
we
need my
couldn't
old
put a
tweets.
sign there because Leo Toro
It's just a
Way
matter
is
of like
private
posting
road.
two different places.
Just wondering.
Let me check in
with
with my
all
Blue
the
Sky.
great work that your office has done, and certainly with the.
Whenever I see Blue Sky the way it's spelled out, I
I'm
always think
wondering if
Blueski,
we
like it's some
could
sort of beer.
relook at,
The Blueskis.
maybe putting
Hey,
a sign
give me a
at Leo
Blueski.
Toro Way, for people not to be taking a left there because
Damn.
there's an awful
My last
lot
tweet has
of,
5 retweets and 3
really
likes. What is
close
going on over here?
pedestrian
How you gonna
missteps
retweet something and not
at
like it?
that.
Threads is never going to take off because the thing that it's named after doesn't work.
Thank you,
Thread
Mr.
like
Chair.
you can't
I'll
thread
start the
tweets
last
or
question
like
first.
messages together. It doesn't
So I
fucking work. They
think
break
you
every
c-
time.
I
You
think
can't
that's
thread
one
in
we
threads?
certainly should
doesn't thread
revisit.
correctly.
Thread doesn't thread.
I do believe
Thread-
there
the
are
threads ain't
measures we can
threading.
take,
That's a Larry David
to
bit.
control access, even though Leo Toro Way is a private.
It's called
way
thread.
onto a
Should have
public
called it
street,
not
so
thread.
There are either regulatory mechanisms we could employ,
So
or
stupid.
perhaps even physical changes.
I was
in the
watching
roadway if we
here
need to do
today,
that to,
and I
control
kept
that movement.
thinking
That
the
was
whole way
something
through the
that
movie. I kept
the
thinking I was
council
going to
ultimately
post. Should have
approved.
called it when, but then I realized
so
they didn't
certainly
call it
would
where.
be,
They called it here.
amenable to
So that joke
entertaining
doesn't hold
that,
together.
if,
But that's a bummer because
petition or some
Yeah.
other form,
should have called it
initiate
when.
that,
Would have been a
it
great,
would be,
great
I think,
caption.
Probably the best avenue to go.
Thank you.
And also, through the chair, in terms of informing the public, I think that's a great point. So these are standard techniques.
It's really funny because
our community, so a lot of folks
if
haven't
you do,
seen
like,
them yet.
it carries
There's
through,
the-
like,
the hatch marks,
it jumps around
the
years. It
daylight
goes from, like I said
crosswalks,
before, it goes from
the
literally
lines,
prehistoric times
which
to
will be
current
getting
day.
signs as well,
But the
and I think
main thing
that'll
is that it
help
follows
explain their
Tom
purpose
Hanks
once they get a
and
sign
Robin Wright
in
as
alignment
like
with them on
a
the
young
side of
married
the road.
couple until like an older couple.
But I do think that
But Paul
public
Bettany
ed-
plays Tom
education
Hanks'
campaign,
dad,
both through the
and you
city's
first
website,
meet
over
him when
social
he's
media,
just
and that
returning from World War II.
it's probably also warranted
And
as
then
well to sort of
he,
explain some of these new
so
traffic
throughout the whole
safety
movie,
problems, I
Paul
think
Bettany plays
that
this
folks may
guy
not be
every
familiar
age, and Tom Hanks plays his character every age,
And maybe,
like
Mr.
once he's like
Chairman,
18.
through you
So
to
at some
the
point,
manager,
the 65-year-old Tom Hanks
have your
is playing the son of
buzz,
55 tops Paul Bettany. It's real. It's a real exercise in
take a
ignoring
jump
wigs.
down to
I would say.
the street where these new,
That sounds like a lot.
I like. I don't know.
crosswalks
Somehow,
and
despite it myself, I somehow enjoyed it. But it
diamonds
is
there,
like,
that
it's
right
like,
now,
it legit feels like a
if-
companion piece
which
to
is
Forrest Gump.
basically
Like
yield-
in just like bat
yield
shittery.
coming up to the
Like
crosswalk, which they
it's
are
I can't. I don't even. I just want people. I want people to watch it because it's really
which
like
is the good thing.
the things that
But I
the
do
characters that
think
come up in
that
it.
if we were able to educate
The
people and
cultural
maybe one of those ways
touchstones are really really fucking great.
the city of Worcester is certainly social media, but I also think on
Gio, I don't know. Like you think a movie where the camera literally doesn't move the entire movie,
thank you for all
and
the
is like
work
as sincere,
because it's
like wrongly, like misguidedly sincere as
appreciate all
as Forrest Gump would be way worse than it is. But I don't know. I'm just a fucking idiot, I think.
Wanted for the public, you're okay, Mr. Rowley. Just wanted to make sure that the public heard what the interim chief mentioned, which is 800 traffic enforcement or tickets given on Shrewsbury Street. I mentioned that to say that there's a constant narrative in the community that WPD, the traffic division, aren't doing enough enforcement. We heard the counselor say that that's certainly not stopping people from driving recklessly and aggressively. And you just heard the commissioner mention that absolutely, and the counselor mentioned that there's going to be need for education. But I do think it's important for people to understand that the city manager has put, along with the interim chief, has obliged with a community request to do enforcement. And I appreciate that. And I just also want to mention that, as the city manager has said, and the experts in the DTM team, it takes education, it takes enforcement, and it takes engineering. And none of these measures in and of itself on their own have an effective impact on the safety of our streets.
Thank you. Okay, so not the traffic and parking. Roll call.
That should be a big part of Rob's messaging. Is Candy Carlson equals dangerous streets. It's a ridiculous number of tickets.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yeah.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Robiz, I got
Next
pulled
item
over
is transporting,
for a
transmitting
sticker.
information, communication of the
And
summer
it's just because I
impact
didn't put the
program.
new sticker on. And then they just let me go.
I just want to thank the WPD for listening to residents' concerns. This was a huge push on the northern Lincoln Street neighborhood, and they really took residents seriously. And I do understand this is one piece of the puzzle, but the impact was noticeable and positive, and residents appreciated it, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess to the chair, to the chief. Yeah, this was great work. I know there's something that we've been talking about in committee to figure out how can we extend it. But also, I know the chief had mentioned earlier in the year conversations that officers were going to be having, and I just want to get some feedback on how did that go.
Chief.
Through the chair of the council, part of the 8-hour shift entailed officers walking the foot street for the first 2 hours. That's something we started a while ago called community engagement patrols. And they put down on their electronic journals and through their radio communication where they're walking. And the whole idea behind that is to engage the community when they're not within an emergency situation. So we can go around and just talk to people. And I believe that helps out tremendously. It builds that rapport and trust with the community, and it spells out dividends in the end, because we have a police department that's listening to people's concerns, and that helps throughout every aspect of policing.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So through the chair, is there a certain amount, well, two questions again. Do the officers, how did they feel with that? Was it receptive, which I'm pretty sure it was, but did it, I just want to know if it made them
Why are you asking that?
feel more welcomed in the community and, having that.
Oh, because you want to hear the answer to your leading question? Is that why you're asking? You fucking
Honor,
idiot.
Leading the witness.
Somewhat of an accurate amount of how many officers or how many conversations they had, people they had, just to get a better idea of 20 conversations were had each day per officer, whatever it may be, just to understand that community engagement was really happening.
Through the chair of the council, during summer impact, like I said, they would do 2 hours apiece, approximately 15 officers doing that. And the other thing we did that coincides with that is they do this now as part of it.
Yeah, excuse me, Chief Sauce here. Could you answer my leading question? I'm asking in service of lavishing praise on your department.
And they were glad to see us.
Cool. I have an hour of everyone's
I'd be
time.
happy to.
And all that information
Yeah.
is, again, recorded on a journal. They do an I number. I can actually go into the computer system and see each person that called out on a community engagement. And we also hear them on the radio. So I know during the day driving around, somebody's on King Street or they're here doing it. And again, I
Doing
think
real
it's
community engagement.
I think that itself helps.
They're
deter
arresting
by
people
being
for
out
back
there being
talk at
visible.
City Common. They're
And
telling
again,
people they
you're
can't
not
smoke
there
cigarettes
during
in
the
there. They're going to get kicked
situation.
out if they have a shopping
You're-
cart. They're kicking
you're
them out.
making
That's community engagement.
Communication. with the-
Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm hoping to see more of. Is there a way to get a report on that as far as, just a number of those calls that were out and what was taken? Don't need to get into detail as far as what conversations were had.
That's
Just
it
get
right
the
there.
number, get a better understanding of how much is really being done throughout the week.
Through the chair of the council, I can do that. It would just give how many community engagements were conducted during a 24-hour period. And just so you know, during last half,
I've been trying to
11
get
12 to 8 a.m.
1 week
Those officers are
of
actually
emails
out going
between
into
ShotSpotter and the city
24-hour establishments
for
and just talking to the clerks. And again, that
couple
should
months
deter
now.
any type of robbery.
They're just not handing it over.
3 o'clock in the morning.
I initially asked for a year, and it was 120,000 emails in 1 year. A month, and it was still like 10,000. 1 week, it's like 700.
That'd be awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The idea being that ShotSpotter dictates city
Yes,
police
Mr.
policy a
Chairman,
lot more.
just
than we
want to
know.
say how much I appreciate,
And maybe that's why they're being such a little stickler about giving me those
as
records.
Through you,
Mhm.
Mr. Chairman, and certainly to the city manager. We know that we started off at a rocky start up on Lincoln Street, and the good news at that point was that we were coming into the community impact, and it certainly made a difference up there. So I know that the folks up there on the lower end of Lincoln Street.
Yeah,
as we
Joe, that's a good
talk
idea.
to them all the time.
But we'd
they're
have to find somebody to
certainly,
do a pro bono, because I'm not.
Grateful for
I'm
the
not paying
visibility
money.
and certainly a lot more conversation going on up there in that neighborhood, so.
It'll take like 4
We
years.
thank you for that. You've done a great job, and just want to say to the manager and the mayor, how much I appreciate all their efforts, that was also put into that area, so thank you.
Council Toomey?
I like this setup, this new
So I just
setup we have. It doesn't tell you how
reiterate,
long you've been
how
on
grateful I am, but I also
the
want
stream.
to
Oh,
point
I
out
can see it. Do you want to know?
No,
the
no, no,
major
no.
efforts
I'm telling
that
you
the
that's the
noted
strength
here
because
was
right
the
around this
Crime
point, you start going,
Intelligence
Jesus
Unit,
Christ.
that
Is
really worked.
Kate wearing
hard
sunglasses?
Collaboration and
Damn.
side with
Kate
yes.
looks like Kate looks like Lou Reed.
What the fuck is happening here?
Well, to take a walk on the wild side.
How many guns were taken during specifically the summer impact?
Holy shit! That is such a look. Man, that made my night. Oh my god.
Can you answer that, Chief?
Through the chair to the council, during summer impact, 3 illegal handguns were confiscated.
Her future's so fucking bright.
What the fuck is happening?
As far as the crime gun intelligence, and we have some stats here.
Crime gun intelligence is a shot spotter exported policing
doing a tremendous
strategy
job.
that
I believe
is
right
literally
now
just
they
a
themselves
weekly
4 of them,
meeting.
confiscated 15 firearms.
Fucking
made over 35 firearm-related arrests.
Such a fake job.
Hours,
Cops should
non-fatal
just have a
shootings.
fake job.
Last year at this time, I believe we had 33 or 34, 36 victims. To date, we've had 14, and I believe it's 16 or 17 victims I have on my phone. But we've had only 14 non-fatal shootings versus 35, I believe, last year.
Thank you, Chief, through you, the chair. Certainly,
Man.
That is a remarkable reduction in crime, and it's certainly something that I think deserves a little more discussion and also recognition
What's to discuss?
of those officers in that division. Thank you.
How remarkable it is.
Just to all the officers out there.
I got an
doing
amazing
their
screenshot
stuff. I just
of
wanna
us
make
laughing
sure
at Kate.
That's clear.
They all do a wonderful job.
But that unit, by
Wearing
having them
sunglasses.
solely
I just put it on Twitter. It's
focus
fucking
on
sick.
gun crimes, they're making incredible strides right there.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief, thank you for the report. The officers did a great job during the summer, much appreciated, and it was probably one of the better programs we've implemented, so thank you. We'll send that to public safety. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nian?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We are
Kate Toomey about to start
9.26.
defending Metal Machine Music as her best
Recommend
record.
authorization for the Worcester Public Schools Administration to enter into a lease agreement for the replacement of Chromebooks, MacBooks, and iPads. Council O'Hagan, you want to recuse yourself? Please note that. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
You don't have to leave the room. You just
Yes.
don't have to.
Council
You
Mark
don't
Carlson?
vote.
Yes.
Council Nian?
I'm not sharing my entire
Council
screen.
Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
I'm gonna
Yes.
switch over to my
2025 fiscal update as of September 30th, 2024. Send out to MO. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nian?
You guys hear all right?
Yes.
Sound all
Council
right?
Ojeda?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
yeah.
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Yes. B, recommend adoption of the ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the revised ordinances of 2008 concerning sword discharge and connection permits. The motion is to advertise the proposed ordinance. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nian?
Yes.
Council
Who
Ojeda?
is the Nico
Yes.
to
Council
Kate's
Pasillo?
Lou?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
That's a good
Yes.
question.
Transmitting information
Mike
communications to a list of properties purchased by college universities for 2019 to the present, whether college university kept the property on the tax rolls and assigned community benefit agreements associated with the new projects on these properties, and what changes, if any, were made to the pilot contributions.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Carlson, followed by Councilor Haji, and
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hold this item.
okay. We can hold down the privilege?
Yes, thank you.
Next up is transmit information communication of the Smart Energy Advice Program. Send it to Urban Ties. Roll call. Or you can file it, one or the other. Send it to Urban Ties. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Council
what I was
Russell?
thinking.
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
So I was
Mayor
thinking,
Perry.
Gio.
Yes. Transmitting information communication of the online survey of the residential
Yeah, I'm
drop-off
glad I
center.
kept this instrument too.
Send to Public Works. Roll
It's
call.
keeping me sane to learn
Council
how to play
Bergman?
it.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Transmitting information communication of the feasibility of using tax increment financing to advance environmental sustainability goals. Send that to ED. What's that?
I thought it was held.
I held that.
Oh, I'm sorry. You
Yeah,
have
that's
that. Okay. Finance items 9.35A through O, 9.36A through D, 9.37A through F. Motion is to adopt on the roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
I
Yes.
think
Council
Nico's a
Toomey?
good singer.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We're on
I'll die on that
9.39A,
hill.
which is held.
What's that solo record she put out? That's
Shaman
really,
goes-
really, really cool. With the like
10A and 10B. Motion is to adopt.
Mm-hmm.
Roll call.
I gotta look that one
Council
up.
Bergman?
It's been a while since
Council
I was
Calorio?
doing that.
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Desert
Council
Shore.
Russell?
Desert Shore is
Council
a good
Toomey?
record.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Let's go to the tabled items of the communications of the manager so we can wrap up his items. First one is 18A. City manager transmitting information communication relative to an opinion regarding the proposed charter amendment to grant the city council authority, move, edit, and/or eliminate any line item funding listed in the annual proposed city budget. Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, you're catching me off guard. I thought we were doing the other orders, but, so I'll just take a moment here if I can. This item, Mr. Chairman, is an item that we received a few weeks ago as a communication. And I think it was, I don't know if it was on the meeting that was adjourned or was held, or if it was the meeting before that, but it was quite a while ago. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, I mean, my gut reaction on this was, when I read it
Jenny
through,
really does look like
was
the
that
detective from Long
I
Legs.
appreciate
in
the
that outfit,
information the law department provided, but I wonder if there is some more information that maybe we can get from either from the law department, or if this, quite frankly, may be a situation where we've talked about in the past where sometimes the council may actually need separate outside counsel. Mr. Chairman, this is an item, obviously, the facts that the law department put forward in the report are facts. They're not, you know, there's facts are facts. But also, Mr. Chairman, I think that I would have liked to see more information of what the council could do as opposed to what it couldn't do. The relationship, and again, this is from, I read this so long ago, it's, I'm doing it from memory, and but if my memory serves me correct, the report
No expectation in Worcester that city councilors like understand what they're doing or their jobs.
without having
Like-
the veto power of the chief executive officer.
Why would you
and
have this
using the Boston
conversation in
example of the
public
mayor.
on
only
the city
difference
council
is in
floor
Boston,
and
the
not
mayor is
just
elected.
like,
And so it's a tough comparison for me to digest as a councilor, because it's a whole different plan of government, and where we have an executive. I wouldn't want to have a city manager with a veto power over items like that. But I do think that I'd like to see some more information, whether it comes from our law department or whether it comes from an outside advice, about what the council can do.
And I think that there is one specific item, Mr. Chairman, that I find it difficult to understand why the council could not say, when we cut an item out of a budget, that we actually cut the item out of the budget. Because right now, we have to cut the bottom line, and we have to ask the manager to consider it or, put it in the suggestion box. I think that this council, at the very minimum, should have the ability to, and again, if the law department or some other legal scholar can tell me I'm completely wrong, then so
Let's
be
not
it.
get carried away here
But I
with
think
legal
that at very
scholar.
minimum, Mr. Chairman, this council, any council
Night,
in the future,
Oliver.
should have the ability,
Later,
if something
dude.
comes in from the manager for proposed budget item.
I feel like the
should
gas
you have
station
the-
item, they're
have the authority
purposefully
to say, we
trying to
don't
push it
want
back
that
to,
item,
like,
at very minimum.
as possible.
Never mind
This is getting taken
moving
out
it
of
from
order.
department or trying to, and I'm not trying to suggest that we should have 11 members of this council all coming up with their own budgets, suggesting, new expenditures and that kind of thing. But I do believe that if we're gonna make a cut from the budget, we ought to be able to make a cut for the line, as opposed to cut from the bottom line. And currently,
get
the
some
only
food.
thing
I'm
we
starving.
can do is cut from
Once-
that
I'll be
bottom
back in a
line.
second.
Yeah.
And so, Mr. Chairman, I think that the proper thing to do with this at this point would be to send it back to the administration with those further questions and come back with another report with specifics of what can be done, specifically with the line item cut. Unless the manager has something different now.
Yeah, through the chair to the council, on the report, pages 3 and 4 provide opportunities of what council can do. We could have the solicitor share some of those things, but on pages 3 and 4,
Yeah, I
give
don't
some
even have it
ideas
in
of
front of
what,
me because
of
it
what
was an item
the
that
council
was-
can do. But if the solicitor, if you could share a couple of things of what those things are suggested.
Through the chair to the counselor, the manager's correct. On pages 3, rolling over to 4, it's all the authority the council does have, not only this city council, but all city
I
council.
can't hear you, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, as the manager mentioned, on pages 3, falling into page 4, it outlines specifically what the city council can do at a budget. And it's not just this city council. The report is simply to show that across the state, the law of appropriations and how budgets are put together are the same for all cities, whether it's Boston or any other city. And I quoted from a 2007 opinion of the former city solicitor, because this has been something that's been discussed for years on numerous occasions, and the cuts are coming from the categories of either salaries and wages, ordinary maintenance, or when there's a capital budget, just a block cut from the budget, but it's not down specific to the individual line items. And that's how the Municipal Finance Act sets it up for all the cities and towns. So this was simply to report on this is the current status of the law in the Commonwealth. And as I said at the very end, if the council wants to take a run at changing that, we can bring that in.
So, through you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Trainer, just so I'll understand this, what you're saying is that we could cut from a department, but we can't cut from the line?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, because that's the 14 years that I've been here, I've never been told that.
Well, it's
And, maybe I should go back and start all over again. Because every city manager that I've worked with, and every law department and every budget person that I've worked with has always told me that you can only take from the bottom line.
Through the chair, I'm agreeing with that, yes.
Again,
The bottom line of particular categories. The bottom line of the category of in ordinary maintenance, the bottom line of the salary appropriation, and
What you eating,
ordinary
Bill?
maintenance not included under A, which would be capital expenditures.
Pork chop from last night, pork chop and apple
And just
sauce.
to add through the chair, and when he's
Chops
talking
and
about bottom line
applesauce.
and only based on the categories of salaries, ordinary maintenance, or capital, it's specific per department.
Yeah,
So it
that's
doesn't
right.
have to be the entire budget
It's
in itself.
through you, Mr. Chairman, to the manager. What you're suggesting is it's a category, like the capital budget, you could take X amount of dollars from the capital budget, but not from the capital budget parks or the capital budget transportation and mobility. Or can I take it? Is that something new that I'm hearing from you now, that we can take a specific department?
Mr.
Or is
Trainer.
it just like the general capital budget and the general regular budget?
Through the chair, the capital budget's separate and different. You take cuts from the capital budget bottom line. I'm talking about the operational side of the budget, which is the salaries, the ordinary maintenance.
Okay.
Those two categories you take from the bottom line of those particulars. And I
Right, but
did
if I-
footnote as an example, for instance, in Springfield, their ordinance, they have an ordinance that says the city's annual budget will be adopted at the level of department salaries, expenses, and costs.
All right,
So
but
it's-
if I'm as a member of the city council, and I have 6 or 8 votes behind me, and I make a motion, can I cut $100,000 from the salaries in general? Or can I say I don't like that new assistant that the manager put on the budget that I think he's paying $100,000 to, that I think we should cut that? Can I cut that new assistant position hypothetically, or do I have to just take it out of salaries in general? Or even out of the budget in general?
There could be a recommendation, but for instance.
Has anyone gone to Dave's Hot
council,
Chicken
because
yet?
of the law requires the city budget to include amounts.
No,
sufficient
I
to
heard
meet
it's pretty
those
good, though.
obligations, which are salaries. Those
It's
are not
good.
something they can cut.
I will
If-
say,
If there are positions that
hot,
are filled.
too hot.
And salaries are there, we have a
And
salary
medium,
ordinance. And
little too
if it's,
medium.
For instance, someone that's going up on a step increase, which is
Too
part
big
the
of a
salary
jump.
ordinance, you can't cut that.
Right,
So there
but
are
if-
certain things by other laws
the hot
you
like a
don't have the
painful
ability
hot?
to cut.
If the
Kind
manager
of,
wanted to add
yeah.
a position, and
I like hot
can
stuff,
only
but it's
say,
like
take it out of salaries. or the
acidic
council
hot,
can
you
only
know?
say, take it out of salaries, and he decides, just because I didn't like that, or this council didn't like that position, he could still go hire that person, give them the salary, and take that $100,000 out of somebody
If
else.
it- I would say since it's a proposed addition, it's not a current salaried employee, then the new position could be cut if there was enough votes.
Yeah, down at the
I need
trolley
more
yard.
clarification on this, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the council,
Chicken's
each
good.
position that's
just
presented
that
or that asks to be
there's
added
a lot-
to
too vast of
the
a
table
gulf
organization
between
requires a table organization and a
the
salary
spice
ordinance
levels.
that the council can vote individually within that table organization or that salary ordinance itself as well. So
What's
you
the
can
trolley
vote
yard?
against that. You're not voting
But
against
they-
the
remember the
entire
old
budget, but
bus
you can vote
depot?
against the actual salary ordinance that's been proposed.
Where they put like the
for
Chipotle
those
and all that
positions.
Right,
shit.
but I can only vote against the salary.
Oh,
ordinance,
that's where it
not,
is?
Yeah.
Hypothetically, that there was.
I thought
it was
large
over
raises
at-
that were given out,
on, like,
and
Front
I
Street.
can't say I don't like that either.
No. That's
For that specific position. A
crispy.
raise or
There's
a
another
position.
chicken place that just
To the
opened
chair,
down
to the
there,
council,
Cluckin'
I
or something.
believe that's correct. It has to be the entire salary.
But this is a change. I mean, it's
Salaries,
totally
of all salaries,
Correct.
and
Whatever,
the
it's
manager
fine.
has the right to go back,
But-
and that's the way it's
This
set
is the
up.
one that's
Now,
owned by,
my
like,
suggestion, Mr. Chairman, and the whole reason
fucking
why I
rappers and shit?
put this item forward is
think
because I
so.
wanted clarification.
Somebody.
And I think that if there is a way of us trying to get down that path where this council can be a fiscal watchdog, is what we hope that this council to be.
Council's
that
not
we're
a
able
fiscal
to-
watchdog.
to
Shut up,
have
George.
specific-
God damn it.
very
These people
minimal,
are so
have a
stupid.
specific ability to cut an item that this council doesn't believe is there. And I'd like some further information from the law department.
This is
and-
good, though. This
and
is
I know
useful
the
information
proper
for us
thing
to
would be
know
send it
when
back
we
to the
cut the
administration
funding for the
that.
municipal golf
If
course.
it's something that
Right.
we need to table and digest a little more and have more conversations amongst ourselves and maybe look at the administration even.
I'm not a big poke
Administration
guy.
is always offered that there
I like
is,
a little pokey.
ability and financial
I just, you know what,
backing if we get
it's
another
too
opinion. I think
thick
it's,
of
this
cuts
is
for
a
me.
poster child for something
I
that's
like
outside of
sashimi,
And my
like
suggestion
thin.
is that the MO,
And I feel like
MO can come
poke is-
back. I think the
You don't like the
recommendation
square
in the
cuts?
report
I don't like
is that we
chunks.
could actually do a charge.
It's a lesser fish.
What's the word?
In the chunks,
amendment to
they use the
charter
sinewy
And
fish.
send it to,
Yeah.
I know, because I used
let
to
them
make
come
the
back with
chunks.
a recommendation. Okay. Is that fair?
I didn't know they have masubi
Okay.
there. All right, I'm gonna go down there.
Yeah, I know. I get that, but that's what he said in his report, so. Okay. Okay, so we'll send it to MO for further discussion.
Thing about poke
Roll
places,
call.
I've
Bergman?
never been to
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
a poke place where the
Council
quality was discernibly
Yes.
higher
Councilor
than any
Carlson?
other poke place.
Council Nguyen?
Right, and I don't
Yes.
like they're all
Council
like
Rita?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
silver,
Council
like they're all like
Yes.
metal
Council Toomey?
counter, like
And Mayor
it just
Petty?
doesn't
Yes,
doesn't
next
seem
item
like
is, transmitting information
I
communication.
don't know.
with
Just seems too
regulatory process
sterile in a
established
weird
charter
way
review
that
commission. So send that to
doesn't
MO,
seem appetizing
come
to
back
me.
with a recommendation on the process, and You move that forward. Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
You know what the trolley yard needs is an Alamo draft house.
Okay, we have
Yeah, I would fucking love that.
petitions
Kidding
18B
me?
to 18Z.
Telling us Worcester's on the map, we don't even have a draft house.
19A. B. Motion to accept 19C.
We need a cool
and
movie
D.
theater so bad.
And E and double top. Motion to accept the E.
Yes.
19E to double A.
I would love to open a movie theater.
Collectively?
Just
about
make
municipal-
everybody watch the
18s?
dumbass movies I want to show.
Most of the 18.
There's a city council campaign, municipal movie theater. Kidding me? Municipal Paris
We did
Cinema?
all the
We did them
18s.
before.
Yeah, we did all the 18s.
I was so bummed when I
Except for
first
D.
moved
How
home
about I, J, and
when I was
K?
like 23.
Did those go to Public Works?
Oh, did I miss those?
I can't remember. It must have been around then. It was when Paris
did it
first
earlier
closed.
Yeah, we did it earlier.
When they shut it down. I really wanted to
Okay, collectively on the roll call.
figure out how to buy it as a nonprofit
Council Bergman?
and call it
Council Caloria?
the new Paris.
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
And then I found out how bad the
Council
building
Nguyen?
was.
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
But it
Council
bums me
Russell?
out so bad.
Council Toomey?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Alamo
19 double B.
encourages
Company-
people to snitch on each
On the
other?
roll
What is
call.
that all about?
Alamo is a company not great. The guy that
Council Bergman?
I don't even he doesn't own it anymore.
Caloria?
Sony bought
Yes.
it.
Council
But
Haji? Council
Tim
King?
League has seems like kind of a dumbass.
King?
Like
Yes.
got out over his
Carlson?
skis. Didn't know what the
Council
fuck he was doing,
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
but was
Council Pasillo?
around some bad
Council
people
Russell?
and
Council Toomey?
also did some
And Mayor Petty.
shady shit himself.
Okay, roll that.
But
That finishes everything.
there's not a lot like it as far as movie theaters that care about presentation and also show cool stuff. And there's nothing obvious. There's no movie theater in Worcester at all. And while the Elm Draft House is great,
We are on the
it's not as high
11A,
quality
request the mayor to provide
AV
council
as I
with
would prefer.
recommendation report regarding amending the zoning ordinance of the zoning ordinance to restrict new automobile fueling
Yeah,
stations.
I actually
Hold on,
I'm
this is
sorry.
the
I
one-
In all zoning
This is the one
districts,
thing we
so
gotta pay
report to
attention to,
include
right?
a list of
Yeah.
ordinances enacted in other cities and towns restricting land use for
I have
new
thoughts.
gas station
Gio.
construction and inventory of existing gas stations in the city and distribution by city council districts, environmental justice census tracts, the number of special permits issued and denied by the zoning board of appeals in the last 5 years, locations of exemption, a list of electric vehicle charger locations in the city, synthesis of the existing research and adverse health, safety, property values, and other impacts of new gas
Come on,
station
Joe.
uses for
Read
adjacent
the
to the Worcester neighborhoods, and analysis of if and how constructing new gas stations aligns with the goals of the Green Worcester Plan, the Worcester Now Next, and the city's manager's strategic plans. Councilor Haji?
Yeah, let me just start by providing a little bit of context for the talking heads on radio stations that are charging this item with being charged, led the charge by the city councilor. I wouldn't normally do this, Mr. Chair, unless that felt like a direct erasure of constituents in my district who, prior to me getting elected, not only found a particular gas station on Park Ave to be problematic, they actually led the charge, just like the residents of Hope Avenue with the proposed project that was shut down led the charge. My role as a district councilor has been to listen, to support the residents, the small business owners that were going to be displaced, and prior to my getting elected, in fact, in the eve of being inaugurated as a District 5 city councilor, I spoke in support of Natalie Turner, who was the resident who led the charge, a Black indigenous woman who has spoken about the environmental injustice in the Beaverbrook neighborhood, a neighborhood previously a historic Black neighborhood, a neighborhood that has a large property, the Krog property, that's sitting there vacant for decades, under contamination. I made that preamble to make sure that my residents are not erased and their agency is not taken away in matters such as this. This item came as a result of many, many conversations that I had with the residents of Hope Avenue. As people remember, there was a proposed gas station that was supposed to go there. I knocked on doors. I convened the developer, the attorney, to come to the neighborhood meeting because I heard from residents that A, they didn't know this was happening, and B, that they vehemently opposed having a gas station in their neighborhood. What I'm asking through this order is several things that you enumerated, Mr. Chair. And the reason for not simply asking for an automatic ban on new gas stations, not a ban on existing gas stations, is because this topic of conversation requires educated information. What I listed in the order itself is a series of questions, is a series of information that this council needs to understand the implications of using gas stations as a land use policy, and to also make sure that the voices of the neighborhood residents who have continuously opposed this in their neighborhoods is taken into account. I have several questions listed here that talk about how actually proposing new gas stations aligns with the goals of the city manager's strategic plan, with our economic development goal, with our climate and environmental goals. We, in this particular topic, need to make sure that we understand all of these implications. What I learned from conversations and on both occasions, on the gas station proposed at Park Avenue and the one on Hope Ave, is that residents in neighborhoods want to see different types of developments. They want to see different land use policies that guide the vision for our neighborhoods to be places where we're using mixed-use developments when we are taking into account the health impact, the environmental impact, and economic development impacts. So this is not about what Councilor Hajia thinks, although I have made my opinions very public and very transparent. This is about educating this council, educating our residents, and making sure that bodies like the ZBA or City Council or Planning Board are on the same page about the impact that gas stations can have on our neighborhoods. I have knocked on thousands of doors, just like all my colleagues have. I have had very many conversations with people that came in District 5, they came to speak tonight in support of this measure. And none of those conversations on the doors or with individual people have I heard that our residents in neighborhoods are craving to see gas stations as their vision for what their neighborhoods need. We have a saturation of gas stations in the city. I think we need more. However, I am not asking this council tonight to vote on banning or not banning new gas stations. What I am asking is for the city manager and his staff, who are very knowledgeable in this area, to bring all the existing research, to talk to us about the implications of having new gas stations in our neighborhoods, and to help us make an informed decision based on what's happening in other cities, based on the current climate policies of our state, and based on what we want to see in our neighborhoods in regards to land use and economic development decisions. Thank you.
Council Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too have knocked on lots of doors.
I can just
over
do it whenever
a
you guys
long period
want.
of time, and I can't recall any significant conversations with any constituent anywhere in all the 5 districts throughout the city of Worcester where the conversation was of the topic that new gas stations shouldn't be allowed to be developed. Never happened to me.
Because you talk to
Maybe it's
idiots
happened
and
to others.
assholes.
Would say, from what I'm hearing, there's 60 gas stations in Worcester. Quite frankly, I thought there were more. But what logic
I got really
defies
good.
me is that
Got him.
60 gas stations for some people is too many. Well, the free market system works in such a way that if gas stations are successful, it's going to be
leading
gas
intellectuals
stations. There might
of
be more gas stations if they continue to be
progressive
successful.
city
But
politics.
if electric cars take over and the free market works as it should and as it does in this country, then people that develop gas stations will stop developing gas stations. That's just the way it works. I would say that looking at the statistics online, and other people may find other statistics. Excuse me?
Fight.
No.
I'll wait till the rude person sitting here stops insulting
Let's
me.
go. Stops what? Talking to you?
Yes.
You shouldn't be talking to him. Go ahead.
I should be talking to you. Correct. Thank you. Now, looking at the statistics online, other people
God,
find
you
other
just-
statistics. The number of
nothing
electric
is funnier
passenger
than these
cars
fucking
in the
moments.
Commonwealth of
He's
Massachusetts
so
increased over
stupid
50%
at doing
between
that. Like,
2023 and 2024 to a
just
whopping
don't,
1.5%.
you fucking moron.
So
What
over
are you doing?
97% of the people still drive electric cars. Now, we did
You
take
couldn't write a
vote
funnier bit than
to
what
move
just happened
forward
there in those
with
2
a
seconds.
plan to eliminate fossil fuel over the next 20 years. But 20 years isn't today or tomorrow. It's certainly not when over 97% of the folks still drive electric cars. And
These things,
quite
these
frankly,
kids
electric
still
cars
drive
cost
electric
on average,
cars.
again, according
He's
to
just
my
trying to
internet
say-
data, others may find
Yes,
other information,
yeah.
over $10,000 more than an electric car. So in a time where people are struggling to pay rent, to pay mortgages, and most people now are looking to buy used cars as opposed to new cars, we're expecting people to continue to buy electric cars in increased numbers, even though the cost is
What gas
$10,000
station
more.
is funding his
Quite
political
frankly, we
campaign?
haven't
Like, why
reached
does
the
he
point
care
where
so
electric
much?
cars are popular, and it may be a long
He's just
time
he's
until
just
they are.
like
Thus, there's going to
he's
be a
just a
continuing
fucking like
need for gas
obstinate
stations.
dickhead.
One of the narratives I like to dispel myself is I attended the last zoning board of appeals meeting. Somehow we're being told, or others are being told, that licenses for new gas stations are given out freely by the zoning board of appeals and the planning board, and anybody that wants to open one can. It is a rigorous test to pass through the zoning board of appeals.
Also,
in
his
order to
kid
be
is a
licensed for
psycho.
new gas station. These gas stations, new licenses for gas stations aren't given out easily, and I can tell you from my attendance
Oh, has a kid?
there were at least two board members on
Couple.
the ZBA who said they could never conceive
They're psychos?
of a time where they would ever approve.
I don't know. I
new
can
gas
only speak to the
stations. So
one
we're not
whose
giving
Facebook
out
post I've
new
seen.
gas station permits easily. I will say that gas stations provide jobs.
I can
oftentimes
guess or
for
imagine
new immigrants.
the kind of
They also provide other services such as convenience stores and job opportunities for others other than just the gas station.
You're gonna
And
die on
many of
that
the gas
hill,
stations
Mo?
provide charging
Convenience
stations,
store job
something
is a
we're
good job?
surely in need of for those that do choose to get an electric
you know.
car. I can tell you, again, from a Google search, and others may find different information, without needing to have this order approved, that there's only one city that I could find in all of the Northeast that's voted, and they voted very recently, to ban new gas stations, and that's Providence, Rhode Island. There's no other cities that have done that, and they did that over the last, as I've read, few months. So
That's
there is
certainly
an
a city we would
urgent,
want to be nothing
need
like.
to do
Right,
that.
yeah, why would we-
Very
yeah.
sensible,
We wouldn't want to be
sense of
anything
urgency
like the
to
cooler,
do
more
any of this.
successful
Let's
city
let
of the
the
same
market-
size to
free market
ourselves.
economy
We wouldn't
control
want that.
whether gas stations are
It seems
new gas stations
untouchably
are a good
cooler
idea
than
and bad
Worcester.
idea. Let's not make something
By
that's
having
illegal, and let's continue
nothing
to let
really
market conditions
advantageous over
dictate
us besides
how our businesses grow or don't
one-
grow in the city of Worcester. This
one
is an
criminal
overreach.
mayor
We shouldn't be making legal
in the right
businesses
direction.
illegal. And although we have 60 gas stations, if they're successful, who's to
I mean,
say that we should be
who
picking
cares at
winners
this
and
point? Like,
losers
what does it
as to
matter?
what should or
Climate
shouldn't be
change is
successful in
is
the Worcester
over and done
business
with.
community?
Like,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My motion would be
we're
to
not
file.
stopping it, so I guess
Councilor Pasillo?
what's the point of not
thank
being
you,
a
Mr.
fucking
Chair.
piece of shit if you're Mo Bergman?
I appreciate Counselor Bergman's comments and agree that,
Okay,
electric
Mo, now do
vehicles
weed shops and strip
probably
clubs.
aren't going to take over tomorrow. I do drive a minivan. I can't see myself affording an EV anytime soon, and there's not enough space. That being said, this is just a request for information. When I asked, there seems to be 60-ish gas stations throughout the city. I would be curious to know where they are, what neighborhoods they're in, and just get a little bit more information on this. It is important to go green. I have kids. I look at the environment. It's very stressful at times when we see the wildfires and, a number of different things. But this is just asking for information. So, thank you.
Councilor Russell, followed by Councilor King. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, when I go around in District 3 and I look around, I see
We're
most
really
people
gonna go
driving
around the
cars
horn
that
on
are older.
gas stations right now. Fuck.
You know, many folks have cars like my daughter has that are 10 years old or thereabouts, and they use them quite a bit.
Jenny,
And
why
the
couldn't
rest
you
of the
just
group
say
of
that you support?
Cars that are 10 years old are in that range.
Whatever. I just hope she doesn't run again.
I would like to see
You get Tony
going
Economo.
forward maybe some kind of a
Yeah, fucking who cares? Same
consideration for any gas stations that are being put in.
I think you can. You gotta sting. You gotta do all of your. Anytime you make a comment like that, you gotta sting it with.
Yeah, who fucking cares?
Charging stations now. But to support anything that would spend the time of the administration to put together an information or a report that is or at least appears to be a hope to kind of like to change the use table basically of the zoning board. The zoning board,
Yes.
the zoning.
Yes,
use
change
table
the use
overall.
table of the zoning board.
Mr. Chairman, years ago, and most
Comrade Russell.
the zoning ordinance, I was on the planning board a million years ago when they wrote that zoning ordinance. And Mr. Chairman, when I looked, because, you know, I had to think about it and wondering if gas stations are in fact allowed in neighborhoods, in residential neighborhoods, or for that matter, any neighborhoods.
Oh, don't you
And when I look at the table of uses that's on the city website for automobile
We have
refueling
the high ground,
stations,
Anakin. We have
There's
the
a
high
no.
ground, Anakin.
in any residential zone, not a special permit, not a maybe, there's a no. They are not allowed at all. You can't even ask for it in a residential zone. All the residential zones are in N, meaning no. Business limited zones, manufacturing zones,
Where are business limited
are
zones,
special
George?
permits.
They're right next to the
Special
fucking
permits, and I
residential
know
zones,
Councilor
George.
Bergman sometimes gets some criticism from some members of the public for using the words changing the character of the neighborhood. Well, guess what? That's probably because Councilor Bergman served on the Zoning Board of Appeals. And that was always what we were taught when we, about zoning, was that was the threshold.
We were taught, don't say
that you were
redlining,
supposed to
say
show
don't change the
legally.
character of the
You were supposed to show
neighborhood.
that you
It's
weren't
in the handbook.
It's in the
character of
handbook,
neighborhood
yeah.
by granting a special permit.
Taught
That's
by who,
so
George?
funny.
Taught
That's-
by
Notify the
who?
neighbors. They have to show that they're not changing the makeup of the neighborhood. They're not hurting the neighborhood in any way. And it's only
Taught
allowed
by
by
who,
special
George?
Permit.
Honestly.
And from what I've heard, I haven't been
Could it
involved in any of
be
the hearings at the
racists?
Zoning Board of Appeals. They're dealing with gas
Racists?
station, requests.
And I'm familiar with
But
the
it
history
seems
of
to
Worcester.
me
I
like
mean,
the
the John
system is
Birch
working.
Society was started
Because
right
there
here.
is, they are not allowed in residential zones, and they have to go through a rigorous notice of the neighbors and community input, and the zoning board, which,
Honestly,
from what I can see from a distance.
Maybe that's what I'll
looks
write
to-
about for
to appear to
Thursday.
be
Just use this dumbass
leaning
comment from
away
George
these
Russell
types
to
of
get into a
uses.
history of
Anyway,
zoning
so
boards of
they've
appeal.
got the ability to make decisions on a case-by-case basis. So, Mr. Chairman, I just think, I think that we should be making changes to some of these stations going forward, even the existing stations, to ask them to try to set up the future for conversion.
I mean-
but right now, Mr. Chairman, the people, there are
Gio's
so
comment
many
there
people
raises a
in
good
District
point. Just
3
the absolute balls
that
on
can't
George
afford
Russell
an
right
electric
now,
vehicle.
especially
And you know what?
just
The
knowing
last
where he
thing I
has
wanna
property,
do- the
like
last
right
thing
next to
I
a gas
wanna do
station, to
is
say
take
that you can't
competition away.
put
And to take competition away so that the
gas
gas
stations
prices
in residential
are locked in.
neighborhoods
When you go to
because,
a
like,
community sometimes,
they're
like you do
all
in
over
downtown
the place.
Boston,
They're
where there's only
residential
one gas station, anywhere there, the prices are all through the roof. The last
He's
thing I
talking
wanna
about
do is take
competition
away
now.
any competition. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
The state is about to start having California-style wildfires.
the
Thank you, Mr.
disintegration
Chairman.
loops of Reaganism.
I do
We started with
support
Ronald
moving
Reagan in the
this
80s.
forward.
Now we got George
I think it
Russell
asks some
talking about
really
competition
important
among gas
questions.
stations at the Worcester City
You know, I
Council
think
meeting.
the
You know what
latter part
fucking
of
changes
this,
the character of a
talking
neighborhood?
about whether or not additional
A fucking decimation
new
by
gas stations in
wildfire.
the city where we already have 60 is or is
Yeah.
not in alignment with the goals of the Green Worcester Plan, Worcester Now Next, and the city manager's own strategic plan. I'd like to see that report. That's what this is, it's a request for information. We've sat here.
Does this pass? I don't know if this passes.
Where we've gone back and forth about
Probably not.
requests for information, Mr. Chairman. I also think, and I think that, you know, we really do need to take a longer look at land use here in the city of Worcester. We are in the midst of a housing crisis. We have folks looking for places.
Christian King talking about zoning reform.
Build and try to do what we can to be a more affordable place for people to live. And perhaps, just perhaps, reformation of land use could be a future key to creating opportunities to expand housing opportunities.
Rural Bismarck, no, this is a true rule for all.
Transportation, the future of transportation.
Evergreen
is
rule. You always
do
we want to be land reform first. If you land reform, when you take over, you do land reform right away. That's why when we take over, we're rezoning Green Hill Park.
I know that when you look at Providence, which was mentioned
first
earlier,
step, rezone
they had around
Green Hill
40
Park. Second step,
gas stations.
sell it to a developer.
We're at 60, and I can't think of a place where, you know, there's an issue getting to a gas station. As mentioned earlier, we're not aware of any.
Yeah, who are all these people that need so much gas?
Big pushes.
Yeah. Also, the ZBA voted against a gas station.
Gas
They're never
stations here. We
approving
had some
another gas
pop
station
up
again.
here and there.
You always do land
planning
reform
board
first.
And
And the countryside surrounds.
But I
the
know that I
cities.
also had asked some
Gotta
time
remember
ago for what's listed here as Part B. I think to
Cities are surrounded by the countryside.
the data of an inventory regarding the existing gas stations and how they're distributed and sort of a mapping of it is a bit short-sighted. You know, it could also inform.
I haven't listened to
True
TrueAnon since like the very beginning of it.
Planning here as
So good. It's my favorite.
Do they still have the same theme song?
Oh
Like
yeah.
that weird re-edit of the Twin Peaks.
Yep.
Song?
Manager,
That's so fucking good.
having a report
And
back. This is not
they had a special
full
election
stop
coverage
on
theme song.
the market,
for
as it
this
were, and the
current
market
election.
dictating
And
what occurs here in the city. But we as a
it was
government
so good.
really need to look at reforming how we're using land, local land use, particularly during these times, Mr. Chairman. So I look forward to voting this positively. For a report.
Council Hijack.
Let me just dispel a few myths here that I heard here today. Basically, all I asked for is a comprehensive report, which I'm sure that our Department of Planning Division, led by Michelle Smith, a very talented and educated person, can give to us. I don't believe that it will cost any.
What's a witchy theme?
Place any burden on that. But that said, we haven't had a discussion.
A night on Bald
The
Mountain.
city council about
What's
the
your
best and
boss?
highest use of land use and how zoning can be used to actually spur small development. With all due respect to my colleagues, gas stations are not good economic development policy for the city. A great point that actually illustrates that is that this gas station proposed on Hope Avenue was going to displace one of the most beloved businesses, Giovanni's Bakery, and replace it with a chain, a national chain, a thing that does not have anything to do with nurturing and cultivating our small businesses. Also want to dispel myth number 2. Gas prices are not determined by how many gas stations there are in the city. They're actually determined by the cost of crude oil. That actually and transportation costs make up the cost of gas. It has absolutely nothing to do with how many gas stations or the competition. If we're really worried about competition, then I would suggest my colleagues think about how adding a gas station every 10 miles,
If gas-
as it was the case
If
on
gas
Hope
prices
literally 3 or 4 gas
were
stations
determined by the amount of
in
gas
a small
stations in the
distance
city, then
would actually
like,
impact those businesses.
why did we go to
Because I can
Iraq?
tell you they probably are not going to be happy about having a ton of competition.
We would have
around
just
them. So if you
annexed
wanna
Paxton
support them,
and
let's
replaced all
also
the
not
single-family
make it
homes with
expensive
gas
for them
stations.
Yeah.
To think about
You
transitioning.
just annexed Holden.
I am not talking at all about EV use in this order. I don't know how people are taking what I am asking for, a list of EV charging stations, which is something that my residents are still confused about. Etel, where do I go get my car charged? Where are the locations? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. A list
Totally
of EV
serious
charging stations so we can
commentary.
understand
I
what the
was not
layout
familiar
of the
with
map of the
California
land is.
being the only state with a hydrogen system.
It is expensive to transition
They're like, so
gas
Toyota
stations
has
to
has their
EVs.
hydrogen car that they
That's
just
an
only
actual
sell to
fact.
California.
So by
It's like apparently we've got like
2035, a lot
one
of this infrastructure
hydrogen
will
refueling
be
station in
decrypted
Mass, somewhere down like in
because of the
Braintree or something
climate
like
law
that.
the state
But
of Massachusetts has passed,
it's fucking
which
wild. Like
requires us to
it
eliminate
takes
and reduce
minutes
fossil
to
fuels because
fully
we are
fuel a
beyond the
hydrogen
climate emergency.
vehicle now.
So this council can decide to
The
do
stations
whatever
that they have are
want.
crazy.
If folks want to file this motion, please go ahead. But to insinuate, Mr.
Yeah, they really
Bernard,
like
that
effectively
I haven't had
tanked
these conversations,
that technology
had these conversations
through. I mean, not a lot of effort really. It was
No,
pretty
not at all.
easy.
Every door I've knocked on regarding Hope Avenue or the one on Park Ave, not a single person has said, maybe other than the actual attorney and the former District 5 City Councilor, that they would like to see a gas station in the vicinity of their neighborhoods, regardless of whether it is a business zone or whether it is allowed or not. And lastly, I did ask for information in this order about how many gas stations by special permit, which, thank you, Councilor Russell, I'm quite aware and educated about this topic. I would like to understand, for the public's benefit, how many of these special permits are given and what is the comprehensive economic, development, health impact, and environmental impact. This is not about EV stations. It's not. If people want to take it that's their prerogative. I'm simply asking for the city manager to give us an educated report so we can then make a decision.
Council Corio?
I just have one statement that just keeps coming in my
This should be
mind
smart.
as I'm sitting
This should
here,
be
is
great.
that we as city councilors do not have the right to dictate the land use in the city. Thank you.
Imagine saying that after what Attell just said.
Are you
anybody
fucking kidding me?
No. What's this?
Donna, we are taking your political city committee from you.
Yeah, Donna.
God, it's always such a
Petty.
fucking big
Thank you.
issue
Just when I
when
saw
the city
this
council is
program, I
asked to
read
do
this thing
one
several times.
decent
It does
thing.
ask for a draft recommendation of amending the zoning ordinance, zoning code. So it's just not a request for information. But I thought Councilor Russell sort of made a good point here, is that, you know, this it's the marketplace, and he listed, we already have these in place, the restrictions, like safeguards to go through. It won't be in residential areas.
But, you know,
It'll be a
you
special
could change
permit.
them.
And it seems to work, because none of these are getting through to the public. So in that sense, I do have a question for the manager.
Donna Clore said the city council does not have
have
the right to dictate
Mr. Manager.
use.
Through the chair to the council, as part of the zoning rewrite, right now, we have gone out to bid, I believe, and we're about to award the consultant who will take on that responsibility to begin the process. It's a 2 to 3 year process that requires, it's heavily involved in the planning commission, is the one who gets involved in a lot of this work, but that's currently where it stands. So we're just starting the process of initiating the zoning rewrite.
So all this should be part of that whole process?
Yeah, zoning rewrite would include all land use and zoning regulations in the city.
Okay, thank you.
That's all he went down the board.
Okay, so we have a motion to file. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
No.
Council Ojeda?
No.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Motion passes.
This is such a silly thing.
Request the manager, request Commissioner of Public Works and Parks expedite work being completed to convert the first 41 feet of evergreen
We will
lane
not
to
inform
public
you
road.
where our
what
gas
Installing a
stations
surface
are.
drain system to
This is,
prohibit water
this,
going
like,
down
this is exactly what it
Evergreen
is.
Lane
Like,
from
what the fuck
Massasoit
is
Road.
that shit?
Council Corio?
National security level of
Thank you. This
secrecy
is just
over the
really
location
to
of gas
support,
stations in the city of Worcester.
Councilor Russell's agenda item that he has started to work on this area, just to say, because I've had calls from this neighborhood.
Oh, you gotta fucking
to,
run Petty
help
out of town.
Stop the complete overflow of water when we have big floods in this area. So,
Sorry, Donna,
this
land
is
use not in your
really
purview.
as it reads,
Gotta
and
let the water
hopefully we
just
can
flow
get
to the
this done in
basements.
the next, 6
Kate's
months.
gotta go. She's gotta go. She got a cigarette date.
Send out to the manager.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to sign on to this.
Jimmy just went out to
and I'd
smoke
like
a
to send it
dart.
to the
Oh
administration
my
with
God.
the,
She gotta roll a
request that,
ciggy, baby.
Push this up the ladder as far as priority. It was approved as the first little section
Wow, Kate Jimmy
of
left with some
Evergreen.
serious attitude.
Was approved to be made public to handle basically the drainage from Massasoit Road. So I know there's plans, in fact, to do some major work on Massasoit Road, but this is a big important piece, even though it's on Evergreen, which is a private street. Usually the private street causes the drainage onto the public street. In this case, it's just the opposite. In fact, Mr. Chairman, through you to the manager, on a very rainy day, he probably sees some of the water flow by his home off of Massasoit
From the same
Road,
6-5 vote
because
to
it's-
block a
that's where it's coming
ceasefire
from. It's coming from the hill
resolution.
on one side of Massasoit Road. It's going
City
all downhill,
Council
and it's heading right in that direction. So we need to get this prioritized.
to deny themselves
As amended, we'll send that to city manager. Roll call.
information
Council
on
Bergman?
gas stations.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the manager, request Assistant Commissioner of Public Works and Parks trim back the low-hanging branches on June Street. Council Corio?
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Literally,
Yes.
Council Calorio?
literally
Yes.
Council Agia?
low-hanging fruit.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member
That's
Carlson?
all. That's all Donna's
Council
got.
Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request city manager, request Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility review the intersection of South Little Street and Clover Street for additional speed calming measures. Council Corio?
As it reads.
I'd like to speak on this, please.
Council Agia?
The first rapid response actions to be installed the week of October 13th involve installation of crosswalk markings and signage at the South Ludlow and Clover Street intersection, the addition of advanced yield lines, crosswalk daylighting to improve visibility of pedestrians. This was from the press release sent by the city manager announcing the rapid response system that he will be implementing to respond to crashes. That was sent on 10/10/24, around the same time that the family of Jamie Lynn Fish, who died at that intersection, also held a village. Councilor King was the only person from City Council and myself that attended that. So I'd like to file this because the city manager has certainly worked on it, and also a couple of my orders outlining essentially the same traffic calming measures have already been implemented at this particular intersection.
That's fine. I'm just responding to some constituents in that neighborhood that weren't aware of the changes being made. Thank you.
Okay, so motions to file. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, next item is 11E, request the manager, request Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility provide City Council with a list of locations to be considered installation of speed bumps. Council Corio?
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. F, request the manager requests Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility conduct a traffic study at Canterbury Street, Grand Street, Walpole Street, Shoriel Square to determine whether Grand Street and Walpole Street can be made two-way streets. Councilor Hayda.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Haji.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson. Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Hayda. Council
Yes.
Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request manager requests Commissioner of Public Works review the repair numerous potholes on Mason Street from, what's that, Pemberton Street to May Street. Councilor Hayda.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Haji.
Yes.
Council King. Council Merrill Carlson. Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Hayda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next item, request the city manager provide council with an update concerning the creation of a new monument or adding to existing monuments the names of those Worcester veterans whose death in the service of their country during military actions do not otherwise qualify for official
Worcester City
recognition.
Council committed itself to the
Mr.
heat death of the
Chairman.
human race
This
by
is
the
an item
same
I've
spread
had
of
on
votes
before. I
that
thought
shot down the
particularly
Gaza
timely
ceasefire
to
resolution.
try to address it again, perhaps for an update, or at least to get some momentum going forward on it, particularly as many of us spent Monday, yesterday, at Veterans Day events, and we know how important monuments can be in telling the story and being places of reflection. As one of the members of the public who I've been in touch with constantly on this issue spoke of earlier, there are a large number of veterans who don't otherwise qualify. Particularly, there's a category in which you have to die within 90 days of injuries, or you're not considered to have been killed in action. Many people get injured in battle and don't pass on for months after that, perhaps sometimes years, and don't get the recognition they deserve. Next year is the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. I would hope that as a city we will also put together some meaningful programs related to that, but I also hope that we can perhaps come together with a plan and as to how we can add names of those
Later,
who
Biz.
die in the service of their country.
Thanks for hanging tonight.
Don't technically
Have a great night.
qualify to be added to the memorials we already have. I know I've spoken to our new Veterans Affairs officer, Dr. Joe Robinson, who seems very upbeat and optimistic about this plan. I don't know if it should go to committee or if it should go to the city manager, but I do hope a year goes by quickly, and I hope by next Veterans Day we have something tangible regarding this. Thank you.
Councilor Pasillo.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. This wasn't on the agenda for parks. It could have been a stale item, so I do want to apologize to you and the resident. It obviously means a lot, and I appreciate
Sky
and
rockets
respect
in
that. So
flight.
wherever you want to send it is fine by me, but if you do send it to parks, I'll make sure it's
Afternoon
priority.
delight.
Thank you.
Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do think that
Sky
this should go
rockets
to
in
the
flight.
manager, and the reason I say this
Afternoon
is, this
delight.
has been floating around, and these folks keep coming back again and again and again, and this item has not moved anywhere, and I think we owe it to these
Zero
folks who have
biz.
come. I know it was on the agenda when I was chair of Parks. I know
this is
it
such a
was
brutal
on when
exercise.
Councilor Rose was chair of Parks, and for whatever
What
reason.
a brutal way to spend a night.
This seems to.
Yeah, do you want another running time now?
Every year, it goes to the
Nope.
stale item, which means that basically.
Let's put it this
gets
way.
filed.
Bad night to start an hour early.
I do think, and I know that, Councilor Pasillo would do a great job, but I think the city manager, Mr. Chairman, needs to get to the bottom of why this is not getting done, because this is working on, if I'm correct, we're working on going into our 4th year with this. So that would be my motion.
Okay. Okay, that's what it says, so we come back and we'll send it back to your committee, Councilor Pasillo.
Okay, whatever works best, I'm fine with.
Okay.
Can we send
Shouts
the
out
vote?
to everybody
We'll
who's
send it
still
to
in the
public,
chat.
um,
That's
to the city
crazy.
Damn.
Council
They just
Bergman,
fucking
Council
no-sold
Calorio,
Christian's great
Council
joke
Gia,
right there.
Council
Wait,
King,
what happened?
Council
What do you say?
Carlson,
They said we're going to send it
Council
to
Nguyen,
Council Basil's committee,
Yes.
and Christian
Council
leaned in and said,
Yes.
"Can we send it to
Basillo,
both?"
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
and Mayor
Wow.
Petty.
Yes, 13A, refer to the public
That's
safety.
pretty good.
That
That's a good
petty little
callback.
bit
I'd like to
petty,
vote 13A.
no-sold it.
13A? I thought it was 15A.
That's a good
13A.
callback.
I might have wrote 15 and 13.
Okay.
12A.
Was it 12A?
12
Christian
12A,
is staying
communication
in this ship
report.
purely out of
Yeah,
spite.
13A, I'd like to hold that
you
one.
gotta, you
13A.
do gotta hand it to him. He comes into every meeting just dripping with contempt.
13A. 12A, choose my information communication relative to the filing of the 2 vacancies.
God, remember
on
when
the
Donna
library
Claria says the
board
city
of
council
directors,
has
which will be
no-
on December 10th?
Has no.
December 10th.
What was the exact word she used? She that
I
has
said no right.
no
Council
right to dictate
Gloria?
land use.
Yes.
Council Gia,
Yes.
What a
Council
fucking
King?
Yes.
crazy thing to
Councilor
say.
Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council
What
Hayden,
is zoning?
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Pick up your shit, Mo.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, report of the planning board on the petition of Teresa request, is it Somerset? Road
I also saw
Public for the
Heretic
Public Works
this
Committee.
weekend. Me and Jess went to see Heretic.
Heretic, is it good?
It's good. Hugh Grant's real fucking good, man.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Gia,
Yes.
Council
He's just
King,
monologuing the whole
Councilor
movie.
Carlson,
It's fucking
Council
awesome.
Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hoeda,
I liked him in
Council
Paddington
Basillo,
Bear
Yes.
too.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council
He's a
Toomey,
delight.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, 15A to 15L, motion is to accept.
Paddington Bear 2 also has
Council
what,
Bergman,
like,
Council Calorio,
I don't know how to
Council
say
Gia,
this
Yes.
Council King,
without,
Yes.
Council
who
Carlson,
cares?
Council
They have,
Nguyen,
there's a delightful
Yes.
bit of
Hayden,
racial
Yes.
humor
Council
in
Basillo,
that,
Council Russell,
Yes.
where
Mayor Petty.
the one Indian character
16A,
in the movie
motion to accept. and adopt
refuses
the
to call
roll call.
Paddington by the right name and just calls him Puddington the entire
Council
time.
Bergman,
And it
Council
is
Calorio,
Yes.
so
Yes.
funny.
Council King,
It's
Councilor
it's
Carlson,
like it's
Council Nguyen,
dry humor that only an
Yes.
English
Council Hayden,
like
Council
comedy writer
Basillo,
can pull
Yes.
off.
Council
But
Russell,
it is unreal.
Yes.
The third one's coming out in January.
17B,
He just calls him
Day on
Puddington.
roll call.
Council Bergman, Council
Oh, it's good.
Calorio,
Yes.
Council Gia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Mayor Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council
Yes.
Hayden,
He's going to Peru in
Yes.
January.
Council Russell,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. It's the end of the meeting, so we have a motion to adjourn.
I have
Council
something
Haggia.
under discussion.
Under suspension, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Council Haggia.
I know it's late, but this feels very important to, for our residents who might be listening to this meeting and might hopefully be reported by the media. We all know the results of the election this past Tuesday. Also, I just want to thank the city clerk and the election commission and all the poll workers for doing an absolutely fabulous job. So kudos to you guys. I want to make sure, Mr. Chair, we've been through these types of cycles before where we have seen administrations that have come in nationally and have targeted immigrants and refugees. And as we know, the president-elect has made it very clear about mass deportation orders. I heard Governor Healy mention on the public and on her social media that she will not direct the state police to do anything to harm immigrants and those that will be undoubtedly targeted by the incoming Trump administration. I just want to make sure that for those folks that haven't had the experience of being in this country as a documented or undocumented immigrants, many of my youth who I've mentored for years, many of the families that we serve in our shelters who are terrified. A lot of members of our community are terrified by the hostile and haunted climate that is being perpetuated on all public channels. I want to make sure, Mr. City Manager and Mr. Mayor, that you both, I'm going to make this as a motion, that you both make a statement on your behalf, on behalf of the police department, on behalf of the city council, that we will remain a city that will not do anything to change the safety status of our residents, of our neighbors, of our friends, and to make it explicitly clear that as a city, not only will remain a welcoming city, but that we will go above and beyond to make sure that no police officer in this city is used to work with the national administration about any raids, about deporting people who are here, who are not breaking the law, and who are trying really hard right now to hide
You hear Joe
because we are
audibly sigh.
terrified of what is coming down the road.
After being
I think
boxed
we've made
in.
those statements before, but I believe, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, that you two, as the figureheads of this city, have a responsibility to all of our immigrant and refugee
with that. They are figureheads.
to speak in unison, to
Mhm.
be explicit, and to make sure that we act and we put guardrails in place to align with Governor Healy's public commitment to supporting all immigrant
Okay,
and
Jimmy
refugee
left. This might pass.
I agree. I visited 2 churches over the Sunday and Monday, and I'll continue
Damn,
to do
had to
that.
do a lot of
and,
confessing,
go
huh?
out into the community, and be clear too. The Worcester, I'm not speaking for the Worcester Police, but the manager, but they don't enforce civil violations. Immigration is a civil violation, so the Worcester Police do not enforce civil violations. So I just remember this from 4 years ago.
Worcester District Court
And,
lets
and most of the Worcester
ICE
police
agents
do
look through
is
immigration
ask
paper,
for,
like
they ask for an ID only
court-
because
court
they don't
docs
speak
and
English
shit.
to find out what country, so they do translation services.
Yeah, that was,
And,
we were talking
but,
earlier, Bill,
I plan on going to the community even more. And
the interview that I
further,
heard with that
talking to
Jason
all different
Hauser,
groups, and, like I
who was
started this weekend,
the chief of staff for
because
ICE
I
with the
lived 4
Biden
years ago in the
administration.
council,
He was pretty
4
clear,
years
too, that they
ago,
would almost
and,
prefer
the council lived it too. and it was
in
pretty stressful.
sanctuary cities and
I talked
states
to a group of
that
people on
local
Sunday,
and state officials not get
Monday,
involved.
who just had
It's
5
from
days in
ICE's
the country,
perspective, it's just more
and,
efficient for them
very
to do it on their own.
nervous,
And
I
is
guess
it
he
just as
was
long
stressed
as
anxiety,
everyone on the
but
local
we should
level is
clarify
cognizant
what
of
we
the fact that
do
we
as
don't
a
need to
city.
ask your permission
And
to
I
do
just plan
anything?
on doing that, and maybe my way is a little bit different, just go out to the community, but yeah, we should do something. Thank you. Councilor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with a lot of what was said today. I just wanted to reiterate that our young people, our kids, children here in this city, and I say ours because we are a welcoming city, they are extremely fearful, not just for their parents, but themselves. There's a lot of wild assertions made by the president-elect right now where children feel that although this is the only country they've ever known, Worcester is the only city that they've ever known, that they are at risk. It's impacting them deeply and greatly. Even some of them don't even want to go to school anymore, Mr. Chairman. So we as a body, as a council, mayor and the manager, I know we'll be unified in this as we move forward. And, you know, visibility is important, of course, but also what we do and what we say. What we do and what we say must be very, very clear. We can't mince words. As I've mentioned before, my father-in-law is a political refugee. You know, my family, first-generation American, and again, the most diverse city council that's ever existed is where we sit. And a lot of stories.
Brian, anything interesting
of
happening in the
immigration
Facebook
here.
chat? I'm noticing comments starting to
We
pop
will
up
be
over
a
there.
safe city, Mr. Chairman. If
Jonathan
we do
Niebuhr
it
says they
together.
all need to
So,
step down.
I appreciate the comments from my colleague and the commitment from the mayor, and I'm looking forward to be a part
But
of that.
his
Thank you.
his profile picture
And
is
we've also
Donald
had
Trump.
discussions with
So.
superintendent of schools, and she's looking to the policies, the past policies.
Natalie wants more kindness. Says
Okay.
if the city
So
doesn't
roll
have
call.
any right to
Councilor
determine land
Bergman?
use, why are former
Florio?
business owners being
Councilor
told
Gier?
that they what they should do with their
Yes.
property?
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey? Mayor Petty?
I should mention the chief was with me too. So the chief of police was with us too, and the liaison in the LGBTQ community was with us too last night. So, okay, so motion is to adjourn. Roll
Councilor
call.
Bergman? Councilor Calorio? Councilor Gier? Councilor
Yes.
King? Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor
Drop and give
Basillo?
us 20, Marco.
Russell?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Bear took a dump in here.
Like on the floor?
No, in the litter box. The litter box right next to me. Thanks a lot, bro. Fucking guy. Fucking
nasty.
guy. Joe does famously identify as part of the LGBTQ plus. That was great. I don't know. Not a whole lot to say. I don't have a whole lot to say about this.
No.
You know what I do have to say?
Here we go.
I'll have it. I'll have it for the next one.
It's coming along.
Yeah. We got skyrockets in flight. We got classics. K2Me tonight, A+. A+ performance from K2Me, one of her best ever. The way that she very snottily walked out right after the gas station vote. That was pretty Lou Reed coded.
Yeah, I think I gotta pull I think I gotta pull that clip of her walking out and looking back right before she walks out, and then just freeze frame it and then start playing Eric Clapton's "It's in the Way That You Use It."
That's great. That's great. Yeah.
Would be amazing if we could get that clip from another angle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else? Anybody got a lead on that? Anybody else in that room?
Yeah.
That was
Anybody
really
working
special.
in that room.
Yeah. Anybody that may or may not be paying attention that thinks we're cool.
like a couple different angles, maybe.
Yeah. Would want to, not to want to. It's just like sometimes stuff gets posted in a public way. It's easy for us to grab.
Yeah, free use type stuff.
And it's all public record.
Yeah, we should FOIA a second angle over K2Me walking out of the chambers in sunglasses.
David, you think you can get another FOIA going for us?
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Man. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, it's great to be back.
Thanks for sticking around.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. We still got 13 viewers going right now, and I will tell you now, we have been online for 5 hours and 28 minutes.
Jesus Christ.
So
what a fucking program. This is such a program.
Yeah, we're programmers.
We're real professional.
Yeah, let's before we go, let me let us.
Oh, it smells like shit in here. Oh my god. Fucking cat. Probably didn't even bury it, that little fucker.
Sicko.
Little sicko fuck. Also, I just realized my party lights have been rocking for the
4 hours. They look sick, dude. Yeah. Tomorrow night, 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the White Room. Rob Bellata's campaign kickoff event.
Oh, cool.
It's a fundraiser, so bring your checkbooks, everybody, or donate on ActBlue if you want. But yeah, I think we got to do everything we can to get Rob in this round. Let's run Candy Merrill Carlson out of this damn city on a rail.
Oh my god, that would be amazing. A Rob Bellata win over Candy Merrill Carlson, even if the other 10 seats go to QAnon psychos, it would just be so satisfying.
Right. So yeah, go to that. Go support Rob. I don't care. I'm just saying, if you don't, Venmo him. I don't, for all I care. I don't know. That might be an election law violation.
I don't know. You don't have to use ActBlue.
I don't know. Is ActBlue itself a problem? I don't know.
Whatever.
Who cares? Go write him a check. Give him cash. You know what? Give him cash.
Cash only. Dogecoin.
Give him some Bitcoins. Give him one Trump coin. And then yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna stop in at some point, and everybody go help out our boy, and then we'll start picking off these fuckhead city councilors one by one, if possible.
And entire Republican city committees.
Yeah, that's gonna be the way to do it. Honestly, once we're in charge of the city committee, we'll change the name to the itty bitty city committee. then we'll run.
And then we'll initiate the Fred Salvucci.
We will convince Fred Nathan to run as a socialist. That's my promise.
Right.
So yeah. Everyone, thanks for hanging out. We'll be we got a meeting next week, right? There's a meeting next week.
Yeah.
And
we're back in it.
hopefully we won't approach 6 hours again. And yeah, we love you guys so much. Thanks for hanging tonight. And we'll see you next Tuesday.
Whoa, that's sick. That's so sick.
Bye, everybody.